third annual Halloween stream. As you can see, I, Papyrus, the greatest coolest, most awesome? The best lore runner of all time, with my handy-dandy Canada Dry, am ready to continue with the scary, spooky odds of whatever it is you human people do on Halloween. I'm not actually sure, if I'm being honest. Wait. Is there something wrong? I don't understand why you're laughing at me, Breakman. Clearly it is I, Papyrus, the one who has been your lore runner for many a year now. I'm very popular on the internet, you know. I was once referenced on a forum! And occasionally... and, as you can see, I am a very cool dude, and there is no denying this! So, for today's lesson, we will be talking about why horror games are dumb! I don't know about you guys, but every time I sit down in front of a horror game, I'm just like, whoa, this is terrifying. Is this really what you humans do? We monsters, we prefer much simpler tasks, like Canada Dry. Please give me money, Dr. Pepper. I could really use it right about now. Papyrus, proud sponsor of... Wait, or would Dr. Pepper be the sponsor of Papyrus? Or would Papyrus be the sponsor of Dr. Pepper? I don't know. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Regardless! Let's sit down and enjoy some My Little Pony. I enjoy that show. Every time I sit, I think, friendship truly is magic, isn't it? That's the way I feel about Sans. He's my brother, for those of you who don't know. I'm losing the voice. God, that's a hard voice to do. You know, honestly, I feel that we should use more My Little Pony in our life and a little less horror games. Who's with me? I'm with you. Shut up, Papyrus. Nobody asked you. Bye, everybody. I'm taking the Canada Dry with me. No, my Canada Dry. Well, now I have nothing. Why is his theme song still playing? Because there is no other landing zone! Bye! So today I wanted to talk about a few topics, mostly related to horror, since that's what we usually talk about when it comes to Halloween. Some people ask me fairly frequently why it is that I don't... Why don't you do more horror games? Shut up, Papyrus. Get out of here. Yeah. Why I don't do more horror games and more work with horror games. And I actually have 3 answers to that question. Answer number 1. I like to call it the color equation. What is my favorite color? White. My second favorite color is black. Why are they my favorite colors? I have no idea. You guys know me. You know I like to have a reason for everything. Including why I'm so awesome! I like to have a reason for everything. So, personally, you know, it's difficult for me to just kind of accept every now and again that there's something that I just like because I like it. But there are things like that. That is a truth for humanity. In some cases, we simply enjoy things without really having a strong reason for it. It's preference. In other words, I like the color white, and I like the color black. If you want some big, in-depth analysis to why, it doesn't exist. So, the reverse can also be true. If I happen to really dislike a color, then that's because I really dislike it. There's no, like, specific given analytical reason as to why I dislike that color. I just don't like it, okay? So, as you can see, I'm already building up to something here, aka, I don't like horror games. I never have. I don't like games of a certain type, is actually really what it boils down to. I hate to call them horror games, because we all know how ill-defining genres can be. However, I get asked questions about them all the time because a lot of people, especially my fans, really enjoy horror games. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. I mean, hey, I'm down. It's cool. I get it. You want me to talk about something you enjoy. Just like I want to talk about something I enjoy. I mean, that makes sense, right? I have also been informed that I am a Sith. because I only deal in absolutes. Black and white. So, anyways, that leads us to the second point in this diatribe, which is coffee. Now, for those of you who've never actually seen my streams or seen my videos or heard me talk about this, I use the word coffee to describe something I don't like, which isn't necessarily bad. Because I don't like coffee. I don't. I've tried a few dozen different types of coffee, and and it's not my thing. I don't enjoy coffee. I never have. It doesn't matter if it's really well-made coffee. It doesn't matter if a lot of effort is put into flavoring it, or it's some really awesome beans that have been through the digestive tract of an animal, or whatever those are called. It doesn't matter because I don't like coffee. So it may be the best horror game ever, but I'm still not going to like it because it's still coffee. Make sense? I can try to analyze such things in a vacuum, but I am only human. And I mean, like with Bioshock is an excellent example. I don't like Bioshock. I didn't enjoy replaying Bioshock. I did it, and I could talk about how great it was, but I didn't like it, so I try to avoid those because there's generally a lack of enthusiasm whenever I go through a game, or book or movie or whatever, that I just don't like. And still try to do an analysis on it. It's very difficult for me. Which brings me to my third point. Tetris. So, Tetris,
I'll take over. Tetris is a game that I like to play all the time. Sans introduced me to it, and I love going through and just... oh, but I can never get that one 4-block. Oh, why 4-block? Why do you taunt me?
Tetris is a theory I like to explain for things fitting. I've described this before several times, actually. The idea that some games, books, movie, works of fiction, colors, dress, I mean, literally just like fashion style, just fit in your brain. Does that make sense? Of course it does, because this is just how this works. You know, for me, I'll use the penultimate example for me. Final Fantasy VI fits in my brain basically perfectly. It is, to me, the best game of all time, the best work of fiction of all time, and I really, really enjoy it. There are other things that are like that, and it's easy to analyze, because in some cases there's something where I have to like slog my way through a thing and then grudgingly accept that it's acceptable or it was enjoyed, but I never want to do it again. And it's actually one of the originators of the term popcorn game or popcorn movie. But then you've got something that just, oh, I want to do it again, and again, and again, and again, because it's amazing and awesome and I love it. Those are the Tetris things, right? Well, the opposite is also true. Some things just don't fit. Some things simply do not function within regards to the way your brain works. And there's nothing wrong with me really, really liking A, and you really, really liking B, and I can't stand B, and you can't stand A. There's nothing wrong with that. You know how many people I've had hop on to my stream or my channel or my comments and say, I really like Mass Effect 3. And my response is always pretty much the exact same thing. Sweet! You know, that's awesome. I love the fact that you love Mass Effect 3. I can't stand the game. It has like 3 good scenes, especially on reanalysis. It has like 3 good scenes, and I want to spit on it because it's disgusting for me, because it doesn't fit with me. Right? This is the Tetris theory. Doesn't fit in my brain. It's the square block, and I need a 4th thing.
I hate the square blocks, but
Shut up, Papyrus! Nobody asked you. Sorry, guys. Keep meaning to get fumigated, but it's hard to fumigate against skeletons. So all of this is my kind of explanation as to why it is I just really do not like horror games. Now, I was asked to define horror games earlier. That's actually a very difficult thing to do. My definition for horror game is actually really simple. Games of a particular type of thing that I dislike. Now, I know that's incredibly vague, but it's that way on purpose. Like, really, it is very vague on purpose, because, as I've said before, genres are just kind of guidelines anyways, right? You know, Amnesia: The Dark Descent. No, don't like it. FEAR. STALKER. Trying to think. System Shock 1, I suppose, is a good example of this. I would totally play a Papyrus Costume Quest.
so would I!
Shut. What the hell? Okay, I'm sorry. I have to share this on stream. So, I've been in the market, so to speak, for a new footstool because basically because it helps my leg, my bad leg. I like it. It really helps the pain for long periods of time when I'm sitting to have something resting on it. Very simple, right? So, a friend of mine has found a footstool, and I quote. It is a footstool, round, the 2GB 2x1GB memory RAM for compact Presario CQ60-315E0 laptop memory up, pictured in vinyl. That's the description of the music. Wow, turn the music down even more? Sure. Yeah, we'll just turn the music off. There you go. No more music. So, anyways, I just felt like sharing that. Anyways, but the Silent Hills. God, I don't know. I'm having trouble coming up with stuff. There's a game called Void that I've been asked to. Well, it's funny you bring that up, Skrillian. I'm getting to that. But the point is, most games that I call horror games, which is admittedly an inaccurate description, and I admit that freely, I just don't like. If I've been asked many times, what's your favorite horror game? And my answer is always, I just kind of default to Silent Hill 2 because it was a really well-designed game. But admittedly, even that is kind of a lie. I don't enjoy Silent Hill 2. I never have. It is coffee, It is not. It does not Tetris into my brain. So my favorite horror game is non-applicable because I don't like horror games. Now the funny thing though is I actually really enjoy horrifying things. Now, what I mean by that, people who have watched my stream or my videos or anything know this is true. I tend to gush about scenes that really get across a great atmospheric feel of tension or despair or, dread. One of the things that I've spoken most fondly of in Best of Both Worlds in The Next Generation is the dread, the overwhelming just feeling of weight upon the entire scene. As the whole first part of the episode is just, the Borg are coming, there's nothing you can do to stop them, and you're just doing everything you can to kind of push back against the tide, right? And that's awesome, and I love that atmosphere. So arguments can and have been made that is horrifying. See, this is why I hesitate to call things horror, as far as horror games and whatnot, because I feel like it's a misnomer. Most horror games, in my opinion, in my experience, excuse me, I should rephrase that, kind of divvy up into three categories. The first type of horror game is me! God damn it, Papyrus. First type of horror game is gore. Gore often segues into jump scares, but it really just boils down to gore. Here's a lot of unpleasant, terrible, horrifying violence. That's completely disinteresting to me. In fact, it is actively negative to me. I do not like gore. Violence I don't mind. I don't mind violence. I don't mind romanticized violence. I don't like realistic violence. And I don't like realistic gore. Now, this is a weird one because it's hard to define the difference between gore I don't like and gore I don't mind. For example, there's a game called Baldur's Gate 2 where if you hit someone powerfully enough, they literally explode into chunks. In Fallout 3, you can actually go through and literally blow someone's head off and see their eyeballs popping out of the head. But none of it bothers me because none of it, in my opinion, is what I define as gore. That's completely fantastical, okay, whatever. Yeah, squick horror, it's basically. That's a good definition for that. So that's just, no, I do not like that kind of realistic gore, that kind of squick gore, that kind of it's here just to show the chunks kind of gore. But if it's just gore that's fantastical or whatever, that doesn't bug me at all. It usually barely even registers for me, actually. Does that make any sense? Second type of horror I usually see is the psychological horror. Now, let's define that, because that term is a little misused, especially recently, as marketing buzz has been bouncing around and saying, hey, we're a psychological horror game. No, Papyrus isn't coming out for that one. The idea behind a psychological horror is one that basically tries to get into your head and make you question things, and psychological horror is about presenting the the input, the game, the music, the audio, every aspect of it, in a way that is designed to mess with the way most human brains work. It is designed to get to you. A good example of this is the fact that the human brain can actually process way faster than we can consciously, right? So if you show for about 15 frames something really terrifying in the middle of something else, that's a good example of psychological horror. Because your brain will pick up on that, and it will be bothered by it, and then it will be completely juxtaposed by everything else that's going on around it, and so that makes it even worse, and it just kind of messes with your head. I don't like my head being messed with, so I don't like psychological horror either. But then we have the third kind of horror. Now, this is the one I'm the most tolerant and understanding of, and for reasons we're going to be leading into. I do have a topic here, obviously. The third type of horror is implied horror. The best horror story, in my opinion, is in this third category. It's really simple. Let's see if I can remember how to say it properly. The last man on Earth sat in a room. There was a lock on the door. Now, that's horrifying, especially when you start thinking about it. And it's all implied. There's no gore. There's no messing with your head. There's no trying to be artsy for artsy's sake. There's nothing that bothers you. It's just, you think about it, and it's like, wait a second. Why is there a lock on the door? Is it because he's the last man on Earth, and he was locked in? Is he trying to lock something out? There's actually another variant, which is the last man on Earth sat in a room. There was a knock on the door. Both of those are implied horror. And the idea of implied horror is all about getting you to think about it and have the emotional reaction to what might be or what could be, and almost always never confirming it. Now, this is an interesting thing because a lot of horror movies I've seen personally tend to try to go for the third category and then jump into the first and the second category. I've a good example of this is actually what's that damn movie? Event Horizon, which I hate. By the way, I hate that movie. It starts off with like implied horrors, and it's like, okay, that's great, you know, it's implied and blah blah blah. But then they lunge from implied horror into, and by the way, here's gore and horribleness and disgustingness, and it's like, okay. Now, my reason for bringing this up is, in my experience, most horror games especially don't actually sit in the third category. The most horror games sit in the first and second category. And again, I want to make this clear. This is no judgment. This is coffee. I'm not saying horror games are bad. I'm not saying I don't, they're horrible, whatever. I'm just saying I don't like them. But the third category is a little different because in my experience, and this is the actual topic I have today, the third category most often shows up in games that are not horror games. Most often there's the examples of the third category in a game that has nothing to do with horror. For example, as Illyria points out, this is actually a great example, Mother 3, and I don't want to spoil too much about Mother 3 for anybody who hasn't actually played it, but Mother 3 has the Absolutely Safe capsule. That is implied horror all the way through, and the more you think about it, the more screwed up it gets. But there's no gore, there's no psychological horror, there's no messing with your head, and Mother 3 is not a horror game, right? Alphys' True Lab, another good example. Excellent example. And indeed, the game I want to play today, which in my opinion is one of the best examples of implied horror ever, right up there with Metroid Prime 1, which was brilliant at that kind of a thing. And, hang on, for some reason it's not capturing. I set this all up earlier. There we go. Right up there with Metroid Prime 1. Super Metroid is actually kind of horrifying too. And of course, shoot, I just lost it. StarCraft it's had some good implied horror in it. But this game, honestly, this may be the king of implied horror in my book. Because this is not a horror game. In fact, I've actually heard some people try to define this game as a genre, and they've failed. I myself freely toss in the towel on that. I don't think Half-Life 2 definitively belongs in any given category. I think it is if I was to really lay it out, it would be a first-person shooter puzzle platformer with heavy physics-based interaction, strong story focus, lots of implied horror, and huge thematic significance. Now, the interesting thing about Half-Life 2, if I can pause before we really get into this, I know I've already done a rumination on this game, and I loved this game. I loved replaying this game for that rumination. But if I want to talk about this really quick, the thing I like most about this game is that it's really, 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 really polished. Sure, you go play this game. Seriously, it's an awesome game. Personally, yes, I do think that would have made it inferior, Dog Andes. I personally think implied horror is far more terrifying than outright stated horror. But yeah, what Salmon King says is actually very, very correct. This is like 1984. This is a dystopian future that also has alien overlords, that also has alien tech, and it still has a few unknowns. We, to this day, do not actually know what was happening. We still don't know what's up with the G-Man. To this day, we still don't fully know what's up with the Vortigons. We still only have ideas of what's going on with the Combine past here. You know, implications of the greater war that's going on in the universe. And we will never find out the solution to it because Half-Life 3 will never come out. Unless it's announced today when I'm doing this stream, in which case that would make me laugh a lot. Sure, I really hate to say this, but Half-Life 3 is not coming out. I'm sorry, it's not. We need to just accept that at this point. The cliffhanger has ended, and we'll never get a return. It's happened before in fiction. We have had plenty of shows, books, movies, and games that have ended on a cliffhanger and will never be continued, either because the developers quit or because someone's sitting on the rights or whatever. There's dozens of reasons for that to happen, and it sucks, but it's true. It's something that just plain sucks. Anyways, let's just start off. No, new game. New game. So, I love this game. Or the author died, that happens too. We'll never get the continuation to V. She's another example. So, I'm gonna go quiet.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine. Not that I wish to imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving of a rest, and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until... well, let's just say your hour has come again. The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
I didn't see you get on.
So right off the bat, I want to point out a couple things. Let's also get some captions going on. I guess we'll do that. There we go. Before we go any further, I just want to talk about this. The G-Man is probably, like, if I was to pull up a textbook, if I was to write a textbook about writing, the section about implied horror would be, go watch the G-Man in Half-Life 1 and 2. For those of you not aware, and this is officially your spoiler warning for anybody who does not wish to be spoiled, so I'm going to give you a few seconds like I always do. I know it's an older game. You'd be surprised how many people haven't played older games and still don't want things spoiled. Shuri was another good example of this. We just talked about this. Okay. Half-Life 1. The G-Man was just a guy in a suit. He was just there. He was like, hey, what's up? He didn't say anything. He was just there visiting, you know, expecting the thing, and then you hear a couple of tidbits, only if you go exploring for it, about how the latest sample came down, and he might be related to whoever got the sample in. And the sample is, of course, what led everything to go to hell in Half-Life 1. However, this is the great part. And then he just kind of shows up again. And again. And again. At many different points in the game, he just kind of is there, looking at you. And he adjusts his tie, then he moves on. He doesn't say anything, zero dialogue, until you get to the very end, and all of a sudden he's like, so... And then he has this old speech at the end of the first game, right? In the second game, we only see him twice in the whole of the second game. Right at the beginning, which we just saw, and right at the end. Now, actually, he makes a couple of appearances as you're going through. Again, watching you. But otherwise, the only real presence he has in the game is at the beginning and the ending. Now, I bring this up because some people have heard me talk about non sequitur when it comes to comedy. Believe it or not, this is the same philosophy when it comes to writing. You want, if in your implied horror, you want it to still have a thread of coherence, is what I like to call it. A thread of normality. There is enough about the G-Man that fits, even in the fantastical science fiction world of Half-Life 2, right? There's enough of him making sense that you're like, okay, but then the rest of it doesn't fit at all. Like, aspects of the G-Man actively do not fit in the Half-Life universe at all. They are so beyond the established rules and the established norms of this setting. And the rest of the setting, and this makes it even better. This is the other aspect of this. If you're going to do this kind of horror, make the rest of it self-coherent. Make the rest of it contiguous amongst itself. So the rest of it all fits with the rest of it. And then have this one aspect that kind of fits, and then mostly doesn't. That's the G-Man, in a nutshell, right there. So much of what he does makes no sense. And yet some of it just is like, well, you get the implication of the bounty hunting thing. You get the implication of him serving some kind of over-benefit, and the fact that he can, speak to you in ways that other people can't interact with, except for the Vortigaunts in the second game, and so forth and so on. And yet, he can also literally freeze time and either pull you out of reality or put reality around you, whatever he's actually doing there, and he can just teleport you onto this tram. As we just talked to this guy, I didn't see you get on. It's such a quiet note, but it implies that we literally appeared on this sub leading to City 15 or 17 or whichever city this is. Just bam. Now, you might be like, well, teleportation exists in this universe. Yes, but not like that. Not like that at all. That's not how teleportation exists in Half-Life. In fact, one of the significant points that's made is that teleportation technology is limited, extremely limited. 17, thank you, I was right. The Combine themselves use an extremely power-intensive, terrible, just terrible amount of teleportation. In fact, it's actually mentioned in this game that the humans have invented better teleportation technology than the Combine uses, for God's sakes. And then there's that thing at the end with Professor Jackass, whose name I can't think of, who's talking about how, I have to be turned into another life form. I have to have basically a new shell simply to exist in wherever I'm being teleported to, because their teleportation technology is that primitive. And even the teleportation technology we have here that was invented by the humans, by Black Mesa, is actually inferior to the technology that was invented by Aperture. Like, that's specifically pointed out. I mention all of this because none of those types of teleportation fit with what the G-Man does. None of it. None of it actually works in the same way and the same style of what he does. He just walks in, and everything just kind of, vanishes. And you know what? Here, let me just make this clear, because I actually have a save right at the end, as it happens. This is the perfect example of exactly what it is. I have to do the fight. Whoops. Come on. Come on. This is the last boss right here. Very Half-Life, having a last boss that isn't actually a boss. Ah, come on.
Go back, Freeman. You have no idea what you're doing.
The good news is, if anybody doesn't want spoilers, this is like totally context-free here. Probably have no idea what's going on here. There we go. That should do it. That should do it.
Don't know what you'll unleash. You could bring down this whole Citadel. Think, man. Think of the people below.
Whoa, crap. Damn it. I always run off of that. I actually suck at this last boss because I keep popping off. What the hell? Dang it. Let's try this again.
I hope you said your farewells.
Yeah.
Go back, Freeman. You have no idea what you're doing.
Seriously, I suck at this fight, if I'm being honest.
sentinel. Think, man. Think of the people below.
That should do it.
No!
Yeah, that should be it. Okay. Wait, what? No, we did it. We won. What the hell? Yes, Portal occurs in the same universe as Half-Life. How did I won? What the hell happened?
I hope you said your farewell.
Oh my god, really?
Go back, Freeman. You have no idea what you're doing.
Apparently I just suck that much. Wow. It's like the only fight in the entire game I have trouble with, too. I don't even know why. It's a really simple fight. Oh, shoot.
Don't know what you will unleash.
That's like it.
You could bring down this whole citadel. Think, man. Think.
There we go. That should be it. Jeez, I don't know what the hell was up with that. Okay, so... So... Hang on. A little bit of context, for those of you not aware. We're about to collapse one of the Combine's teleporters, which, again, as I mentioned earlier, is very, very inferior to ours, requires a huge amount of power, and is also a quote-unquote slow teleporter. In other words, it doesn't get there instantaneously. Make sense? We're about to have a catastrophic collapse of destruction here.
We've got to get out of here. Maybe we still have...
BAM! This does not make sense.
Time, Dr. Freeman? Is it really that time again? It seems as if you only just
And he just
arrived.
walks through space
You've
on the air.
done a great deal in a small time.
Notice the
span.
terrain is just different.
You've done so well. in
And yet
fact, that
the thing is, you might think, well, this is
I've
just happening in your
some
mind.
interesting
And then he
offers
interacts
for
with
your
Alex over there.
services. Ordinarily, I wouldn't contemplate them, but these are extraordinary times.
And then...
Rather than offer you the illusion of free choice, I will take the liberty of choosing for
It all just
you
kind of
if
goes
and
away.
when your time comes round again. I do apologize for what must seem to you an arbitrary imposition, Dr. Freeman. I trust it will all make sense to you in the course of... Well, I'm really not at liberty to say. In the meantime, this is where I get off.
No, we still have no idea who or what the G-Man is. And then he just opens a door. I've actually heard a theory that repeated several times that we are quite literally in a holodeck, for whatever reason. Because it's one of the only things that would make most of what the G-Man does make perfect sense. Anyways, that's my overall point. The G-Man basically has no... a lot of what he does, not everything he does, but a lot of what he does not fit with the rest of Half-Life and Portal for that matter. And yet, a significant amount of the things do fit so that it's still not total incoherence. I mean, imagine if you're just going through... hang on a second, I should have... Is that it? That's not it. Whatever. There's a significant amount of... I lost my train of thought. Oh, of course, Dog Andes. I mean, that just is totally logical and obvious. That also explains why we never talk, but he talks a couple of times. I've lost my train of thought. Whatever. Let's go back to doing this again here. Yeah, it's still implied horror, as I said. But like I said, this is, yes, it was Ventures. And then episode 2 came out, and everyone was like, oh my gosh. Then episode 3 came out. And it was like, oh, okay, that ended on a cliffhanger from hell. And then episode... nothing ever came out.
Rise and
Just for you, Samurai.
shine. Not that I wish.
By the way, I have the
to
graphics
imply
cranked
you
down
have
'cause I'm on the
been
laptop
sleeping
before anybody
on
asks.
The job. No one
The game looks a lot better than this, which is funny. This old of a game
and
actually
all
looks
the
really
effort
good
in
still,
the world
but
would
only
have
on,
gone
you
to
know,
waste
graphics turned up.
until. Well, let's just say your hour has.
And of course, the
come
G-Man himself is an
again.
obvious form of horror. he literally is wrong. He doesn't blink, ever.
The right
He has the
man in the
wrong kind of
place
facial
can
expressions.
make all the
His eyes
difference
glow.
in the world.
His word
So
choice
wake up,
and his
Mr.
manner of
Freeman.
speech are quite literally
Wake up
alien.
and smell the ashes.
I didn't see you get on.
That's because I am John Cena. Sorry. You know, I love this game, but it is really funny basically playing a roller skate, or, like, whatever you want to consider this. That's what I'm hoping, Crytek. Honestly, I consider that to be the most likely possibility for Half-Life 3 coming out. Or, you know, the continuation of the story.
Welcome to City
So here's where we get the 1984 aspect of this. That man right there, and pretty much everything around here. I mean, look at this place. It's a mess. There's just trash on the ground. The phones aren't even connected. There's alien slaves who are just casually cleaning up. It is worth noting, by the way, that this is a wonderful touch. You're not actually supposed to go this direction, you're supposed to go that direction. But if you go over here, you see a Vortigaunt right there just cleaning up some trash, with the slave collar on. Again, Half-Life 2 lives and breathes visual and audio storytelling. I mean, look at him. You could extrapolate so much just from this one site. And so, of course, then we got the trains, yada yada.
This stuff, it's all I have left. All right, I'm moving. Jeez.
And, of course, abusive overlords. Now, initially, we're led to believe that these people are basically the dystopian controlling government. And while that is, you know, true, taking my picture, hi. But, you know, while that is true, what we don't know is the true nature of what these people are. I don't know if I have the ability... Whoa. Yeah, we're going to back off. They'll actually kill you, by the way, if you bother them. Anyways, the point is, these people have been surgically altered to be these soldiers. They undergo this procedure, which is... Basically, imagine most of your extraneous organs, including your skin, by the way, being just kind of removed, and then you're grafted into this suit, and congrats, you're going to live in that suit for the rest of your life. You are effectively, well, a Borg, just with no collective. It's also heavily implied that those who become, you know, suited up like that can't actually have free will or proper thought process or anything like that anymore. Whoop, wrong way. But of course, we don't know that at this point, which is kind of my point.
Welcome to City 17.
Hey, look.
You have chosen or been chosen to relocate to
Delicious.
one of our finest
We just know this dystopian society thing. This is another aspect of implied horror, by the way.
my administration here in the Citadel.
Unless you go into certain aspects of this game, like literally digging into the files or reading the behind-the-scenes stuff, in the game itself, most of what the nature of what happens to those soldiers and whatnot is implied. They never actually say what they do with them. Furthermore, again, the implied horror here is, here's something terrible. And then they spend however many hours establishing that terrible thing. And then after some time has passed, they're like, oh, by the way, and then they reveal the truth of the nature, which is even more horrifying. Again, you think these are just people who are, you know, thugs or whatever, but no, they're not. They're much worse than that. And yeah, this thing, by the way, this is another wonderful little touch here. You can't really see it because I have the graphics cranked down, but that says Dr. Breen's something free water. It's free. It's literally free.
Welcome to City 17.
Now, this has drugs in it. We don't know 100% what these drugs actually do, except it is heavily implied, never stated, by the way, unless someone has something somewhere that I don't know about, which is entirely possible. But it is never actually stated that this drug is the cause of the things that happen. Dr. Breen's Private Reserve, thank you, that's what it says. But given some of the things we see, it is very likely this is at least part of the reason why people's sex drive has gone down. and why there's and why people are simply not having children. No, I've played Half-Life 2 a trillion times. TNT Snake. Welcome to my stream, by the way. It is also very likely that there are some docile drugs being put in this water. Very, very likely, I would say, to the point of absolute. And look at this place. God, I could just gush about the visual storytelling this game has. Everything here serves a purpose. Every single aspect of this area is here to try and tell the story. Now, Half-Life 2 is almost unique. This is the Final Fantasy X effect, except done without dialogue. Let me explain what I mean by that. In Final Fantasy X, you, the player, are dropped into a setting you've never heard of before. Now, this is true in most games. In most games, you have to... I'll take your word on that, Dog Andes. I don't remember the episodes that well. In most... in most games... you are in a setting you don't know. You know, when you first pick up a game, it's like, and here's this new setting. And a lot of games have used several different methods over the years to try and explain the setting to you. Final Fantasy X does the most obvious thing. Here's a viewpoint character who knows nothing about the setting, so the setting will have to be explained to him, Tidus. In Final Fantasy XIII, they had an encyclopedia you could go read through, and so forth and so on. There's several methods of doing this. Half-Life 2 is one of my favorites, in that the world is revealed to you through, like 80% of the world is revealed to you through visual and audio storytelling and implication, rather than someone sitting down and saying, so here's what the world is like, Mr. Freeman. And it's wonderful because it means Freeman himself is also learning of this world, as we are, in the same inaccurate order, you know, without having the full picture, in other words. So it makes sense that Freeman himself doesn't know everything, just like we don't know everything at the earlier. So again, this just looks like some dystopian future thing. I don't mean to sound derogatory or dismissive, but, you know, you look at this and it's like, okay, what the hell has happened to the world I put so much effort and work into saving? But that's the great thing about Freeman. He is one of the perfect viewpoint characters because whatever he's thinking and whatever you're thinking could be analogous. They don't have to be. You determine who Freeman is. You decide what his reaction is to things. You decide how he cares about things, or if he cares about things. Wait, but no! Don't take my picture.
Welcome to City 17.
I have to admit, I always wondered how Barney infiltrated as well. So, remember Implied Horror?
This must be a mistake. I got a standard relocation coupon just like everybody else.
Bam! Right there. That is Implied Horror in its most beautiful and brutal form. There's a gentleman complaining that there's been some mistake. We don't know what the problem is. We don't know what the consequences is. Someone sees us looking and closes the window. So we will never find out that man's fate. We are left to think about it. We are left to perceive it however we will, right? That is literally the definition of implied horror. We will never learn what happens there, but it is a horrifying thing. Speaking of implied horror, yeah, let's go another 5 feet here to more implied horror. This is implied horror. Here's a chair. Now the graphics are turned down, but again, there's just blood around the chair. Sit in, and they tell you, go sit in that chair. It's like,
I'm gonna need me some privacy for this.
yeah.
About that beer I owed you.
Okay, hands up. How many of you remembered that he owed you a beer? And yeah, I'm raising my hand because I was like, dude, Barney. It's like my first reaction. Now, in fairness, I had actually replayed Half-Life 1 like just before Half-Life 2 came out, so. Oh, we're getting to it, Dog Andes. Don't remember. They do say Frag Tiger. I forget how long. It's been a decent chunk of time.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. Hey, sorry for the scare. I had to put on a show for the cameras. I've been working undercover with Civil Protection. I can't take too long or they'll get suspicious. I'm way behind on my beating quota.
Oh yeah, by the way, implied horror is another great way to do implied horror is to slide it under the rug, is what I call it. In other words, don't be obvious about it. Just slip it in something else, either in a bit of exposition or in something, humorous or whatever. Just kind of slip it in there. For example, he's saying that in a light, jocular tone, and this is a positive moment. This is actually the first positive moment in the game. Up until now, it's been, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, Barney! And then he just casually mentions a beating quota. Just slides it under the rug there. And again, just like implied horror, it's the kind of thing where you think about it, and the more you think about it, it's like, wait, what? Wait, they have a beating quota? They have a beating quota! Think about that for a moment.
Yes, Barney, what is it? I'm in the middle of a critical test. Sorry, Doc, but...
Half-Life
look
2,
who's
doing
here.
it before Mass Effect 2
Great
did.
Scott! Gordon Freeman! I expected more warning. Yeah, you and me both, Doc. He was about to board the express to Nova Prospect. Well, Barney, what do you intend? I'm thinking. Alex is around here.
I agree with what Dog Andy
You
said.
would have a better idea how to get him here.
You could say that all you want,
As long as he
XCAC.
stays away from
I don't
checkpoints,
think it
we
is a
should
quote
be
joke.
okay. Listen, I gotta go.
But,
Doc.
of
I'm
course,
taking enough
hang on. I don't want to sound dismissive. What XCAC said is a valid point. One of the other wonderful aspects of implied horror is it's up to you to make it horrifying. Now, if I could derail for a moment, because I wanted to talk about this too. Last year, if you'll remember, I did a stream where I talked about context is what makes something horrifying. For example, at the time, the Age of Ultron trailer had come out like a week prior. Remember that? And so we were talking about how the line, "There are no strings on me," with the proper context, could be horrifying. And then we started talking about other lines that, when taken in certain context, became horrifying, even if their original lines or the words themselves are not horrifying things, right? So, again, it's all up to you to determine the horror factor of implied horror. That could just be a joke, what he just said. Yeah, I gotta get up on my beating quota. Or he could be serious. It could also be that at this point in time, things have gotten so bad that even someone like Barney has become so casual about the fact that he has to keep up appearances by beating people. And that's horrifying. Or it could be a joke. That's up to us to decide. That's what I like about implied horror. It is all upon you, the viewer, the player, the gamer, the whatever, to decide for yourself if it's horrifying. There's not some... I hate to call this series out because I mean no offense to it, but it's not like Dead Space. Dead Space is super blunt, super blatantly in-your-face, gore, horrifying, blah. There's nothing implied about it at all. It's just, by the way, and here's a planet that's also a goop pile. It's nothing about that is up to you. It's all demonstrated there for you. Now, again, I'm not saying that's good or bad. It's just coffee for me. For me, I like the things where I think about it and I'm like, oh. If I could give another example really quick of something I feel is a good example of implied horror, the very existence of an object called a slave crown in Final Fantasy VI.
Chances as it is.
Very well. And, Gordon, good to see you.
Hey, buddy.
Okay, Gordon. You're gonna have to make your own way to Dr. Kleiner's lab. Oh, man, that's what I was afraid of. Get in here, Gordon, before you blow my cover.
I'm a-coming.
Pile up some stuff to get through that window and keep going till you're in the plaza. I'll
So-
meet up with you later.
I've said before that Super Mario World is one of the best designed games ever. Oh, I got a ladder. Right, there we go. What I mean by that is, it's classic game design, but basically the idea is, rather than having a forced tutorial or whatever, introduce gameplay in a way that encourages the player to figure out how to do it, right? And that is Super Mario World in a nutshell. And I've used Super Mario World as an example of that for many, many, many times. Super Mario World there's no point in which the game pauses and says, okay, well, this is how this kind of a jump puzzle. and this is how this works, and so forth and so on. It's like, no, you just do the level and you realize, oh, well, this, and they introduce concepts to you incrementally, so you learn like skills A, B, and C early on, so then you can learn skills D, E, and F, and that's the same thing Half-Life 2 does. Now, in fairness, Half-Life did that as well. In my opinion, not as well. Hey, Sildeer, traitor. Not as well, but again, Half-Life 1 is still a phenomenal game. Don't mistake me for bashing it. But I think Half-Life 2 is one of the excellent examples of this type of thing. This is a very simple, here's a physics puzzle tutorial. It's getting you used to the fact that you can pick up and move items. And there's a lot of things that will be doing that in this intro section. You notice we don't even have a weapon, by the way. Now, I've talked about this before, mostly with regards to Half-Life 1, if I could just derail for just a moment. Half-Life 1 had something that was literally unique at the time. Obviously, it's not as unique anymore. We've seen several things since this. You know, Call of Duty 4, Spec Ops: The Line, Metroid Prime, arguably. But the idea was doing a first-person shooter that is, or rather a first-person game that is heavily story-focused, and using the first-person perspective to help tell the story, adding to the story from the first person rather than just having a story that happens to be told from first person, right? Half-Life was pretty much the first game to do that. It wasn't literally the first game, but it was pretty much the first game. It's the codifier, not the originator. Half-Life 2 was... if you ever listen to the developers talk about Half-Life 2, and by the way, this is one of the reasons why Half-Life 3 probably will not be coming out possibly ever. They took Half-Life 1 and they really did something new with it. They took Half-Life 2 and they really did several things new with it. They were subtler things. You know, it's not like Half-Life 2 wasn't as groundbreaking as 1, but it did a lot of things for the industry and introduced a lot of concepts and ideas, both in coding and in terms of game design. By the way, grats, Saldir. Hope you enjoy your job. The developers themselves have gone on the record to say they don't want to just continue the story. They want Half-Life 3 to be groundbreaking. They want it to be new, something new and unique and interesting, just like 1 and 2 were. And they don't have any ideas for what to do with that. They have I've seen interviews where they flat out said, we don't know where to go next. Now, some people, and I'll include myself on this list, would be okay with them just continuing, you know, Half-Life 2 and keep going with the story, damn it, because I want to know what happens next. But I understand their desire to keep pushing the envelope. I really do. In fact, I approve of that idea. And that's another reason why we'll probably never have Half-Life 3. That's the other big reason, Venters. And I've talked about that, too, on my stream. I'm telling you guys, Half-Life 3, if we ever get it, will come from a third-party developer. That's a big if, too. So, let's get back to implied horror. Implied horror, again, it's all about you, right? Now, okay, I'm sorry, someone earlier, I think it was Axgak, someone earlier mentioned that there's several things in this game, Half-Life 2, that are not implied horror at all. And that is totally, absolutely true. For example, the entire Ravenholm section is basically implied horror for about a minute, and then, oh god, ah, for the rest of it. Now, I know this is going to sound weird, but I actually don't think of Ravenholm as horrifying. Not in the definition we've been using. There is a lot of gore, so I'll freely give you that. It's probably the most gory section of this game. But I think of Ravenholm as more a tension-building section, if that makes any sense. And a section of the game which is basically designed to be, hey, by the way, here's some literal in-your-face consequences of what's been happening. Oh, and by the way, you need to get through it. Run! Oh yeah, speaking of tutorialization like that.
This simple fact has far-reaching implications. It requires medical thinking and revision of our genetic imperatives. It also requires planning and forethought.
Wait.
In direct opposition to our neural...
Damn it. Oh well. There's a bit of dialogue that I wanted to share. This is also kind of neat. If you hang out around for a bit, these just dispense these little packs of goods that are assigned to you. Again, a very 1984 thing. And of course, as we find out, there's some pretty horrible aspects of that as well.
started at the shadows that leapt upon the cavern's walls. But inseparable from instinct is its dark twin.
Hey, free water. Yeah, Ravenholm takes the cake. I agree. Nova Prospect for me, while there is certainly some gore in Nova Prospect, and there is, Nova Prospect is more implied horrifying to me. Yeah, by the way, I'm sorry. What Breen is talking about is another little aspect of implied horror, and also helps flesh out the setting a bit.
Instinct would inflict a fatal injury.
Instinct would inflict a fatal injury on our species.
Instinct creates its own oppressor
Uh-huh.
and bids us
His speech here is
tells us that the unknown
just
is a
horrifying, really.
than an opportunity.
I mean, if you think about it, this is some serious dystopian stuff, what he's discussing here. He's trying to, the beautiful part about it is, some dystopian futures, some dystopian things are like, we will crush you, we will kill you, we will crush you. And some are like, you know, if you think about it, we should go ahead and do this. I think that this would be a good thing. Our benefactors are giving us respite from this overpowering force. He's referring to the desire to reproduce, by the way, to procreate. They have given us the strength we could have never summoned to overcome this compulsion. They have given us purpose. I think there is, McGook. I don't know how they did it exactly, though, personally. The suppressing field we shut off on the day that we have mastered ourselves. Now, I've heard several people discuss for a long time why the suppressing field exists. I've heard two big theories, and if you don't mind, I want to share both of these here really quick. Big theory one, they don't actually have any real use for humans, per se. Now, I'm not sure I agree with that, but let me lay out the theory as I've heard it. Basically, they believe that human population has limited use or is simply too expensive to make useful. So they're limiting our ability to reproduce, so we will quite literally just die out after a while. Okay, that's fair enough. The fact that we know for a fact that soldiers, human converted soldiers, whatever they're actually called, are being shipped to other places to fight other wars for the Combine kind of makes that questionable. Also, the amount of time, effort, and work they're putting into making this place, suppressing this place and actually controlling the world, also makes it kind of eye-scratching. Or eye-scratching, wow, head-scratching for me, no eye-scratching. There's some implied horror. Second big theory I've heard, they're doing it because they actively have some kind of hidden motivation we don't know about. And it has to do with humanity's potential, basically. If you forgive me, the Mass Effect 2 effect. You remember how in Mass Effect 2, one of the undercurrent themes throughout the entire game was humans can accomplish things that others can't? The same idea applies here. They are quite literally afraid of what humanity might be, emphasis on the might, and so they put all this energy and effort into keeping this place under their thumb, and they go ahead and try to, prevent us from being able to procreate, specifically so that we will eventually no longer be a problem to them, right? Hey, Silver Dragoon. Now, that second theory is the one I adhere to more myself. It also kind of fits several of the themes we've seen so far, including the fact that it was humans who invented a better teleporter than the Combine, as I already mentioned, and it was humans who basically solved the border war in the first game. Humans, by the way, not just Freeman. But, whether that's true or not, I mean, hey, who frickin' knows? I really don't know. And, again, we don't actually ever find out. So far, we've had pretty cloistered... okay, so we've had cloistered implied horror. Note the way they do this. This is brilliant visual storytelling. I could talk for days about this game. Okay, so... I'm trying to think how to put this. When you are doing visual storytelling, most people most often think of... Oh, there you go, McGook. I guess that was... There you go. When you're doing visual storytelling, most people think of things that are honestly kind of obvious. A good example. Star Wars A New Hope. What's the first thing we see in the first Star Wars movie? We see a tiny little ship running away from a massive ship. Bam! Visual storytelling. Immediately we know virtually everything about what's happening there. We don't have to have some backstory, we don't have to have some anything, just boom, we know what's going on, right? But that's obvious. somewhat more subtle visual storytelling is the way you present visual storytelling. It's another layer of it. It's an inception of it or whatever.
Bwang!
No, he's not coming back. So, in other words, everything up until this point has been cloistered and quiet and in a box, basically. We've been in the tram, then we were in the train station, then we went through some back alleys and we're in a box and we're in the station again. All of everything has been closed off. The first thing that happens when we go out into the open is we get our picture taken. First thing that happens. Speaking of which, random robots that fly around taking pictures of citizens randomly. That's kind of horrifying, too. That's very obvious. That is basically blunt and obvious, we are watching you. Big Brother, taken to its most logical extreme. But then we go out to this open air and it's like, aha, and we've got the fresh air and look, there's trees, look, and then there's that thing. In all honesty, look at the way this is done. God, I could gush about this game. Valve knows what they're doing when it comes to game design. What's the first thing? Look at that. Look at the angle. We come out the door, and the first thing right freaking there is the Citadel literally going above the cloud layer. Just... And this is great, because it's like, well, I can roam around, right? Well, as Dog Andes points out, we actually can't. We literally have fake freedom here. Not from a design perspective specifically to limit you like Final Fantasy would do, but to emphasize the story. We can't go anywhere. Every door has these locks on them, and all but one room, or one road we have, has these giant frickin' barriers with turrets on them and cameras and all that fun stuff on them. We actually can't go anywhere, and that's the point. Again, the way the visual storytelling is being presented further emphasizes the point, further emphasizes what's happening here. We still do not have actual freedom. All we can do is go that way. And, oh, by the way, there's also a nice big monument with a big old Breen face there. Just to, again, further emphasize that. Final little bit of visual storytelling. The Citadel looks almost crude in its construction style. I've heard several people debate the reasoning behind that. Again, two biggest theories I've heard. Number one theory, it's literally still under construction. Even after 20 years, the Citadel's still under construction. And that kind of makes sense, actually. I mean, that's not a small project. And, of course, we know that the Citadel kind of moves around. We see this with Combine Tech in Nova Prospect as well. The other idea that it could be... Hang on, shut up, brain. The other thing that it could be is that's simply the Combine's nature. Brute force technology. Now, if you don't know what I mean by this, this is kind of hard to explain, but basically there's two types of technological... style. Progression. This is true in real life as well. There's when we figure out the way to actually work through a problem and figure out how to actually make things work and make it so, everything is smooth and everything works functionally. In other words, we actually understand what we're doing and we make it work how we want it to work. Or we brute force the matter. We just shove enough power or shove enough technology or whatever to just make it work. I personally think that the answer for the Citadel is actually both of these theories, by the way. That the Combine's technological style is to just brute force whatever it is they want. In other words, we know they're technically less technologically advanced than we are in at least certain fields. And their teleportation technology really does feel like a brute force approach to it, doesn't it? Ergo, they brute force all their tech, and it's still being constructed, as was pointed out earlier. I agree, by the way. The Majora's Mask parallels between the Citadel and the Moon are fantastic, especially considering we will be seeing the Citadel for some time. Even when we've left City 17 and are fleeing, we will still have the Citadel in visual range because it's just that frickin' huge. So again, great parallel there. The other point to make here is, as Dog Andes pointed out, one of the biggest themes of this game, in my opinion, is I don't want to get too psychological, but basically the irrelevance of free will. If I could use a parallel here, anyone out there read Isaac Asimov's Foundation trilogy? One of the most strong undercurrent themes of those books is actually two things side by side. The fact that free will is an illusion, and the fact that free will is not an illusion. I know that sounds weird, but that's just Asimov's style. If you've read his books, you know what I mean. But I really feel that there is a very strong undercurrent of that idea here, that you, the individual, are on rails. You may have free will, and we do kind of have free will, but we can't do anything with it, can we? We can't change anything, we can't accomplish anything other than what we have been set out to do. We are solely adherent to the rails. Our free will does not matter. The world will move on regardless of what we do, right? And yet, again, Episode 1 especially, and this kind of is touched on in Episode 2 as well, kind of starts to hint that, well, no, we do have free will, and if we do things in a proper way, one person in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. But what Dog Andy said is the basic idea of the first half of the Foundation trilogy. Human specifics are left up to individuals, but the basic structure of history will always follow a pattern. Although, as we see, that's actually not true in Foundation. But anyways, also, I love the architecture of this place. If I'm not mistaken, they never actually say where this is supposed to be. Now, what Omni said is the implied thing. It's what I've heard as well, the Bulgaria thing. We don't actually know. To my knowledge, it has never been confirmed where this is supposed to be, which is part of the point. This is the opposite of the familiarity thing, okay? This is another aspect of implied horror. Let me try and explain this properly. I've talked before about the idea that familiarity adds to the enjoyment of a work. If you're playing a game style that you like... Yes, we can, Dog Andes. If you're playing a game style that you like, and then you add characters you already know, or settings you already know to it, it tends to be more enjoyable than if it was just in a vacuum, right? Make sense? If you're playing a game and you recognize imagine playing a Civilization game, except you're playing on a world map you recognize, either real world or a fantasy world, doesn't matter. It tends to be more enjoyable because you're like, aha, I'm at this place, right? You know what I'm talking about. That's the familiarity effect. The familiarity effect can also be used in the opposite direction. Here's something that looks familiar, except it's not. Everything about this area is supposed to feel like, imagine a typical, modern age Eastern European town that just happens to have a ton of alien crap dropped down into it. Taking the familiar and juxtaposing it with the totally alien. And that makes it all the creepier. At least it could make it all the creepier. Because again, that's up to you to decide if that's creepy or not. For me, this is freaking creepy. There's this giant citadel in the middle of this thing, and there's these freaking... You know what, I gotta be honest. The thing that always gets to me the most, as weird as this sounds, is these things. See these things? Now, again, I have the graphics turned down, so you can't really see it. Apologies, but this is just looks like a normal souvenir shop with, boarded up windows and whatnot. And then there's just suddenly that thing, like a cancer that's just kind of attached to the building. And everything else, look, here's another building, totally normal looking. There's windows and whatnot, and then there's just that thing attached to it, right? And like this thing, which is just blocking the city, it literally is a completely different color scheme from everything else here, further emphasizing that alien nature. It's on a completely different palette, for God's sakes. Relatively speaking, not literally, because this is a modern game where palettes aren't really a thing anymore. And of course, the Citadel itself is one of the most strong aspects of that. This massive, angular, oblong device of this steel blue in the distance, versus everything else around it, Brilliant. Immortality as a species is in our reach. Yeah, that's great. Please tell me I'm not the only one who hops everywhere in Half-Life 2, please. I'd feel really bad if I was the only one who does that. So again, it's the rails section. Oh, by the way, sorry. Another little bit of foreshadowing there. We get to see one of the walkers. I forget what they're called, but the big dudes. So it's like, this is the only road we can go down. Okay. And it's cut off. This is literally a rat in a maze philosophy right here, in a nutshell. You have 3 paths. Where do you go? I go down path 1. Well, path 1 leads to some barbed wire. Okay, I go back down and go to path 2. Path 2 leads to a pit. Okay, I go back in path 3. Path 3 leads forward. Okay, I go for path 3. Oh, hang on. Path 3 has 2 directions. You can go down path 1 or path 2. I'll go down path 1. Path 1 leads to some guns. You get where I'm going with that. So again, we are literally being herded guided throughout the maze of this game. And at every point in time, there is that implication of freedom, which is a total lie. And again, is not just an aspect of the fact that this is a single-player game with a linear story, but is in service of that overarching theme of no freedom. I could keep going, but honestly, most of this is just reiterations of the same theme done over and over and over.
It always starts. First the building, then the whole block. They have no reason to come to our place. Don't worry, they'll find one.
Now, we're about to go to one of the most horrifying things in this game for a lot of people. And we're already seeing bits of it right here. This is an obviously dilapidated, unused playground. Just keep that in the back of your mind, okay? And yeah, Clavium, I've always assumed that's just a localization thing. See Metal Gear Solid 3 for another example of that kind of a thing. You speak wonderful Russian, he says in English. Actually, I have Dog Andes. Not in a while, but yeah. Hey, Night Dawn. I hope you get it working. You can get it on Steam. So,
Oh, I thought you were a cop.
don't worry. I'm just a Freeman. Where is it? Where is it?
I told you they'd be coming for us next.
Even the design of their vehicles is just wrong.
I can't
There it
take
is.
anymore.
There it is.
He's gonna be okay.
What are we going to do?
We'll think of something.
I gotta be honest, when I first played this game, this just made me stop. I mean, this just hit me across the knees. Because my mind just exploded with the possibilities of what they were talking about. Now, having played this game and analyzed it at least once, yeah, it's pretty obvious what they're talking about here. You want to hear the thing that really, really gets to me about this? It's been about 20 years, give or take, since the suppression field has been activated. Think about that for a moment. Think about the absence of children in the world. And think about the fact that, for all intents and purposes, these are kids who have grown up in this circumstance. I mean, look at their age. You cannot tell me those people are older than 30. That's what I mentioned with the playground thing. They made a point of not actually having any children in the game because there are no children in the game, with like very few exceptions. All the children were around when the suppression field was put into place, and they have since grown up in that circumstance. With the everything horrifying that implies. And yeah, there's only the one outfit. There's only the one water source. There's only the one source of food. Everyone lives in dilapidated houses. Apartment buildings, really. Again, this is truly implied horror at its absolute finest right here. All they have is two people sitting down saying, what are we going to do? I don't know, we'll think of something. That's it. That's all. And if you don't know the game, you're going through and you're just like, oh my god. You know, it's up to you to decide what they're talking about. Is that a big deal? Is it a small deal? Is it a deal at all? Maybe they're just talking about, you know, something bad that happened recently. Maybe they're just talking about the fact that the cops are here trying to take everyone away. Remember? Because if you remember, that is what just happened. We just saw that in the hallway. So it's entirely possible that this is just a totally normal thing. And they're just kind of like, you know, what are we going to do? They're going to come after us next. I mean, I don't mean to sound dismissive. That's still a terrible, terrible thing that should never happen. But that's just a reiteration of the dystopian theme. it is entirely possible that they're talking. It is entirely possible that's what they're talking about. Or, more likely, it is far more likely that they're talking about the absence of the ability to have children. I know a lot of the people in my stream may not understand how significant the inability to have children is. And I don't mean from a biological perspective. I mean from an emotional and mental perspective. I want you to imagine that you have found your one true love, or at least someone you're willing to settle for, and you're very happy with them, and you want to start a family with them, and you can't. You are literally incapable of it. You are incapable of having that piece of your life. It will never actually be there. Now, I have a daughter and a niece, so I have a weird perspective on this. I've already taken care of children. I've already raised children. And I do not have words to describe how much of a thing that is, how important an aspect of my life that is. I love my niece. She, the little one, is a bundle of amazing joy, and every time I have to deal with difficulties or hardships with her, that just makes it even better. And I don't know how to describe that properly to someone who really just has not been through that. Now I want you to picture that, like, if I wanted that and could not have that, it was impossible. You know? It's not that hard to understand. Anybody out there have a younger sister? Or a younger brother? Or a niece? Or a nephew? Or a child? Think about that for a moment. Think about what it would be like to not only not have them, but know they will never be. To know that piece of your life is missing. Yes, my daughter turns 12 this year, for reference. Think about what it would be like to know that you will never understand or feel that joy. That those playgrounds will go unused forever. I literally don't know how to explain how horrifying of a thought that really is. Add into that the insidiously sinister nature of trying to wipe out a species, effectively, by preventing them from procreating. Oh my god, just pull the trigger yourself, you bastards! You know? That is just unnecessarily cruel. That is literally, if you could treat the whole of humanity as an individual for a moment, that's basically torturing them to death. That's literally just sitting there being like, okay, well, we could just chop your head off, or we could slowly slice layers off your skin for the next 20 years. There's just something cruel about that. And this is the really important part, something uncaring. And I think that's really the point that's being emphasized here. The Combine treats us as less than cattle. Less than an animal, less significance than you would spend on an animal. We are literally numbers on a spreadsheet to the Combine. At least that's my interpretation of it. Which again brings me back to my original point and why Half-Life 2 is one of the best implied horror games ever. Because it's implied. Because all of what I just said is implied. I mean, yeah, I put the facts together in a certain line that makes sense, but that doesn't make it what is actually true. Yeah, no kidding, Silver Dragoon. You know, that does not make it actually valid. Exactly, Fat Squeak. That's my perspective on it. The total indifference is just worse than we will destroy you, we will destroy you. Or to put it another way, which do you find more horrifying? The total absence of caring of the Combine, or the total violent aggression, of, say, the Burning Legion over in Warcraft? Which is more horrifying? You're going to have to remind me, Sylder.
When is it all going to end?
Oh yeah, that's another one. When is it all going to end? Again, implied. What does she mean by that phrase? Does she mean when the field's going to go away? Does she mean when the oppression's going to go away? Does she mean when the pain's going to go away? How difficult would it be to be not suicidal in a situation like this one? Oh, and happy Halloween, everyone. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way.
Attention residents. Miscount detected.
Head for the roof. There's no time to lose.
Okay, yes, I remember that movie, Soldier. Haven't seen it in quite a while. So this is great. This is the escalation of tension theme right here. So, in case you missed it, again, I mentioned Half-Life 2 is great visual storytelling, but it's great audio storytelling too. The voice was like, attention, miscount detected in sector whatever. Attention, miscount detected. That's us being one person too many in the area, which implies two things. Number one is the obvious. Oh god, they're coming after us. And number two is, wait, they keep track of how many people are in a given sector at a given time? You want to talk about Orwellian overtones? That's insane. Actually keeping track of that kind of thing. That's, wow. Yikes. Second point, this section of the game, if people rat you out, they get a ration reward. Yay! We get additional rations. But yeah, the other really horrifying point about this, or not horrifying, excuse me, the really great point about this storytelling-wise is, up until now we have had no pace whatsoever. You could just stand around for 10 minutes enjoying the scenery, and by the way, I have. When I did that rumination of this game, I spent huge amounts of time, every time I could, just walking around and looking. Observing the terrain, observing the dialogue, observing the animations and everything that everything was doing. This section, all of a sudden, people are after you. And they will kill you if they catch you. You have to keep going. So it's still the rat in a cage thing, except this time, instead of the problem being, directing you, hurting you, now they're hurting you by pushing stuff behind you. Now there's a cattle prod, kind of literally, following you, and so you have to keep moving. Keeps the pace going and leads wonderfully up to the next pause moment, which we'll be getting to pretty soon here. This is some great pace. Excellent pace in the storytelling. So you notice they're already, coming after us. So we need to go the only place we can. And we've played Half-Life before, so we know to look for certain types of terrain. Oh yeah, by the way, you know how you can tell this is not an American city? Petrol. And they're shooting at us with terrible aim, but they will kill us if we don't keep going. And of course, this is a fairly typical Half-Life trick.
Over here!
Because they did this like 3 times in Half-Life 1. The supposed to lose fight in RPG terms.
Dr. Freeman, I presume.
Hi?
We better hurry.
Now, you want to hear something weird?
Combine can be slow to wake.
I know I am
You
really
don't wanna get in their way.
not the person to talk about this, but I have heard a surprisingly large number of people who say she is very attractive.
I don't think it occurred to him that you might
I don't see it at all. I'm just pointing it out.
I'm Alex Vance. My father worked with you back in Black Mesa. I'm sure you don't remember me, though.
I just feel like pointing out her facial animations and the way she's moving. It's surprisingly human.
Words, aren't you?
I just point that out because Half-Life 2 is not that recent of a game, really. This came out quite a few years ago. And a fairly large number of other games have taken years to catch up to Valve in terms of facial recognition technology, lip syncing, that kind of a thing. And, of course, making actual motions look natural. Now, man of no words. One other thing I want to point out. Oh, hang on. There you go. Is that better, Axcac? One other thing I want to point out is that you'll notice I haven't been complaining about the lack of music. This is one of the only games ever where the lack of music doesn't bother me. You remember how I was just talking about this last night with Kingdoms, the game I was exploring? The fact that the music was randomly turning on and off and on and off, that just bugs the crap out of me. That's just, oh God, why? Why are you doing this? It just pissed me off, and I hate that. And yet Half-Life 2 brings it off perfectly, and if I could explain why, I've actually spent some time analyzing this, because this occurred to me, the moment I knew I was going to play Half-Life 2 for the before this Halloween stream, I was like, I knew I had to address this point because I've been pushing against the anti-music thing for years. You know, I rail against Kingdom Hearts for its anti-music thing. So why is it okay in this case? Well, two reasons. Number one, every time music is played, it's significant. Every single scene where there is music, it's there for some significant purpose, either for the theme, or for the gameplay, or for the overall progression of the plot. But the second reason is the word atmosphere. There are two ways to have an atmospheric game audio-wise. One is what I like to call the Metroid Prime effect, or the Super Metroid effect. Both of them are actually pretty similar, because both of them have very atmospheric music. They're not songs in the traditional sense of the word, for the most part. There are, of course, actual songs in Metroid Prime and in Super Metroid, but most of the music is just this kind of overall quiet note, or series of notes. It's very ambient kind of a music, right? The other way to do atmosphere is to do it in sound design in absence of music. That's why it works. This is why it works in Half-Life 2. In Kingdom Hearts, it bothers me because it's just people talking and the occasional footsteps, right? There's no life to it. You don't hear the wind. You don't hear birds in the distance. You don't hear the trees rustling. There's no sound design helping the scene to fit. In Half-Life 2, there's tons of sound design. At every point, we hear something. There's always something to listen to. There are no points in the game that are wholly silent. So you're always hearing the people walking in the distance, Breen talking in the background, the robots flying around, the wind rustling through the area, the howl of Raven Holmes. You know, there's always some sound design going on to keep you in the moment, to keep the ambiance going without actually having a tune to it. If it was done properly, AXCAC, and executed in service of the story, yes. But it has to fit both of those points. See, this is the thing. There's no set defined rules here, okay? You can't just take out all music and say, oh, it's good. You can't just put in music and say it's good. You have to do it well. That's my point. Half-Life 2 does the absence of music well, through great and atmospheric sound design.
Remember him from Black Mesa? Your old administrator. Don't get my dad started on Dr. Breen.
Now, I mentioned the significant amount of visual storytelling this game has. A lot of the... It's actually kind of funny. A lot of the dialogue storytelling is, if I'm being 100% fair, kind of clunky. It's not bad. It's just not good. There's a lot of exposition that's just kind of shoved out there, like that line right there. For example, remember him, your old administrator? That's not really the thing you'd say to a person like that. There's other ways you could write that line to make it fit more naturally into human speech rather than something like that. I am not bashing the writing of this game, but for the most part, the writing is not the strong point of a Half-Life 2. There's a lot of exposition dumping. I feel the story of Half-Life 2 is actually strongest when there aren't people talking, and I don't even mean that as an insult. It's just kind of there it is. That being said, the voice actors are brilliant. It's funny you said that, Samurai. I said that right as your text showed up. The voice acting is brilliant. You know, we've got the old BioWare thing going on. Every voice actor is significant and well done. And there are some really good lines and some really good sequences. And again, as I already mentioned, pretty much everything the G-Man does is grade A gold. I love the G-Man. Again, that's probably one of the best written and performed series of dialogue in this game, in my opinion.
Through here.
Come on, you don't have to backwalk me. Yes, I have Dog Andes, although not in a few years. And you're welcome, Fried Tiger. I love this game. G-Man theories. I actually have my own theories.
Funny, you showing up on this day in particular.
Yeah, it's almost like I was specifically planted here at this point in time. Ah, brilliant stuff, Omni. Yes, it will be, Darkrai. G-Man theories. I've heard so many. I would love to hear your guys's. Absolutely. My biggest theory is that my biggest theory when it comes to the existence of the G-Man is he is quite literally someone who is one step outside of normal reality. and he's not the only one. He is one of a number of individuals over there in, let's just refer to it as the fourth dimension, even though I know that refers to time. It's not even a different dimension. He's just sidestepping a little bit. So he intersects with our reality, but he also intersects with his. And his reality is being affected by this one. And so the people in his reality are either contracting him or purchasing him or otherwise making him interact with our reality in ways that they feel will be beneficial to them. Now, we know he's not omnipotent, and we know he can't, he doesn't have total control over time or whatnot, but we do know he has a great deal of things. Yeah, go ahead. Forum PM is best, Dog Andes. We do know there's a great many ways that he can interact with things pretty much beyond our understanding. The ability to quite literally pull Gordon Freeman out of time at the end of Half-Life 1, and then for all intents and purposes put him back in time here, is significant. By the way, that's what I think happened. I don't think he was put into stasis or whatever. I think he literally pulled him out of time and then put him here. That's my impression of that. So from Freeman's perspective, Half-Life 1 quite literally leads into Half-Life 2. I like that as well because it really adds to the surreal aspect of Half-Life 2. Hey, wake up! Congratulations! It's 20 years later and everything's worse, you know? I also think that Freeman is, or not Freeman, excuse me, the G-Man is capable of being affected by our reality just like whoever he's working for is. Admittedly, I thought that originally, but then Episode 1, I think, came out, and Episode 1 really, really made that point clear when the Vortigaunts actually interfered with him for the first time like anyone ever has actually managed to interfere with the G-Man directly. So, you know, that's actually pretty cool. That would be horrifying, wouldn't it, Omni? But admittedly, that's why I like that idea. Now, and as Dog Andes points out, it is entirely possible that time has actually passed from Freeman's perspective. So I'm not sure which is more horrifying, because that could be horrifying too. Imagine you just go to sleep in this blank, empty void. I don't know how many of you people understand the nature of what sensory deprivation, total sensory deprivation, will do to a human being. It's bad. The human mind just starts rewriting itself in the absence of sensory deprivation. So imagine you just go to sleep one day in this big black void. So I'm not sure if that's more horrifying or the blink and all of a sudden it's 20 years later is more horrifying. Both of those are pretty bad when you think about it. Hang on, I have something for some reason. Steam is poking at me. There we go. Shut up, Steam. I don't think the Combine are necessarily a threat to him, Samurai. I personally think that we've kind of got a pseudo-Doom situation. Or, for those of you not aware, one of the big lore things in the original Doom storyline, yeah, I know, it's a joke sentence, isn't it, was the idea that when you're teleporting, you're basically using another dimension as a shortcut. So you don't actually teleport straight to the destination. You kind of take a highway there, right? Makes sense? And the highway that they were taking for the teleportation technology they developed in Doom happened to go through hell. And then demons show up and stuff happens and yada yada. The idea here that I have is the teleportation technology that the Combine use, and everyone in general in this dimension use, happens to be intersecting with wherever the G-Man is from and wherever his benefactors are from. And that kind of leads to that idea of stop messing with our stuff. This could have some really bad long-term effects. So, you know, maybe that should be dealt with. It is also entirely possible that the G-Man and his benefactors are not evil. Now, I know that sounds like a weird sentence, but everyone I've ever talked to when they theorize about the G-Man pretty much portrays him as a villain. I basically just did. Even though I never stated it outright, I implied it through my word choice and through my tone. It is entirely possible the G-Man is actually a beneficial thing to us and to our reality or to our people. We don't know. We may never know because, well, you know, Half-Life 3 will never come out. Anyways, now, just to be clear, I have read that comic about the other Freeman guy whose name I can't remember. and they mention how the G-Man is actually one of many G-Men, and he's like a total creep. Yeah, haha. So, like I said, we're about to have a big expedition done. By the way, we still don't have a weapon.
We've been helping people escape the city on foot. It's a dangerous route to my father's lab, through the old canals. Today, we're finally on the verge of having a better way.
I hate to point this out, but look at her age. I don't know if they ever fully... Froman, that was it. I don't know if they ever actually clarify her age, but I mention it specifically because I've always had the belief, literally or otherwise, that Alex is basically the youngest human currently alive. The last of the new generation, kind of a thing. Either before or even after the suppression field was put into effect. Not sure which of those is true. It doesn't matter. One way or another, she is definitely young. And I feel like that's one of the other themes of this game overall. The young versus the old. The new versus the old, actually, is what I mean by the new versus the old. And the ideas of the new, pretty much universally across all of the games, including the episodes in Half-Life 1, tend to just completely overwrite the old. So, see, Clavium, one of the biggest theories I've heard personally about the G-Man is that he doesn't actually have reality warping powers. He has mind warping powers. And everything he's been doing has been totally in Freeman's mind. Whether that's true or not, I have no idea. But, you know. Good question, Kamek. Like I said, we really don't know who or what the G-Man is. We have theories, and as I pointed out, enough of him makes sense that we can theorize about him. He's not totally alien, but the rest of him makes so little sense that it's difficult to really put a number and say, well, I think this is absolutely true. If I could diverge for a moment, one of the things I'm accused of many, many times is reading too much into things. I've always argued against that, especially because it's basically a dismissive comment. In other words, the idea that you have to... that anytime I'm reading too much into things, I'm just inventing stuff when it comes to a game or a book or a movie, and that, you know, my thoughts are therefore invalid of it. My interpretation is therefore invalid of it. So, That being said, I will say that in my mind I've always had a distinct sense of when I'm trying to interpret things from a game based on the pieces that are laying on the board. I've talked about this recently too. And completely making stuff up to make things make sense. In fact, when I was doing my in-depth review of FF4, there were a few times where I was like, well, this could explain this, but it's me making up stuff. You know, it's not actually the game doing that. However, in other times in FF4, it's clear that they laid the pieces there so we could figure out what we want, right? I just mention that because I've also noticed that some games, and I'll be talking about this when we come to Kingdom Hearts as well, some games are clearly designed for you to read into it. Some games, they really did clearly put the work and the effort into placing all that subtlety there for people to read into it and actually analyze and interpret and interpolate and all that fun stuff to really pull up what they want from the game. In my opinion, Half-Life 2 is absolutely one of those games. It is definitely a game the developers put tons and tons of thought, effort, and heart into, so that just about all the dozens of theories I've heard, including from people in chat today, are basically valid. It is entirely valid to read into this game a ton, because there's tons to be read into, and because the game has actually put those pieces there for us to put together into whatever puzzle we want to make happen. Now, that being said, I also want to add one other thing here really quick. I agree with what Axcac said. I think that we have a Reaper effect when it comes to the G-Man. For those of you who have not seen my Half-Life 3 video, or Half-Life 3, wow, my Mass Effect 3 videos, all 5 of you, one of the biggest points I always made was that the Reapers should not have been explained. The Reapers, in my opinion, thematically, story-wise, served better when they didn't have an explanation behind them. Also, the explanation they gave was terrible, but that's not the point. The point is, if the Reapers had stayed this inalienable threat, that would have been great. I'm with that. And I think the same way about G-Man. We don't really need an answer for him. We just need more puzzle pieces to put together however we want to. Sovereign's speech in 1 was so brilliant. Half-Life 3 confirmed.
Here.
It will
Buy
involve
the
the
drink.
Reapers. Hey, look, it's the symbol.
Oh, and by the way, nice to finally meet you.
Nice to meet you too. As an aside, one thing that has always not bothered me, but made me think about this game, no one comments on the fact that Freeman isn't older. No one does. In all of Half-Life 2. I don't remember if anyone in episode 1 or 2 does. But no one ever says anything about, hey, you haven't aged in 20 freaking years. Now, I want you to picture 20 years for a moment, okay? Just go back in time, 20 years. What did you look like 20 years ago? What did you... I mean, seriously. How different have you been 20 years ago? Oh, does Eli actually say something about it? I really don't even remember that. I was going to go ahead and interpret something of it. Oh, yeah, he does say he has... You're right. I remember that sentence. It's still... My point is still valid. He's like, you haven't aged a day, and then he just moves on, like it's a totally normal thing. Now, that's actually funny that it's Eli, because I was going to point out that, you know, I think that... It's funny, because I was going to use Eli as my specific example. I think that he's well aware of the fact that there is a separate force involved in Freeman. And given the fact that Eli specifically mentions our mutual friend, I think it was Eli who mentioned that, it's actually pretty logical that he has at least some understanding of the, for lack of a better word, extra-dimensional nature of what's been going on with Freeman. The fact that Freeman completely vanished on that day, and then suddenly comes back today not looking a day older, I'm pretty sure Eli, among several other people, would probably be able to actually put the pieces together and figure out the significance. I feel that's relevant because it points out the difference between Eli and Breen. Now, I asked that question specifically, Samurai, to make a point. 20 years ago, I looked pretty damn different. I had a lot more hair, for one thing. But seriously, though, 20 years ago, that's a huge period of time. God, I can't think of any age group where 20 years doesn't make you look different. Unless you're an elf or a sparkling vampire. Anyways, the point I'm trying to reach here is that Eli basically accepts the exceptional nature of Freeman. In fact, most of the good guys accept the exceptional nature of Freeman. And yet, Breen constantly insists that he's just I forget, he actually has a specific statement, but he's like, you know, he's just a failed physicist or whatever, you know, whatever your job was. They mentioned it in Half-Life 1. And he's just irrelevant. He's just one guy. He's totally insignificant. Why does everyone care about this one guy? He's totally irrelevant. And I feel that ties back into that free will versus lack of free will theme I mentioned earlier. In other words, all the people of the Resistance believed one man was significant. And Breen believed he wasn't significant. And they're both right. Think about it this way. We certainly did a lot of things for the Resistance, but ultimately our real purpose, our real benefit to the anti-Combine force is the fact that theoretical physicists, thank you. I knew someone would know the quote. The real benefit that we have to the Resistance is the fact that we are a catalyst. No Mass Effect 3 jokes, please. We push the Resistance into action in ways that they had never done really before. And they do a lot of the actual work involved in fixing this situation. Now, we're helpful too, but we're just another guy in that. So Breen is correct. We are not relevant. But they are correct because we are relevant, because they decide we're relevant, and they decide whether we are or are not significant. And I feel like that's actually one of the primary themes, that underlying themes of that point. We are not some new messiah. We are just a guy, and it is up to us and them and the characters and everyone else to determine the significance and relevance of that one piece of the puzzle. After all, one piece of the puzzle could be totally irrelevant, or it could be the last piece you need to make a complete picture. Do you understand my analogy here? Where's it? No, there it is.
Where did she get to?
Go
Lamar,
faster.
come
Ah,
out
shoot.
there.
Uh-oh. Everything all right, Dr. Kleiner?
Oh, hello.
See you around, Bregman.
Well, almost all right. Lamar has gotten out of her crate again.
Agreed, Clavium. Within reason. I do feel some games and some works go a little bit too far out of the way to leave a little bit too much open
I
interpretation.
found him wandering around outside. Bit of a troublemaker, isn't he?
We owe a great deal to Dr.
Damn it.
Freeman, even if trouble does tend to follow in his wake.
I love doing this trick.
I must say, Gordon, you come at a very opportune
For those of you not aware, the way these... Yeah, this is speedrunner strats. For those of you not aware, the way the scripting works is they run a script, and then they reach the next point, and until they reach the next point, they don't start the next script. So if you could convince someone to move from point A to point B very quickly, they would immediately start their next line, right? In other words, if you could somehow push them forward, it cuts down the cutscene duration significantly. So if you smash an object down into their hitbox, they'll basically warp to the next point in their script, in their physical script, in their I forget what it's called, their moving around script. So in other words, they go straight to the next point and then they just keep talking.
Alex has just installed the final piece for our resurrected teleport.
I can't take any credit for the breakthrough, Doctor.
Nonsense.
Oh yeah, nice
Your
touch by the way.
talents
Different
surpass your
colored
Let's
font
just see if this
to help
thing works,
differentiate who's
okay?
talking.
Well, is he here?
That's a tiny touch, but it's significant.
Man, Gordon, you stirred up the hive.
Damn it! Go! Damn it!
We can't keep him here long, Doc. It'll jeopardize everything we've worked for.
Don't worry, he's coming with me.
That's right, Barney. This is a red letter day. We'll inaugurate the new teleport with a double transmission.
You mean it's working? For real this time? Because I still have nightmares about that cat.
Oh, we don't want to talk
There's
about that
nothing
cat.
to be nervous about.
cat?
We've made major strides since then. Major strides.
What cat?
Doc, since he's not taking the streets, you might as well get him out of his civvies.
What? Oh dear, you're right. I almost forgot. Barney, I'll give you the honor.
So, oh, sorry. Where's the?
I've got to get back on my shift, but okay.
There they are. There they are. I think I missed him though. I think I already missed him. Also, with the graphics turned down, I might not be able to see him. Oh, no.
Here we go. Damn it, get it off me!
Oh yeah, fake jump scare, by the way.
Lamar!
You're supposed to be watching for
I
this.
thought you got rid of that
And of
cat.
course, that's there for anyone who played the first game.
Never fear, Gordon. She's debeaked and completely harmless. The worst she might do is attempt to couple with your head. Fruitless, fruitless.
Get that thing away from me!
Here, my pet. Hop up. No, not up there. No.
So, ew, first of all. Couple points here. We're in civilian clothing. How did we get in civilian clothing? Remember how we ended episode 1? Or episode 1, excuse me. Remember how we ended Half-Life 1? We ended in the suit. And yet they have the suit here. You can already see why I don't agree with the G-Man is just mentally manipulating you theory. Ignoring the fact that we don't work or age, excuse me. Also the fact that we're suddenly in different clothing to fit in. Admittedly, when I first played this game, I was actually assuming this entire time we were still in the suit. But no, we've been walking around in civvies. In the blue clothing that everyone wears, so... Huh? And they never actually explain how you change clothes and how they have the suit here. But I just pointed out because it kind of, again, leads to that ethereal, surrealistic, not quite coherent nature of the G-Man.
No. Careful, Lamar.
I'll talk about head crabs a little bit later,
Oh,
but
fie. It'll be another week before I can coax
but
her
head
out.
crabs are freaking horrifying.
Longer if we're lucky.
Head crabs are not implied horror. Head crabs are fully frontal, in your face. Oh my god, what the crap. Ew, horror.
Well, Gordon, go ahead. Slip into your suit now.
And of course this song plays when you get into this suit. Again,
Well,
music being
Gordon,
significant.
I see your HEV suit still fits you like a glove. At least the glove parts do. I've made a few modifications, but I'll just acquaint you with the essentials. Now let's see. The Mark V Hazardous Environment Suit has been redesigned for comfort and utility. Oh dear.
Doc, we don't have time for this. At least get that suit juiced up, Gordon.
Good idea. There's a charger on the wall. I've modified your suit to draw power from Combine energy outlets, which are plentiful wherever they patrol.
Yes, I do, Dog Andes. Probably through Eli. Don't forget the Vortigaunts are also well aware of the free man, and also have at least some reality warping nature to themselves, especially given the fact that they were able to intercept the G-Man in Episode 1. And they also... well, let's just say they seem to be aware of things more than they should. So I absolutely think that Eli and at least some of the Resistance were aware of the fact that you were going to show up, even if only vaguely, because of them. You know, the free man might be here, yada yada yada. It is also entirely possible that someone has been playing a very complicated game of chess on both sides of the board. We don't actually know if that's true or not, though.
Let's get this show on the road.
Really wish the graphics were turned up so I could showcase this. They've done a lot of work and just a lot of the flavor in the background here. Also, you can't quite say it, but that's a... no! It's like a Popular Science or something with a younger version of the gentleman here, that guy. So, every now and again I have been asked, Arsh, how do you get inspiration for your GMing style? And it's a hard question to answer, especially since I don't really have a cohesive answer for it. But I'm going to give you one answer for it right now. You ready for this? Yeah, hey Enigma. One of the most common themes I tend to use in my GMing style is things going wrong. Now, it's hard to pull off things going wrong, because you have to have things go right, and you have to really establish what right is before you start having things go wrong. And when you have things go wrong, I've often found the best way to have things go wrong is to not limit yourself. In other words, don't make things go wrong. Make things go catastrophically, horrifyingly wrong. I admit a lot of the inspiration for that storytelling style came from Half-Life 1, and further, from Half-Life 2. Because a lot of the storytelling in Half-Life 2 is basically, and then things went wrong.
Position yourself near the panel over there and wait for my word.
Isaac, are you there?
Yes, Eli. Bit of a holdup on this end. You'll never guess who found his way into our lab this morning.
That's not who I think it is it?
Indeed it is, and it's our intention to send him packing straight away in the company of your lovely daughter.
Are you ready for us, Dad?
We're all set on this end.
Hey look, it's Rolaren.
Let's see.
Seriously, Ensign Rolaren. Michelle Forbes plays that character. Yeah, exactly, Leander.
Conditions could hardly be more ideal. That's what you said last time.
Hey, yeah, about that cat.
Initializing in
About that cat, yeah. That poor cat. Again with the cat. Now,
So, fiddlesticks. What now?
I just feel like pointing this out, because this is going to be funny in a moment. The cat thing, right? Just like with the beatings quota thing, it is the player doesn't really necessarily know if the cat incident actually happened or if they're just joking around. Now, that being said, with all the ancillary works, we do know that there was a cat incident and it was freaking horrible. But the point is, from the perspective of the player, that's another of those interpretive things. It's up to you to decide, oh, they're just joking around about the cat, or, oh God, what happened to that cat? Now this...
Doctor, the plug.
Dear me, you're right. Gordon, would you mind plugging us in?
So this is great.
It's right there, Gordon.
This is great.
You gonna let Gordon throw the switch?
Gordon, go right ahead. Very good. Final sequence. Commencing now.
I can't look.
Okay. Oh, it's
Well, did it work?
See for yourself.
Hey, Doc.
Thank goodness. My relief is almost palpable.
Fantastic work, isn't it?
Well, I can't take all the credit. Dr. Freeman proved an able assistant.
Let's go ahead and bring Gordon through now.
So,
Right you are. Speak to you again in a few moments.
Good job, Gordon. Throwing that switch and all. I can see your MIT education really pays for itself.
All right, Barney. Your turn.
Gee, thanks.
Gordon, as soon as you're in position, we'll send you to Eli's.
I just point that out because that's a subtle little joke, you know. Oh, hey, look at all this work that you, the player, have done to, you know, plug in a switch and then, or plug in a power cord and throw in a switch. Ho, 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 right? Except that's the theme I mentioned earlier. You remember that? How significant is Gordon? We decide the significance of Gordon, right? He technically didn't do anything really significant there. He plugged in a plug and he pulled it through a switch. And yet he was still a part of the overall whole. Again, a puzzle piece. I just point that out because that's, in my opinion, one of the most subtle ways they get across that overall theme of Half-Life 2 as a whole. Is that stupid little interaction right there. So, this is, again, some great visual design here because we have a perfect view of everything that's about to go wrong.
Good luck out there, Gordon. Yes, indeed. We're ready to project you, Gordon. Bon voyage, and best of luck in your future endeavors. Final sequence.
See? There's no way to miss that unless you're looking over at the wall. In fact, this is a great thing about the testing design of Valve and whole. Oh, yeah, so hang on. Pause for just a moment. Again, sound design. There's no music for this. But we hear the breathing, just like in 1. Hang on. I need to talk about this, because this is such a great scene. So if you look around, the visual design of the wall there is completely disinteresting. It's just a texture with nothing added to it. In other words, there's nothing significant about it at all. And they do that on purpose, so there's nothing even worth looking there. There's no Easter eggs, there's no flavor, there's no lore, it's just a hidden wall. So they encourage you to look in the direction where you'll see everything going wrong. Second point. There's a ton of significance on this random teleporting that's about to happen, which is funny because that's the same thing that happened in Half-Life 1. You randomly teleport around, and that starts the events of the game. So we're going to randomly teleport around here. We've already been to the field. Then we're here. There's the Vortigaunts. And
What's the meaning of this?
then we're here.
Who are you? How did you get in here?
That's the one I find most interesting. If I could be so bold, I don't feel our teleporting around here is random. Especially since they keep mentioning direct interference, which is interfering with your teleporting. And each time the interference happens, we're here. Oh. And then we end up here.
He didn't come through.
Then where is he?
Behind you. Shut it down. Shut it down.
You must get out of here.
Notice they let you move around before they're free. You like see this how I'm moving? That sort of gradual freedom thing is a nice little touch there. And they're taking my picture. And notice everything is suddenly on alert because Gordon Freeman has been spotted in Dr. Breen's office. So, in my opinion, the G-Man absolutely is the one interfering with that teleporter who specifically made sure you would end up in Breen's office. Just my opinion. Again, interpretive, as I mentioned before, but that's just a little bit too coincidental for me. Honestly, given how few water levels there are in this game, I think that's the main reason we don't have that. Also note... Well, yeah.
The Citadel's on full alert. I've never seen it lit up like that.
Notice the
Get out
Citadel's
of City
literally
17
moving,
as fast as you
by the
can,
way.
Gordon. Take the old canals, right?
Look at that.
Eli's lab. It's a dangerous route, but there's a whole network of refugees, and they'll help you if they can. I'd come with you, but I gotta look after Dr. Kleiner. Oh, and before I forget, I think you dropped this back in Black Mesa. Good luck out there, buddy.
We just got our first weapon. Notice this is also, I mean, obviously the HUD, the HUD, showed up earlier when we got the suit, but now we have a weapon and a HUD. I point that out because, again, they don't tell you, congrats, you're in the gameplay now. It's just implied. We have a health, we have suit power, we have the ability to attack. We are officially at the point where we actually can interact with our world effectively for the first time. But yeah, AxeCac, I agree. What are the odds of teleporting into Breen's office Especially at one point when he was on a communication call with a Combine slug. Twice. I noticed that too, Ilaria, when we were going through this. And yeah, do you see the bajillions of scanners? They're still coming out. They're all coming out, and they're all looking for us. This is, again, that significance thing I mentioned earlier. Breen himself insists that we are irrelevant. I think it's pretty clear, though, that the Combine do not agree with that assessment. And you know why? Because I'm pretty sure that the Combine, whether correctly or incorrectly, place a lot of the significance of the resolution of the border war on Freeman himself. It is worth noting Freeman did personally kill Nihilith, so whatever his interaction with the war itself, there is no denying that Freeman was a significant effort in that effect. So the Combine would be well aware of who Freeman is. And of course, it's entirely possible they might be aware of the G-Man or his benefactors and be like, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, as a result of that. The border war was Half-Life 1. Basically. It is something going on in the background about Half-Life 1, but yeah, the whole Nihilith and the forces he was fighting and all that fun stuff. I forget the exact way it lines up. If I'm not mistaken, Nihilith was also against the Combine. Hey, Dios. I think I don't remember if this is actually verified or not, but I believe that Nihilith was against the Combine and was actually holding them off, basically. And then we killed Nihilith, and we beat those forces and freed the Vortigaunts. Don't forget, the Vortigaunts were actually slaves of Nihilith, which is funny because now they're slaves of the Combine. Oh, of course, they're also freely working with humanity, so there's that too. But yeah, like I said, even if Gordon is not, was not a major force in the war or whatever, he personally, and there's no disputing this, he killed Nihilith. He didn't get there, I mean, yeah, we sent him through and other people helped teleport him into the Borderlands, but Borderlands joke. But he is the one who actually went through the horrifying place that was that realm, got his way through the factory, got his way through the inner core, and took out Nihilith by him freaking self. So there's no denying in my mind that at least in that one moment, Gordon was absolutely significant. But at the same time, I still think he is a puzzle piece in that circumstance. After all, he still would not have been able to pull off any of that if not for the other puzzle pieces around him, both getting him there and otherwise ensuring that he would have the tools and equipment necessary to make that happen. Now, if I could talk about something while we're escaping from the Combine really quick here. Oh yeah, by the way, music plays for this section. Again, every time music plays, it's significant. I just point that out because, again, this is a pretty significant moment. We have been found out, and so story-wise it's significant, and the Combine is on Earth. So yeah, the Combine's on our tail, and we officially have gameplay at our disposal, so it's significant for that reason, too. Breen's pathetic, if I could be so bold. I'd make a real-life parallel, but I'm trying to adhere to my own no-politics rule. Also, note they don't put you into conflict with actual enemies just yet. They could, but they don't. They do put you into conflict with a train, which I think is hilarious, by the way. But they mostly put you into conflict with people who are in a distance capable of shooting you, but for the most part you're just dodging them. Again, trying to emphasize the fact that you're supposed to be running in this sequence. God, I love the game design of this game. I really do. This is one of the 3 games in the world where I would just, if somebody wanted me to start teaching game design, I'd sit them down and say, play this game. Take notes and play this game. That's also true, Omni. It's habit, Silver Dragoon. I asked that earlier. How many of you jump around in this game a lot? I do it constantly without even thinking about it. So now you get into conflict with actual enemies. You're even given a motivation for stopping them. Them beating the crap out of a civilian. This also is a great way to get you a gun. These guys had a gun, but they don't play them. Or they don't play them well. They don't pull them on you. They come after you with their fricking, their shock sticks. So it's actually quite easy to take these guys out, even if you're on hard difficulty. This is just totally off topic, but I used to competitively play Half-Life 2 online all the time, and I was damn good at it. You notice again the escalation. Now that we've got a gun, they throw guys with you at guns in your face who are willing to use them. And they start... This is a great example. God, this is such brilliant gameplay design. Okay. Let's follow the escalation here, okay? Forgive me for this, but just you got to do this. Okay, so first enemies we see who are shoved into your face. Right here. 2 soldiers, one of whom is distracted, one of whom takes a while to react to you. Like, if I had sat there, he would have taken another, like, 3 or 4 seconds to even start attacking me. And he just pulls out the shock stick. So, we have... Bam! We have our gun, having taken these 2 guys out, okay? Next enemy we encounter, we go up the staircase, again, linear, and there's a guy right here, still in close quarters. So if we wanted to, and like I did, we could still do this. But at this point, we officially have no really a gun, especially, by the way, this guy starts with his gun out. So the escalation is people who are not quite prepared for you with melee weapons to a guy who is prepared with you with a gun. The next encounter is right here. He's always up at the top of there. He's got a nice long hallway to shoot at you at. This is officially the game telling you this is the moment when you should be using a gun. You should officially be shooting with a gun at this point. You've got a long distance between you and your enemy. He has a ranged weapon. He is alert, and he is shooting at you the moment he sees you. This is brilliant game tutorialization and design, and encouraging the player towards a certain mindset. I say encouraging because if you notice, that's not mandatory. I killed that guy with a crowbar. And I could do that on hard difficulty too, and I have, because I've played this game on hard. I used to play the crap out of this game. I just really want to go through the steps. Forgive me for going into this, because this game is just so brilliant in its design. Excuse me. Yeah, pretty much, Joe. Also, note you can dodge the train. Some games would just have the train hit you, scripted. This also emphasizes the types of force fields. Oh, that's a good question, Omni. I'd have to think about that some more. Both of them are sheer brilliance. But Super Mario Bros. 1 was an introduction into video games, whereas Half-Life 2 was an introduction into Half-Life 2. And there is a difference between those two. So, I don't think I would pick one over the other. These things, again, this is to emphasize you cannot go through these, this unidirectional force fields. They can also only allow certain types of things through them if memory serves. And it also is a great way to, once again, get across that cancerous growth in an otherwise normal-looking environment thing. Super Mario World, Super Mario Bros. 1, and Half-Life 2. Those are the 3 games. I don't even have to think about that. They are brilliantly designed games. I could literally teach lessons with those games. Oh yeah, by the way, then they start shooting at you from afar. This is, again, the rat in a cage thing going all over again. They are herding us, quite literally herding us into a direction, encouraging us to go into a certain direction. Oh, by the way, these things may not be combatants, but we as a player have 2 reasons to try and destroy them. Reason number 1, when they flash us, we literally have a hard time seeing for a little bit. So that's kind of annoying and also kind of in our way. Reason number 2, story-wise, if you've been paying attention, we know a bajillion of those things are after us right now, and we're currently running for our lives, so trying to avoid those might be the kind of thing we would be encouraged to do, right? Now, it's time to be honest, guys. You know what my biggest problem is playing this game? This is true every time I replay. I've played this game like 20 times, and every time I have the same problem with this game. I never remember where to go. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I'm sorry, I should have pointed this out. There's one other thing that they tutorialize here, and that's that. They give you 2 enemies right next to those barrels. And notice none of the enemies have been shooting the barrels yet, even though they will actually do that later. And they make you encounter the barrels, and that's as flammable, I know you can't read it, several times, because it's like, you know, flammable. So this is the, hey, you can use the environment to your advantage, even in combat. Again, more tutorialization. Speaking of which, let me just demonstrate what I mean there. Now, you want to see something funny? So, Half-Life 2 determines line of sight, you know, whether or not an enemy can see you, based on whether you can see them. It's actually a funny and actually very effective way to do it. Notice they literally won't shoot at me, because they can't see me. They're just shooting blindly at the moment. If you do it just well, if you do it perfectly, you can get like a book and put it right in front of you and walk right up to an enemy, and they will not be shooting at you because they actually can't see you. Their line of sight is your line of sight. It also is a wonderfully, it's a great way to do it for code-wise. It makes the engine very efficient, so it uses less processing power to do that. But it's also funny because it means it's almost impossible for you to fight an enemy without them being unable to fight you, if that makes any sense. Shift? No. No. C, X, that's... There it is! Found it! I had to find the button. Oh yeah, I also love that you can hear their radio chatter. That's some good stuff, too. Of course, the escalation thing, it was actually V, apparently I rebound it. The escalation thing also applies to the enemy design. Basically, we'll be fighting gradually increasing difficulties of enemies, which is, of course, very normal gameplay-wise. Oh yeah, by the way, just in case you really didn't get the point of the flaming barrels, they actually use one against you there. Anyways, what did you jackass? Fine. Die. Hang on just a second. So, words. Yeah, I've played them a ton. I still get lost in this game every now and again. I don't have a good reason why. I could just say I'm dumb. I don't know. Like, I really don't. Especially given, as I just mentioned, this game is exceptionally linear. So it's like there's really nowhere to go in several sections. The worst example for me was actually in Nova Scotia. Nova Prospect, excuse me. Nova Scotia, wow. In which I was actually having trouble figuring out where the hell to go once you got into the section where the... If you remember it, it's the section where the giant engines of the Combine are trying to crush up the local terrain. That section. I always have trouble in that section. I don't even know why. Oh yeah, by the way, run and gun gameplay. I only pointed out because screw cover-based shooting. Also, on several aspects of the game, they encourage you to either be reminded of or to use your crowbar semi-regularly. For example, when you go through the vents, it's like, hey, here's some boxes that you know you can break, because you already had to break them with the crowbar. And of course, you can use the crowbar underwater. Not that that's super significant. Hey, I love Mass Effect as much as the next guy.
Good God.
So, in case you missed that, that was the G-Man on TV there, that the Vortigaunt was talking to.
For you, huh? Good thing you found us. You're not the first to come through here by...
This is the Freeman. The Combine's reckoning has come.
Look, we're just a lookout for the Underground Railroad. Main station's right around the corner. They'll get you started on the right foot. Meanwhile, let my Vortigaunt friend here give you a jolt to get you going.
Absolutely, Silver Dragoon. Note you cannot shoot the Vortigaunt. Like, it doesn't do anything. It even lowers your gun while you're pointing at him. I mean, you can fire, but it doesn't do anything.
It's bad news for the whole railroad.
We serve the same mystery.
We serve the same mystery.
Get out of here.
That's another one of those little hints about the G-Man, by the way, of which there are several, a lot of which come through the Vortigaunts. It actually makes me very curious about the Vortigaunts' interference in Half-Life, in Episode 1. Whoops. Bit too much. Do-do-do. Yeah, me too, Javan. Oh yeah, so speaking of tutorialization, remember those guys? I gotta be honest, while there's a lot of horrifying things in this game, these things are one of the weirdest horrifying things for me. Like weird as in I myself don't fully understand why these things horrify me this much. If you don't understand, what actually happens is they grab you with that little tether, and they just kind of drag you up, and then they crush your skull and eat you. Yeah. Oh, by the way, though, the Vortigaunt's reaction to you is another excellent example of the idea of, by the way, they consider the Gordon significant, and they knew he was coming. It's funny you say that, AxeCac. I've actually heard a lot of people ask how those things just generally end up randomly. What the... randomly end up in places. I believe there is an explanation for it. Oh, jeez. Wait, what? Oh, hi. This is another example of that tutorialization through gameplay thing I mentioned earlier. They put the obvious path in your way. What the? Oh, that's what I keep doing. Hey, buddy. They put this is the obvious path forward, and then they put a frickin' turret, like right there. In other words, this is trying to encourage the player into the find another way path. Now, I mention that because in some cases, you have to find another way path, because there is no main path. You cannot follow the main path to the target. So that's there for like story purposes, encouraging the idea that Gordon is trying to think his way around the problem, literally. However, on the other hand, in several cases, you can actually totally blitz the main path as long as you're quick, good, or lucky enough, and just go ahead and brute force it. It is actually possible to do so. In fact, in some cases, it's a lot faster. But again, they're trying to encourage you to think, hey, you know, maybe you should try to go around instead.
This is Station 8. We heard 12 go down and out. Surgical strike units are targeting railway stations. Repeat, civil protection is coming down on underground stations. We're already getting refugees from 9 and outlying. Looks like we're...
Station 8, do you copy? Station 8, are you there? We have confirmed reports of manhacks. Repeat, they're filling the underground with manhacks.
So, three purposes served by that little thing. First is the obvious, the added horror of what's going on, and the fact that, you know, they're killing everyone. Second, the introduction of the word manhacks, preparing us for the next enemy we'll be facing, and warning us that manhacks are now in this area. And of course, the third point, the implied horror. These resistance people have been here long enough to be established, so that people know these routes, know these paths, and yet the Combine, exactly AxeCac, the Combine has let them be and didn't give a damn. I mean, why would they? They have control of everything, and the resistance isn't doing anything. And then all of a sudden, Gordon Freeman. And then they just start cracking down on everything. Two reasons for that. Number one, now they have a reason to care, because they're afraid of Gordon Freeman, or they're trying to cut off his escape route, because Gordon Freeman. Again, emphasizing that, at the very least, the enemy, either in terms of the Combine or Breen or whoever, put a lot of emphasis on this one man, whether it's deserved or not. But yeah, they're pretty surgical about how they go after these guys. Where are you? There. Fifth time I've had my picture taken. Fun fact, these guys will come for quite a while. You don't have to sit here at all, you can just keep going. But they gave you a turret and said, here, you want to have some fun with it? Okay, we're Valve. We'll allow that. We like games that are fun. But then you should leave. Because You should only have too much fun. So, yeah, let's get out of Dodge, shall we? Grab that. Just quick. Well, I shouldn't say surgical. That is an improper term. God, I don't remember where to go next. Well, lost again. God. You'd think with how many times I've played this game, I would know where I'm going by now. Oh, that one right there, duh. There we go. Sigh. I'm telling you, I've played this game how many times? I've mentioned this before. I never get stuck at things that are hard. Super hard boss fight? Yeah, I got this. Incredibly difficult puzzle? Sure. Knock down a bridge. Where the hell do I go? That's pretty much what I always get stuck at in every game ever. It's just a thing with me. My sister says I overthink things, and that's why that happens. That's possible? I'm not sure. So, that's a spine. Yeah, there we go. Ah, there we go. And that's a skull. Just point it out. I try to make it a point to kill those things every time I see them because, well, screw them. Yeah, oh well. Well, I get stuck the first time through, too.
Going, friend. That station was raided, but there's others up ahead.
Okay, bye. But even if I'm playing the games for the first time, I still have the exact same problem. Actually, I do have a theory of why that is, and I've talked about it before. It's basically remembering the wrong thing, is what that boils down to. What do... Okay. Cute! Let me out! No! Oh, there we go. Oh, absolutely. This is a great game. I love this game. You kidding me? This is another example, by the way. This section right here is a great example of the audio design thing I was talking about earlier. This section has no music, and yet as we're going through it, you constantly hear chatter from the comm units, the enemy talking about coming after you, the noise in the distance, you know, etc., etc., etc. All of this wonderful stuff, again, further emphasizing the nature of what's going on, and again, making it so it's not silent. Which is great. That's what I'm here for, Omni. Giving you a reason to talk crap about me as much as you want. Like, that's actually my real purpose. Mods? I've never modded this game. Would you believe? Yeah, I saw that coming. Ah, screw it. I don't feel like being alive right now. Oh, yeah. Speaking of amusement. Oh, shoot. There was a corpse. Oh, there we go. One of them got it. Oh. I don't know if I got it on fire in time. Yeah, there we go. Actually, it's funny you mentioned that, Clavium. For me, that stands for two separate things, both of which are significant. Victory and peace. Some have argued it's the same thing. But the... Shut up, Omni. The victor thing is obvious, you know. victory is a good thing. I don't even feel like the need to say that, but I also feel victory is a really important aspect of life, especially my life, for reasons I shouldn't even have to go into. But peace, well, basically it has to do with the way I get nostalgic about things I haven't actually been through. I think is probably the best way to put that. Oh, shush. Although I guess the Babylon 5 parallel is significant. Come on, go. Here, have that. Why would you need mods to enjoy a game? Just because I mod every other game in existence doesn't mean mods are mandatory. I've even talked about the negatives of modding. I love how they have the idea of doing this, by the way. Of tossing barrels of flaming death at you. That's just great. So what mods are there for Half-Life 2? You know what? I agree. We need more Twitter in our, oh my god, in our Half-Life 2. Who's with me on this? Now, I've been talking a lot of the positives of this game, because there's so many. But here's a negative of this game. It's really easy to get stuck on certain bits of terrain because, for all intents and purposes, if you can think of yourself, you're basically playing a cube in this game. A cube who happens to have a hand in front of him. I mean, I know you're a person, and that's how first-person shooters do. Lol, frag tagger. But the point is, it's easy to get stuck on like a tiny little bit of terrain, kind of like this, and you have to do this tiny little hop in order to get around it or on it, and that has actually killed me several times. Also, physics puzzles. So, there's a few of these in the game. And on the one hand, I'm not sure that I actually like these, but on the other hand, I totally get it. I mean, I'm the guy who played with the physics in Oblivion for like an hour when I first played the game with the archery. You know, I've told you guys all that story. The point here is, they had... come on. They had this brilliant physics engine that they were actually quite proud of, and rightfully so. And so they wanted you to do something with it. They wanted you to play with it. So they're like, here, what is in this room? I mean, really, what's in this room? There's this board, which you cannot destroy, on something round, with a bunch of objects that look like cinder blocks. I have never seen anyone ever who actually has played this section and did not immediately understand what they were going for here. It's like, oh, okay. And then here's a physics puzzle. It's basically this room. But I'm not making fun of that. I'm just commenting on the fact that it's interesting. They basically stop the game to say, look, 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 physics! You know? Zhunk. It's also worth noting you can just hack your way up there with the macro whose name I can't think of right now, where you just jump and grab and release, jump and grab and release really, really, really rapidly to fly. Ah, you're just half-hearted, Omni. Not doing it all the way. Hi there. Alright. One thing I do wish was a little more clear in this game, and again, this is a nitpick, I kind of wish it was a little bit more clear which doors you can interact with and which you can't. Because there's nothing really differing the two, at least on higher graphics. On lower graphics, you can actually tell the texture is different on a door you can interact with and you can't. Ha, ironically enough. But yeah. Yeah, exactly, Samurai. Ah, crud. find me. Really? This is horrifying, by the way. Again, these things just get to me in general, because the idea of being slowly crushed to death while being suffocated in the mouth of another creature is just kind of gross to me. It's the rancor effect all over again. But having it in this area where they're literally you can't see them, and unless you're paying attention, you don't see the cables. I mean, you can see the cables, but my point is, at a glance, it's hard to differentiate those between the boxes in the background. It almost looks like it's part of the grate, right, from that angle, right? Yeah, I think the sound really helps sell that a lot. But anyways, if I had a grenade, I'd just toss it out there and have fun. But yeah. Instead, we're going to do the old strategy, which is this. Well, which is screwing up. The Sarlacc is a different type of horrible. The Rancor, though, has always bothered me because he eats you alive. Just think about that for a minute. Think about what it would be like to be eaten alive. You know what? I don't like you guys. Have fun. I mean, can you imagine being in something's mouth, being chewed to death, while you're still conscious? You are still alive while they're chewing you. Just think about that for a moment. There we go. One more. Whoops, that's not a flammable. I also have a bad habit of basically never using my flashlight in this game. Oh, okay. I'm stupid. What, Samurai? Think about it for a moment. Happy train. Oh, jeez, that's not the happy train. It's okay, Omni. I understand. You secretly hate me. Die, monster. Die. Totally feasible. Wave after wave of my own bullets. Alright, now that I've wasted literally half my bullets, I think I'll stop it. Onwards. We have a challenge mode. On-site procurement mode engaged. Except this game is on-site procurement because there's no purchasing. I haven't even talked about the head crabs yet. I'm saving that for when they first show up. I almost had it. Hey, Schmeidolf. I knew a guy who once killed a helicopter with a car. Come on. Surely a gun is better than a car, right? What? Oh, I must have missed. Jeez Louise. New Kill the Helicopter DLC, only $5.99, $99.99. Oh, hey, are we already here? We already? No, we're not at the head crab section just yet.
Civil protection is onto us. We're tearing up the railroad, covering our tracks. Looks like you're going to be the last one through. Be glad you're not the guy they're looking for.
Yeah, that'd be terrible.
Stand a chance.
Nope, he doesn't.
Calling in every CP unit in City 17.
They are.
Now they're flooding the areas up ahead with manhacks.
Sweet.
We better get going before they sweep through here. Oh shit! Too late.
So these are manhacks. I hate manhacks. Seriously. They're called manhacks for a good reason. They're basically whirling blades with hovercraft. It's yeah, it's just pretty frickin' terrible. I mean, manhacks are terrible from a gameplay perspective, but honestly, picture a manhack in real life. It's not even that big. It's not like it would kill you instantly. It would just start slicing into your skin, and then into your bone, and then into your muscle, and the whole time you're trying to push it away with your hands, which are getting sliced up, and so you try to use your weapon, which you can barely wield because you're being sliced up while it happens, and these are just a horrifying weapon. Let's just leave that there. Yeah, they're quite literally hacking humans. It's bad. I mean, look at these things. Not for too long, though. I'm not leaving them alive long enough for you to get a good look. The only good thing about them is their hover unit's actually really primitive, which, again, just kind of strikes me as that whole Combine thing again. A very brute force method to the problem. Let's attach some buzzsaw to a camera, some guidance systems, and a hover. And that's like it. Ugh. Just imagine what it'd be like to be slowly buzzsawed to death by a man-hack. Is he really on me? That might be something new for me. Yep! Wow, that is horrible. So I go back, and the man-hack's got to him. That's just terrible. No, I have not, Brennian. So, wow. I'm not going to repeat myself, but basically this whole section is once again emphasizing all the stuff I've already talked about. Yeah, exactly, XKek. Hang on, what GIF, Psychotic? Yeah, I didn't know that, Omni. Congrats. That's not actually the one I was thinking of, Psychotic, but that'll do. Also, that's a truck, man. Come on. This whole section just keeps emphasizing that implied horror. A wonderful, wonderful aspect of that is the, I wish I wasn't the guy they were at. Be glad you're not the guy they're after. That guy doesn't stand a chance. 2 points from that one line. First point of that line is, he doesn't recognize you. I make that point because by the end of the game, everyone knows who Gordon Freeman is. It just emphasizes how much the Resistance leaders, probably Eli himself especially, have been trumpeting Gordon Freeman to everyone, specifically to try and get the morale of the Resistance up so they can actually make their move. That's a fairly typical, if admittedly cynical, take to do for a leader in a desperate situation, aka, this guy will lead us to victory, everyone, rally around him or her. It's not quite a figurehead. It's there's a term for that. I can't think of it. It's the front figure. Everyone, yes, this is the person who we will all use as our rallying cry. Go, you know. And in real life, a lot of people tend to use people like that as an excuse. This happened to this person, or this person is great. We must do this thing that I care about, you know, and then they'll rally people up as a result of that. So the good guys, if you could call them that, are using that, literally using Gordon as that kind of, spearhead. That's a good way to put that. That spearhead character. Look, Gordon will lead us to victory. So by the end of the game, everyone knows who you are. But early on, nobody knows who the heck you are. They're like, who's this guy? Even though you're in the suit, even though you've got the iconic look going, they're just like, yep, some other guy. That's the first point. The second point is, I like the implied commentary of, I'm not sure, I guess it's up to you to interpret it. It's either despair, or tension, or dread. I mentioned earlier Best of Both Worlds, and one of the greatest parts of Best of Both Worlds was the fact that it had, hang on, there we go. One of the greatest parts about Best of Both Worlds was the fact that it had Papyrus in it. One of the greatest parts about Best of Worlds was the dread, the knowing we couldn't really do anything against the Borg. The fact that they were just simply too good for us, too strong for us, too powerful for us. We couldn't stand against them, and that overwhelming threat of, there is no way out of this, but I'm not quitting. See, that's the distinction. True despair is when you know there's no way out, and you just give up. You know there's no purpose, you know there's no hope. You just lay down and you die, and that's very depressing, especially speaking personally. But then there's the kind of despair that leads to desperation, which I think is a better word for what I'm talking about. Desperation is 5 guys sending the Mars Defense Force against a cube and being obliterated in 3 seconds. They know their fight is hopeless. They know what they're doing is not going to win, but they literally cannot bring themselves not to do it. I feel like that's the same situation Gordon has been put in here in this situation. Hey, you are in a desperate situation. You are backed into a corner and you are facing a foe that is so overwhelmingly overpowering that there's no way you could win. But it's not despair. It's there to drive you forward more. I just realized I don't have a background. Hang on. There you go. Give you some graphic for over there. Oh, speaking of there is no other landing zone. There is no other landing zone! Sorry. Although that is kind of the desperation thing too, just not as significant as what I'm talking about. Top 20? I don't know if it's top 20. It's definitely top 28. At least I think that's the number. Ah, crap. Come on. Hate missing. Frickin' manhacks. Do not like manhacks. Hate manhacks. You'll notice I've been trying really hard not to let them touch me, just because the very thought of them slicing me up is just really horrifying to me. It's also why I pull out the crowbar the moment I see them. It's like, yeah, no. No, you don't. Damn it, Dios. That man gets too much attention as is. If you want, I could just stop streaming. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, so the music starts up the moment you get an automatic rifle, by the way. I think that's rather amusing and significant. I mean, if you think about it, the automatic rifle in this game is pretty awesome, and is actually one of my favorite guns in this entire game. Actually, it is very useful, very powerful. It is a surprisingly precise gun, in addition to being a very good general sweeper gun. So this is pretty much, hey, okay, you're done screwing around with the crowbar. You're done having a ranged weapon. Here, have a real gun. That's my interpretation of why the music starts playing in this particular section. Hey, if you want me to, Dios, I aim to please. By the way, Dios, just because I'm curious, are you going to be there for the StarCraft lore run, which is starting next week? Yeah! Sorry. Yeah, I don't remember where to go. Yeah, let's get back on the middle here. Up. Physics. How do they work? Don't answer that, Shadow. Okay, can't go over there. Can't go that way. Well, I give up. Time to shoot myself. Can't aim at my own head. Ugh. Actually, it's been delayed a little bit. So, no, is the answer. No, I'll never get through. See? It's never gonna happen. Anyways. Yeah, seriously, next week. Well, StarCraft and StarCraft 2 next week. You know, it's the whole StarCraft lore one. No. Let's refill our oxygen. Because you don't have feet. You're on ice. You're playing a cube. I've talked about this. Yeah, I decided to go ahead and wait, Samurai. Because theoretically it should be here Monday, but I don't know that for absolute certainty. gonna stop screwing around. Oops, it's 3. Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done that either.
Minor fracture detected. Minor lacerations detected. Warning.
Hey, Penguin.
Vital signs critical.
Damn it. Can't seem to make this jump. I guess I could put it off, Samurai. I'd really hate to do that. That would give me very little time to get through StarCraft, Brood War, Wings of Liberty, and Heart of the Swarm in time for Legacy. So, no, I'm not going to wait till Saturday. Absolutely not. Oh yeah, there's an ammo box right there. Hit. Does anyone know when my Half-Life 2 Rumination came out? Because I know it's at least 2 years old at this point. So anyone ever play what I like to call hard ammo mode for any FPS like this? I'm just curious. I suppose I should explain what that means. The idea is that you never reload until you're out of a clip. Omni, if it's really bugging you, I'll stop screwing around. I mean, I've been getting lost genuinely a few times, but, I mean, I'm just messing around here, dude. Anyways, absolutely not, Illyria. I'd rather eat my own skull. Oh, it's okay, Chaos. I'm just feeling bad for you, considering the fact that you're... Whoa, God! A man hack. That you're, you know, you're plagued. Anyways, what was I saying? Getting lost. Eat. StarCraft 64 is terrible. I've lost my train of thought. Whatever. I do like the fact that the steam injures you, by the way. That actually makes a lot of sense to me. Oh, someone asked about the significance of naming the game Half-Life. I gotta be honest, I don't actually know why they named Half-Life Half-Life. I mean, I know what a Half-Life is, but I don't understand the significance with regards to the first game. Not really. So, Shadow, I take it to you. Why was Half-Life named Half-Life? Yeah, I saw that coming. Oh, ammo mode. Right. Hard ammo mode. Thank you. Oh, by the way, auto-loading last save. Excellent feature. More games need that. Lots of autosaves, too, which is another nice thing that they did in this game. So, hard ammo mode is... And it's actually funny because it's not quite harder most of the time, and then some of the times it's really hard. Here's the idea. Okay, I've just killed an enemy. Just pretend here. It's like, oh my god, the enemy's dead. I can't reload. You know why? Because I'm not out of a clip. So, hard ammo mode is you cannot reload until you're out. You have to wait until your clip is out. I've done that in Fallout 3 a lot of times, and in Call of Duty as well. It's funny because it's such a habit to mash, reload all the time in just about every game ever. Reloading! Half-Life, or Left 4 Dead. But, the significance of it is it means you have to be a little more careful with how you use your bullets, basically. Because if you just use them all willy-nilly like you normally would, you might find yourself out of ammo and having to reload your mag a little bit too, at a bad moment, basically. It also just adds a little bit of flavor to role-playing. Damn it, Arkinter, what'd I miss? Quick, ask your questions, quick! What'd you ask, Arkinter? Quick. Seriously, I feel really bad now, because I must have completely missed your questions. I don't even see any. Now, there is one downside for this thing. It has a huge spread compared to this thing. Just message me on the forum or something, Arkinter. Whereas with the pistol, you can kill most standard enemies in just 3 shots, bam, done. By the way, if anybody hasn't seen my streams before, if I'm ignoring a question you ask, there's only 2 possible reasons for that. One is because you're a dick, which is incredibly unlikely. That's like 1 out of 50 billion times that happens. It's pretty much a non-issue. The other reason is because I literally didn't see your question. So if I don't answer your question, I am not ignoring you. I just missed it. Oh, shoot. It's the room of death. Oh, shush, Baronessa. Controversial? No, not controversy. Anything but controversy. Now, when I say being a dick, I mean every now and again I'll get someone hop in my stream who's like, dude, man, you are so terrible at this game. Why are you even playing this? Or, God, I don't understand why you're not doing yada yada yada. Have you never played this game, bro? You know, that kind of thing. That's what I mean. And I tend to just ignore those questions because they're just being dicks. Dickery is not tolerated in the Imperium. Sorry, guys. If I remember, which I don't. Now, it's funny you brought up memory earlier, Omni. If I'm being honest about my gameplay style, unless I'm speedrunning a game, which you know is only like 5 games total right now, I usually don't remember the way through a game, if that makes any sense. I don't memorize the path. I don't remember the path. Even though I play it each time, I just never bother to save to memory, if that makes any sense, the route through the game. So each time through, I'm basically just kind of making it up as I go. If that makes any sense. Just trying to figure out the pattern from scratch. And every now and then I'll be like, oh, that's right, because a memory will click. Like, I remember solving this last time. But for the most part, I don't remember this room. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, well, how do I solve this room? Because I don't remember this room. She is Chaos. Well, that's not news we really need to hear. Oh, there it is. By the way, my third nitpick of this game, and by the way, I'll freely admit all my negatives for this game are nitpicks, not actually complaints. Ladders. This is also a complaint with Half-Life 1, by the way. There we go. Do not enjoy the ladder mechanic at all. Well, like I said, Omni, I don't have a good reason for why I play it that way. It's just the way I've always played these games. Honestly, the only games where I don't do that, like I said, are games I speedrun, because you have to memorize the route. You have to know exactly where you're going, which room you're doing, in which order, etc., etc. Yeah, it kind of is, Lurker. Metal Gear Solid 3! Wah! Ugh, there we go. Ugh. There's one section in Half-Life 1 where you have to jump across a bunch of crates that are like on some kind of conveyor system that are suspended over an abyss. And if you slide or slip or whatever, you're screwed and you die. And I swear to God, every time I replay Half-Life 1, I die on that section. Am I the only one who dies on that section? Does anyone even know the section I'm talking about? Everyone's like, I've never even played Half-Life 1. By the way, take this as a serious recommendation. If you have not played Half-Life 1 or 2, go play Half-Life 1 or 2. Seriously, they're good games. They're not that expensive. You can get them on. You can get all of Half-Life, including Half-Life 1 and all its expansions, and Half-Life 2 and all of its expansions for like $10. It's not hard to come by. Yeah, play Black Mesa Source, for God's sakes. Okay. Get all the goodies that I don't need. Damn it. Ah, ladders! That's true, Omni. In Half-Life 1, it feels much more like you're on ice skates. Okay. Am I supposed to go back? Yeah. Come on. Thanks. Do not like Manhax at all. Okay. Get off the ladder. You're underwater, Gordon. Come on. Half-Life 3 may come out someday from a third-party developer. There's just the honest truth. Wasn't Half-Life 1 made on the Quake engine? I don't actually know if that's true or not, by the way. I'm actually asking. It sure feels a hell of a lot like the Quake engine. Okay, yeah. I don't know how to do that trick. Here we go. Be free. This is a good example of what I was talking about, Omni. I genuinely didn't remember this puzzle. But the moment I look down and see these things, I'm like, aha! I remember that. It makes a degree of sense, Enigma, as much as I hate to say it. Be Freeman! Wait. Let me go. There we go. Okay. I know. That is actually kind of messed, isn't it? I wouldn't call this the best game ever, Sildeer. I know people would. I mean, this is a damned good game. But let me explain why I love this game, Sildeer. You ready for this? I'm just going to give you some bullet points. I've been talking about a lot of these through this whole stream, okay? You ready for this? Implied horror, great visual storytelling, great audio storytelling, amazing game design in terms of the way they present the gameplay and the way you learn through it, good voice acting, and it's just generally fun run and gun. You'll notice there's no cover-based shooting. There's not even iron sight. You know, I can't do that. I could zoom in, but I can't even shoot in this mode. It's just point and click, right? So the gameplay is simultaneously simple and yet extremely streamlined. And it's also just, I don't know. I guess that's it. It's polished. There we go. I knew there was a point I was missing. It's got a tremendous amount of polish to it. Now, that being said, I would recommend, if you get into the Half-Life series, pick up 1 first. You don't have to play the ancillary works to 1. There's 2 or 3. But you do have to play 1, at the very least, to really get into 2. And you do have to play 2, at least, to really get into it as a whole. You don't necessarily have to play Blue Force or whatever, the military one. You also don't necessarily have to play Episode 1 or Episode 2. In fact, maybe you should, in all honesty. But those are on the table as well. Damn it. Fine. There's that other method of why you should kill those guys that I mentioned earlier. The blinding effect. Opposing force and blue shift, thank you. I knew I was getting that, at least close. Would you go away? Now, if I could say there's... I know I keep mentioning nitpicks, and I feel safe to do so because A, I try to be fair, and B, I nitpick even my favorite games, of which this is one. I'm also gushing the hell out of this game, so I don't feel bad about nitpicking it either. One tiny nitpick. I have to click. See, if I just mouse wheel, it doesn't select the next gun. I have to mouse wheel click, mouse wheel click. I feel like the click could have been removed from that. The reason Enigma being it ends on a cliffhanger. A really, really big cliffhanger, actually. Nah, I guess that's true, Samurai, but for me, I feel like Half-Life 2, while it ends on a cliffhanger, oh, there's apparently an option to change that. Yay. Well, it does end on a cliffhanger. It doesn't feel that much of a cliffhanger to me. In fact, if I would be so bold, I wouldn't call it a cliffhanger at all. I would call it a unusual termination point. Fast weapon switch. Yay. Hey, Night Forger. There we go. Oh, that's so much better. Nitpick removed. Oh yeah, you can also do this, which is the number thing, which is what I used to do back when I was playing Half-Life 1 competitive. Now, but yeah, like I said, Half-Life 2 ends on a okay. That's odd, but whatever, it makes sense. And it's also kind of bookended. Half-Life 2 Episode 2 ends on a I am your father moment. And it's like, what? In a good way or a bad way, Marley? Full. That wouldn't surprise me at all, Frag Tiger. It was a lot of fun. Really, Omni? That's interesting. Have you played the PC version? Happy Halloween, Titans. Ah, yes. I think we're finally at the point where I can finally start talking about head crabs. Isn't everyone excited for me to talk about head crabs? No? No? Okay. So, remember I mentioned that audio design? Hear that noise? The Geiger counter thing? I love that. They did that in 1 as well. There's certain areas where there's literally radioactive, toxic waste. And you get close to it, and it's like, hey, you should probably not go into this. And it's just a wonderful way to emphasize tension in some scenes and danger in others. Again, just I love the audio design of this game. Okay, so what does Saldir say? Well, that's terrible that they don't like you for that, Saldir. In fact, that's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, I totally get you. Dude, go watch the beginning of this VOD. I started with a speech about coffee, Tetris, and colors. Also, Papyrus might have shown up. I'm not sure. I think I've fumigated enough that he's not coming back, but you never know. So yeah, I totally get you, Saldir. I will recommend this game, absolutely. But yeah. Hang on. Could somebody verify what the Twitch stream says? Because it really should say Half-Life 2. I'll just check it myself. Yep, it says Half-Life 2. We're good. We're good. So yeah, Geiger counter. Again. Hey, Bandit King.
Hey! You're Freeman, aren't you? We got word you were coming. You got here at a bad time.
Black Mesa East to Station 6. Do you read? Dr. Freeman is
on his way downriver. Lend him the airboat and give him all the help you can. Repeat, Gordon Freeman has returned. It is critical he reaches Black Mesa East.
So, this is the beginning of that propaganda thing I mentioned earlier. For reference, the radioactive stuff will actually damage you. Yeah, the graphics are really cranked down on this because laptop. Sorry, guys. So, you see that right there? That, to me, is probably the most insidiously horrifying thing the Combine do. Well, okay, that's actually a total lie. It's like the third most horrifying thing they do. Fourth? I don't know. It's bad, okay? You see this? This is just freaking insane. This is insane. These are head crabs, okay? Now, I know what you're saying. What's a head crab, Arsh? Well, let me explain to you what a head crab is. A head crab is a face hugger. Now, I do not want to sound dismissive, but that is effectively what a head crab is. It is a parasitic organism that attaches itself to your skull, and it has something called a beak, which then digs into your skull and into your brain. Is that horrifying enough yet? Because we haven't even started. So... so you have this horrible thing which is attached to you, just kind of on your head, in your brain and in your skull, and it just kind of takes control of your motor systems. Just your motor systems. As in, you are still conscious and aware and still have the upper brain functions are still working. Oh, and by the way, there's no reason for the crab to actually remove any of your pain receptors, so if you can imagine how painful it would be to be a creature where some of your organs are spilling out and your bones have grown to the point where they're kind of stretching out of your skin, and you also happen to have a beak in your skull, which is going into your brain, just imagine how much pain that causes you. That's the amount of pain you're in. That's how much pain the head crab zombie people are in. It's freaking horrifying. Like everything I said before about implied horror, none of that applies to the head crabs. The head crabs are flat up, type 1, full-on gore horror. They are disgusting, terrible things. Jesus freaking Christ. Oh yeah, they make you talk backwards. If you don't want to be stupidly horrified, I honestly recommend you do not click the link that Illyria just linked. Because I know what he linked. That is an audio file of the sound effects of the crab that the head crab zombies are making, played backwards. For those of you not aware, they recorded people, and oh my god, the voice actors do a disturbingly good job of screaming in nightmarish horror about the amount of pain and how much they want to die that they are. And then they just played it backwards, and that's what the head crab zombies sound like. Isn't that great? So that's the obvious, blatant gore horror. That's basically what happened to Ravenholm. The implied horror is using this as a freaking weapon. The Combine, this is so messed up. The Combine have literal missiles that they have cages in that they just fill with head crabs, and they shell locations. And that's it. I mean, oh my god! I don't even know how to put that. I don't even know how to put that into words. You think about all the biological warfare you've heard about in real life and in fiction. This just tops all of that, in my opinion. This is horrifying. They shell people with head crabs. Ugh. God, that gives me the shivers just thinking about that. Oh yeah, head crabs can burrow, by the way. Just, ugh. That's why every time I see that frickin' head crab... Oh yeah, so that is the beginning of a head crab zombie. He's not there yet, but... Yeah, anytime I see that crab zombie pet, or the crab pet that, what's-his-face had, Lamar or whatever his name is, I just go, what the crap, dude? I want to smack him every time I see that. That is just, ugh, no. Whoops, no? Okay. I'll just go the normal route. Yeah, everything I said about the man-hacks pales in comparison to these things. Ugh. Just... Ugh. I would rather be assimilated by the Borg than be headcrabbed. I am not kidding. This is body horror taken up to 11. This is something that would belong in Dead Space. For good and for bad. Just... ugh. Hey, I shared something with Omni that you didn't know. Actually, Illyria shared it, but I was going to talk about the reverse discussion thing anyways. Yeah, hey, so this is... Oh, right, yeah. So, this is what happens to you. So, like I said, your rib cage is just kind of split open there with the extra organs, and your hands have kind of become dilapidated. And you might wonder, why are they shambling? There's actually an explanation for why they're shambling. The reason they're shambling is because they are in so much pain that their nerves are having trouble functioning properly. I can actually speak from personal experience that when you are in an insane amount of pain, your nerves just don't work right, and you just can't walk normally. So that's why they shamble. There's what I was talking about with the hands and the bones growing out of the skin, and the parts of the head crab that grow into your chest, exposing your organs. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts. I do not like head crabs. I didn't like them in 1. I didn't even understand how bad they were in 1. And then 2 came around and it's like, oh my god. Because it's Halloween. Happy Halloween, Titans. Honestly, head crabs are some of the worst things I've seen in fiction as far as body horror. Not the worst. There is worse. But the head crabs are just really, really bad. It's funny, too, because they're one of the only things that are that bad in this setting. Most of the other creepy, gross things are basically on layers of nowhere near this bad, you know? You're welcome, Omni. Oh, yeah, by the way. You can actually shoot the body out from under a head crab. I was hoping to pull that off. And I succeeded. Ugh, God. Yeah, they're still shelling the area with head crabs, by the way. That's how desperate they are at this point to go after Gordon. They're just shelling where they think he is with head crabs. Just...
Hey, Dr. Freeman.
Hey, I like girls in bunny costumes.
Got this
Well, I
airboat
used
all
to.
gassed up and ready to go.
Hey,
It's gonna
buddy.
be tough dodging civil protection out there in the open, but drive hard and you'll make it. You'll find more help up at Station 7. Just a few bends up the river. It's the old red barn.
Yeah, we'll show that off when we get to Ravenholm. So, this is a very controversial section of this game. Like, very controversial. To change topic off of the horrible head crab thing. Some people love this section. Some people hate it. Basically, this is out-of-nowhere vehicle section. It's one of 2 out-of-nowhere vehicle sections that happen across this game. Once in the buggy, or the hover thing, and once in the car. This does kind of feel like a hovercraft, and, I mean, that makes sense, because it is. But I have never... basically, everyone I've talked to who has a strong opinion about this game has always been, love it or hate it. Love it or hate it. I'll try to explain why as we go here. I can explain the hate it really simply. The controls are a little bit slippery, and it's actually impossible to literally permanently get this craft stuck, to the point where you have to reload a save, because of physics. Some people love it, because yeah, woo! Also for the general reason most people love hovercraft, aka the fact that you can zoom around on water or land, which is kind of fun, I'll admit. Ugh. Boatless is a thing, but no. That's true, Omni. That is one of the points I make about implied horror. It's all up to you. It's one of the reasons that's why I was holding off on talking about head crabs, because it's like, okay, we need to talk about these things. Every time I see one of those missiles, I'm just like, eh. So, 2 points I want to point out really quick here. God, I love this game. That's not the first point. I'm just... Why is all there this toxic crap everywhere? And actually, hey, Siler, I still see you. There's actually a ton of toxic goop just all over the place. You ever wonder about that? I think that was done deliberately. I don't think that's just hey, we need some kind of threat thing. I think the whole point is the idea of this, they'll take care of the certain areas, but they produce a ridiculous amount of pollution in the process, which goes back to what I was talking about with the Combine's technological style. In other words, brute forcing technology. Now, if you don't understand what I mean by that, the more precise, advanced technology you have, the less pollution you produce, the less effect your environment you have, the less waste you have, right? As a result, you have produced energy or power or whatever, and now what? But the Combine are extremely brutal and brute force and not advanced. So they churn out tons and tons and tons of waste in the way that they use their technology, in their energy device, in their processing power, that kind of a thing. So they have very crude methods as opposed to very precise methods, and they generate enough waste to fill rivers filled with toxic radiation, toxic radioactive waste. Think about that for a moment. Now, granted, they've had a couple decades to do this, but still. Also, this is the other point I wanted to make. You can still see the Citadel from here, which makes sense. You should be able to. We're not that far out of town. I'm not 100% certain on this, but if I'm not mistaken, there's only like 2 parts of the game where you cannot see the Citadel from where you are. And one of them is Ravenholm. I'm not sure about that, though. Feel free to correct me. Anybody who knows this game more than me, Omni! Or whoever. But the point is, the Citadel is almost always visible, even to, like, a degree. Oh, so I mentioned the reasons why some people like this section. The freedom of zooming around. One of the reasons people don't like this section. Having to get off the boat every now and again to do a puzzle to keep going forward. Some people I know absolutely hate the fact that every now and again they just have to get up and get off the boat in order to go forward with the plot. And of course, I think even people who love the vehicle section tend to hate the controls, because the controls are really slippery. Apparently you can't see it from Nova Prospekt as well, which is the second place I've mentioned. So apparently I am correct in this statement. There's 2 places you can't see the Citadel at. But yeah, having to... This is just some bonus stuff I'm just getting for achievement's sake. Believe it or not, I've never actually played my Steam version of Half-Life 2. I've always played my CD version. That's why you see me getting achievements for random stuff, by the way. Now, all that being said, whether I enjoy the boat section or not, I have to be honest, I'm kind of middle of the road on the matter, which probably doesn't surprise anyone. On the one hand, I love just zooming around and doing stuff. On the other hand, it's one of those weird circumstances where I feel like I want to be able to enjoy it more, and I just can't. Because I want to just go, yeah, this is super fun, wall! And then I'm stuck in a wall for like 30 seconds, which just completely kills the pace. Then I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. So this guy almost made it to the radio to call for help. In case you're wondering what happened here, this is what happened here. Head crab artillery. Yeah. Just... Ugh. There's nothing up there anyways. Now, one thing I find interesting, most, yeah, exactly, Samurai. When you're really into it, it's tons of fun. And then there's the rest of the times. The Lambda symbol is the symbol of, well, basically of Half-Life, but also of the Resistance in lore. So it's like, here, this is a Resistance area, which, if you think about it, is actually kind of silly to have a symbol up of the Resistance for all to see, but, you know, whatever. So, effective? That's a word for it. If I may say something else, the headcrab artillery also speaks to the Combine's mentality. Remember, they don't control the headcrabs. They don't control the headcrab zombies. All they're doing is basically torturing people. They're not even killing people for the most part. They're just torturing them into a horrible, inhuman existence. It's just a way to remove them as an organized problem. And again, like I said, just really says something about the Combine's mentality. They don't give a damn about you. They just want you to stop bothering them. So, here, we could kill you, we could send in troops, we could bomb you, but, here, deal with this. It again speaks to that total disinterest of how much the Combine just does not care about these people. Honestly, if it wasn't for Gordon, they might never have actually bothered to do anything real in this world. Oh, I don't even want to think about it, Jovan. Now, I like the buggy later on, much more than the hovercraft, but I wasn't even thinking about the Charger, which is also pretty fun. So another point here. Oh, excuse me. Yawn. I suppose I could talk while I drive. Most settings that have dystopian societies like this one tend to go one of two routes with it. They either have everything be dilapidated and horrible, or they have, like, the good guys be dirty and down on their luck and oppressed and all that fun stuff. And they have the bad guys as pristine and clean and, you know, white light colors, that kind of a thing, to the point where, you know... What? Oh. Oh, thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. To the point where everyone's like, aha! You know, we are. You can clearly, distinguishedly see who the good guys and the bad guys were. I hate to point out again Star Wars, but Star Wars, the look of the stormtroopers versus the Rebel Alliance troops is pretty distinct. Let's see. So I need yes. This is a great physics puzzle. This is one I remember, but only because I remember being impressed with the physics engine at the time. Just like the one with the things earlier. You know what? So anyways, but yeah, the Combine are actually kind of unique in the fact that they are both. They are not just pristine, and they're not just dirty. They literally have both aesthetics to them. They feel crude, and I hate to keep pointing that out because I've been making that point this whole time, but they do. They feel very crude in their design and their philosophy and their aesthetic, but still high-tech. So crude high-tech. It's a great parallel, and it's awesome how it comes off, aesthetically speaking, and really helps distinguish them in this game, I feel. Oh, for reference, you know, one thing I would have loved if Half-Life Episode 3 basically showcased how the Combine weren't the real problem, and then we get to see the real problem, which is whoever's the people scaring or pissing off the G-Man's people, and that's what we go after in Half-Life 3. Naturally, that'll never happen now, but that's actually what I was honestly thinking was going to happen once upon a time. Yeah, I agree, by the way. There's a lot of wonderful flavor in the NPCs and the dialogues and whatnot in this game. Yeah. Pardon me. Excuse me. Oh, this bastard. So, this is the other reason I've heard some people say that this section kind of sucks. So, obviously they just unload troops, excuse me, who you can kill if you really want to. It's a violent person. But that's not the part that pisses me off. Oh, jeez. Although I did get kind of stuck in the terrain there, so that sucks. Whoa, there. Screwed that up. Hang on. Let's try that again. Again, this is a section where I've actually got the buggy, or the hover cart or whatever, permanently stuck because of the nature of the physics. There we go. One of the things I love, if I could keep talking about that visual storytelling thing for a second, we see buildings around us periodically with no visible life in them. And in a lot of cases, the windows are boarded up or the doors are boarded up or whatever. And it just further emphasizes the idea of the dead nature of the world, how bad things have gotten. No, not Kay. Run! I'd say Happy Halloween, but I have no idea if you like candy over there in Portugal. Yeah, exactly, Kemek. That's one of the big things I was thinking in that direction. Love those water effects on the shot, by the way. Not just for the visual style of it, but because it gives you an idea of where to dodge. So here we have another get out of the car section. Ah, ladders! You know what, hang on. Speaking of which, everyone make sure you get to grocery store tomorrow to buy all the candy on sale. That's what I'm going to be doing. Hopefully. I'll have to convince someone to give me a ride, but, you know. This is...
Now have direct confirmation.
Whoops! Wrong button.
Who has acquired an almost messianic reputation in the minds of certain citizens. His figure is synonymous with the darkest urges of instinct, ignorance, and decay.
What? What'd you say? Oh, ha! Nice. See you around, Brennian. No, there is no Half-Life movie. Although you should go read Gordon Froman if you haven't. If for anybody who is a fan of Half-Life and has not read Gordon Froman, you totally should. Yeah, so I was trying to zoom in on his face, which in most games is right-click. And anyone who's played this game knows that right-click is secondary fire mode, which is a frickin' grenade in this gun, so,
Some of the worst excesses of the Black Mesa incident have been laid directly at his feet. And yet unsophisticated minds continue to imbue him with romantic power, giving him such dangerous poetic labels as the one free man, the opener of the way. Let me remind all citizens of the dangers of magical thinking. We have scarcely begun to climb from the dark pit of our species' evolution. Let us not slide backward into oblivion, just as we have finally begun to see the light. If you see this so-called free man, report him. Civic deeds do not go unrewarded, and contrariwise, complicity with his cause will not go unpunished.
So, a couple points really quick. First of all,
Be wise.
look at the lighting effects. That's the lighting coming off the monitor. That's reflecting off my gun. Look at that. Some obvious Orwellian tones there. But if you pay attention to his word choice, I love this, because Breen is an administrator. You remember that? He was an administrator in Half-Life 1, and he happened to be the sellout who became the puppet for the Combine, right? I mention this because he's not a scientist, and he sounds like a non-scientist. For those of you not aware or haven't really encountered these kind of people, especially in real life, but this is true in fiction as well, scientists usually speak with a particular style of speaking. I like to refer to it as speaking with certain terminologies with the understanding that you know exactly what they're talking about. So they never bother to try and be flowery in their speech. They're just like, blah, 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 you know. However, people who are trying to sound like scientists or sound smart usually try to artificially use fancier words, higher dollar amount words in their dialogue, specifically to make themselves sound smarter, even when there's no reason to. What I mean by that is most scientists will use higher dollar words if they need to. If it actually is a part of, like, if it's more informative. Why say A when you could say B? When B is simpler, well, in some cases, A will get across more information, right? But what Breen does, he doesn't actually use words that have additional meaning to them. He uses words that have more syllables in them. And that's the only difference in his word choice. In other words, and this is very clear throughout the game, this is definitely not me reading into this, Breen thinks of himself as an intellectual. Breen thinks of himself as a higher-minded scientist who's aware of the true natures of reality and all that fun stuff. And he's a load of crap. He's an idiot. He's an idiot who likes to flower up his speech to make himself feel better, either not just for others, but in his own mind. He is literally a political pretend scientist. I love that term, Leander. Excellent term there. That is exactly what he is. He was an administrator. Of course he's a politician. And what Kay says is absolutely true as well. All the way up until literally when you kill him. Spoiler alert, by the way, you kill the bad guy. All the way up until that moment, he is still clinging to that illusion. It's just brilliant how self-deluded he is. I honestly am genuinely curious, and I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts, if you think he is really genuinely deluded, really thinks that he knows the best for humanity and what he is doing is for the betterment of the species and all those high-minded ideals he ascribes to, or if he's just an idiot. Or, I suppose, insane is also an option. Also, this is impressive for reasons that are hard to explain if you've never programmed, but basically it means they had to do every chunk of that window differently, as a different hitbox. Even though this isn't how glass would break, that's still impressive. So that's actually really cool that they did that. Yeah, that's what I meant, Samurai. He's a politician in the bad sense of the word. Hi. Hi. Don't remember if I can take those out at this point. There we go. Man hacks. Hacking the mans with their hacking blades of hackiness. You know, it occurs to me there's one other reason that's related to the other reasons we've already given as to why the no music works in this game. It actually adds tension because it's so consistent, the lack of music. There's always just this, I mean, again, sound design, which helps offset that, but I mean, you hear the power there in the background. You can hear the power lines, and you can hear the lights hovering overhead, and occasionally you can hear the sparkling of the electricity. And every now and again there'll be a computer bleep in the distance. It adds to the tension of the whole game, which is funny. Hi, Silver's going, by the way. It's funny because one of the things this game breeds is pacing. I've talked about pacing before and how important it is to everything. And some people have asked me, you know, how do you define good pacing? What's the hard definition of pacing? And it's like, well, it's hard to actually give a good, a solid, coherent definition of what good pacing is. But I will say this. One of my favorite denominators of pacing is it maintains its own tempo. And Half-Life 2 does this brilliantly. Even though Half-Life 2 does have pauses, and then accelerating points, and then pauses. You know, there's highs and lows. This is actually a really short game. Half-Life 2 is, like, at most, about a 5-hour game. I guess that's a bit of an exaggeration. It could be a bit shorter or longer than that, depending. But it's such a wonderful... It never lets up, basically. As the whole time you're going through here, yeah, sure, Omni. The whole time you're going through here, it's like it never once lets go of that tension. So I feel like the lack of music also works because of the shorter game's length, but also because it keeps that tension high for the entire work. So let's see if I can pull off this trick properly. See? See what I mean? This is me pointing out something I mentioned earlier. He literally cannot see me because of the way his AI works. See? I'm not here to him. That's why he can't shoot me, because he can't see me. Because his line of sight is your line of sight. Notice how I'm just covering his head now? I already mentioned this earlier, but this is probably the best way to showcase what I meant by this. And he's just like, "Wait, oh, where'd you come from?" Sorry, Jasper. I've admittedly paused to talk a lot. That's how a lot of my lore runs go. Yeah, let's see what we got here. I tend to agree with you personally, Kay. Let's mute this. Oh, wow, that looks really different, Omni. Yeah. Interesting. I wonder if that means they actually properly ported the AI. Or the AI, wow, the game. Not the AI. Oh god, where's my shield? Okay, I got this, guys. Got this. I'm ready. I'm safe from one guy. I'm not sure if there's any places where you can really exploit the can't see you mechanic. I'm really not. I only point it out because it's fascinating how they coded that. That is brilliant coding, really. For reasons already highlighted, I just wanted to show it off properly. Which I have now done. Yay! Oh, I agree, Saldir, absolutely. The Merovingian's full of his own crap. And the Architect is a pretend intellectual. Got the door open. I've admittedly never played this game on console, and probably never will. I'm one of those really weird people who can't play FPSs without a mouse and keyboard. At the very least with a mouse. I need a mouse. The ammo. Okay. One of the other things I like about the sound design, you can pretty much always tell when enemies are nearby, even if they're not saying anything. You can always hear the little distinct noises that their AI or their communications overseer or whatever is putting forward, and of course the sounds that the Combine themselves make simply by existing. You know, the harsh beeps that we've mentioned earlier. So that used to be a face. In case it wasn't obvious enough what was awaiting you in that chair with all the blood below it, this is a pretty good example of what happens to people when they get them in the chair. Just pointing this out from the beginning of the game, because they didn't forget. You didn't forget, did you? I could see that comparison between Breen and the Architect. The only difference is one of them has a decent fashion sense. What? I like the Architect suit. What do you want from me? Alright, let's go! Whoa there. Ugh. Come on. So there's another topic I had, and I think this is probably a good time to talk about it, because this is going to be a pretty dry session with nothing much to talk about. Why do we enjoy horror? Now, I have my own answer for this, but I'm going to just postulate the question in a vacuum to you right now. Why do you enjoy horror? Assuming you do, of course. But even if you don't enjoy horror, as I mentioned earlier, I enjoy horror elements in non-horror games. That's indeed what this entire video is effectively about. So, obviously I do enjoy horrifying things, right? So, why? So what is your reason? What's your explanation? Why do we enjoy such horrifying things? Ah, damn. Almost done. By the way, I hate to point this out, but they're going to extensive lengths to stop us here. They have multiple artillery craft located at multiple junctures of this thing, just in case you make it past the previous artillery. And they're also setting up barricades along a river and lighting them on fire. Yeah, no kidding, Omni. At least I always have trouble with it. I shouldn't speak with definitiveness. I usually have trouble dodging those frickin' missiles. So far, most people are answering pretty similar to how I think of it. Oh, right. Nice little physics puzzle here. Goodies! Oh, that's bad, Night Forger, absolutely. In fact, it makes me wonder, again, why the Combine is so afraid of us. Although I've already given several possible reasons, it does make me wonder what the real reason is as to why they're so terrified of one man. In fact, if I could point one thing out, obviously Breen was using the carrot and the stick approach earlier when he was talking about us and being pretentious. I mention this though because that was actually, a lot of people would agree, and I'm in this boat, a mistake. If you don't understand, let me explain it to you this. Let's say you're a major company and you've had something horrible happen. You have basically three options. Option 1, put all your power into suppressing it. This means you have almost 100% guaranteed chance, at least in the modern era, of the news about whatever it is coming out and the fact that you suppressed it coming out, which makes things worse for you. Option 2, immediately coming out and denying it, which has basically the same results as option 1, aka not good. Option 3, ignore it completely. Don't acknowledge it, don't respond to it, don't answer questions about it, just completely leave it alone. There is very few things that will make a human being less interested than lack of engagement. It's actually the same general idea that was always taught back when I was younger, as to why it is... Yes, I've played Half-Life 1. As to how you deal with bullies in school. You don't give them the attention they crave, and eventually they just get bored. They go away. Now, that doesn't always work, nor does it always work with the company. I mention this, though, because in my opinion, Breen made a huge mistake. Actually coming out and saying, Gordon Freeman is this messianic figure, and you should not follow him as this wonderful visionary person. You know, it's shooting himself in the foot on that. But at the same time, that actually makes perfect sense. I mean, really, it does. It is fully in keeping with Breen's mentality, a.k.a. he's a politician. Politicians don't have brains. They have spinal cords and occasionally some grease attached to their hair, and that's basically it. And that's, so I just wanted to point that out. So, back to... Yeah, I didn't ignore bullies either, if I'm being honest. Well, that's not true. I did a few times. Case by case, you know. But we don't want to talk about that here. So, the thing I wanted to mention, the horror thing, right? It's actually the... Oh, jeez, is this the section? Am I at the section? I think I might be at the section. Yeah, okay. I'm getting pretty close. The horror thing, right? Why do we enjoy violence in video games, books, and movies? Actually, if anybody's watched my streams or my videos before, knows I've done a whole topic of discussion about this point. In other words... there we go. The idea of fantasy versus reality. Now, I like Fallout 3. Fallout is actually my favorite example of this because it so adequately explains everything that I'm trying to explain. How many of you out there like Fallout? Hey, Fallout 4 is coming out in like 2 weeks. Wait! Seriously, I don't know about you guys, but I'm super hyped. But seriously, Fallout. Great thing, right? Would you want to live there? Would you actually want to live in Fallout? I don't know about you, but my answer to that is, God, no! That's terrible! Why would I ever want to live in that hellhole? And yet I love playing in it. I love the games. I love going through the setting. I love the world. I love the characters. Even all the things that I would hate in real life, I love in it. Why? Because it's a fantasy. It is not real. It is definitively not real, and I know that, and I'm not some kind of idiot like Fox News would have you to believe, who can't differentiate fantasy from reality. So I enjoy the fantasy of the post-apocalyptic, or the post-post-apocalyptic. I enjoy the fantasy of being able to take out enemies. I enjoy the fantasy of being able to try and help out people. You get me? I use that example so often because it's so universal, I feel. Almost everyone I know, especially gamers, can generally understand the Fallout ideal. Even people who don't like Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas or any given one of the Fallouts generally likes at least a Fallout. Oh, shoot. And so they can at least say, yep, I would never want to live there. And I noticed several people in chat have also been agreeing with my statement. God, you wouldn't want to live there. That's just horrible. I make that point because real life horror elements or whatever are terrible. Whenever things like this happen, and they don't happen as often as you'd think, don't believe the news. Those are the outliers. In a population of 6 billion, we don't have that many horror elements in real life. But when they do happen in real life, they are terrible, disgusting, depraved, horrible things that should never happen. And we hate them. Of course we do. But this isn't real life. And that's the thing that so many idiots who don't understand gaming or fiction in general don't seem to pick up on. This is not real life. This is a game. Doesn't mean it doesn't matter. Doesn't mean I don't care about it. It's not used as an excuse. It is, however, a reason why when I am going through this thing and there is this tension and there's this nightmarish, and I'm afraid as I'm going through it, and I'm on the edge of my seat, and I'm like, oh God, what's going to happen next? And I have all this adrenaline going through me. That's okay, because it's not real. It is a fantasy. It is something I am doing by choice. It is not forced upon me. It is not something I have no power over. You know what? Once upon a time, I was playing through Doom 3, and I hate gore. I've already talked about that, right? And you know what? I got about halfway through Doom 3, and you know what I did? I hit this button. I hit this quit button over. I'm not going to do it in Half-Life 2, but I hit the quit button because I could do that. I could just do that, like that. I had the power over that situation, right? So yeah, it was horrifying, but it was horrifying in a way I didn't enjoy, so I stopped. The end. When I first played through Half-Life 2 for the first time, I'm going through Ravenholm, or I'm going through Nova Prospect. It's horrifying. But in a way that I'm like, oh God, yeah, you know, I want to see what happened next. I'm ready for the next thing. So I kept playing. That's my biggest opinion on why we as human beings enjoy things like horror. It's the same reason we enjoy things like violence. Because it's not real. Excuse me. Honestly, I'm mainly playing on easy for the not just the usual lore run reasons on me, but so I can get through this in a reasonable amount of time. I have played through this game on hard because I wanted to, because, as I've said before, I actually enjoy the challenge when it's in a game I enjoy, and when I feel the game is not cheating me in challenge mode. If you don't know what I mean by that, I've talked a lot about artificial difficulty, and one of the worst examples of artificial difficulty, in my opinion, is more health, more damage, and nothing else. That's just boring to me. When you make enemies into meat gates, that's not fun. That's not harder. That's just duller, and it takes longer. But anyways. Yeah, that's another excellent question. Would you want to live as a member of XCOM, in the setting of XCOM? I don't know about you, but I sure as hell would. That sounds terrible. Damn it. I missed. I'm getting old. Whip, whip.
Ah! Yeah!
I do like how oftentimes whenever the Combine pulls out the big guns, you end up defeating them with their own weaponry. You ever notice that? That's true in most of the sections of the game. Wait, there's a sprint button in this game? What the hell, Omni? I'm kidding. It's this, I want to say. Yeah, it's control, which holding down... Oh, no, it's shift, excuse me. Which holding down... It's still true. Holding down shift and W for me at the same time actually strains my hand, which is why I don't do that. It's also one of the main reasons I've never agreed to speedrun this game, even though it looks like a really fun game to speedrun. There are a couple, Chemic, yes. But only a couple. I can think of basically 2 off the top of my head. I'd have to think more to see if there's any more of that. Which one was the one with the hologram? And I'm not going to say any more for fear of spoilers. But the one with the hologram was awesome. Like, really, really awesome. I really liked that. It's one of my favorite earlier missions of STO. What? But don't I need to get back to my ship, Omni? Right? Maybe? Don't I have to get back on the ship to... I've actually pulled off the backwards speed jump a couple of times. I've even shown it off. Oh, I could jump over the railing. Whoops. What? I wanted to take the scenic route. That's admittedly a bit of gamer logic right there. It is in my mindset to automatically assume I have to backtrack through a dungeon. And that's my fault. That's a flaw in my logic. It's just, you know... Yay! Oh, yeah, I could have just... Oh, crap. The gunship's back! Run! Except now he's gonna be a dick. Remember, guys, don't be a dick. I think it expired. You know what, hang on, I gotta point something else out. This is obviously here to block your way, but the other point it serves is... It just kind of emphasizes how completely the standard human commerce has basically ground into non-existence. In fact, if you notice throughout the course of the game, they never make mention of currency or even trade once. Now, if you don't understand the significance of that, then you haven't studied economics as much as I have. Because, like, damn it, Omni, you're terrible. Basically, economics, at its most fundamental level, is one of the most basic principles of human society. Really. I mean that sincerely. Trade, barter, the fundamentals of I don't have, but I want, therefore I will trade. That is one of the most basic concepts of human society. And there is zero trade in this setting, at least amongst the humans at this point in time. Oh, geez, this section? So yeah, we're officially at the dick section. I'm bad at this section. I'll be totally blunt. Also, note the music fires up for this section. So if you don't know what I mean, basically the helicopter is going to be dropping bombs, or those things, of which he has basically an unlimited supply, which I'm not even in question. And you gotta dodge them because they hurt like hell. They might actually kill you. I know they kill you on harder difficulties. So, yeah. But yeah, as Leander said, there's no dock workers or fishermen or traders or anything. Society has, for all intents and purposes, ground to a halt in the wake of the Combine. Now, if you don't understand the significance of that, try to think about this for a moment. How many zombie apocalypse stories have you read? Or just post-apocalyptic stories? We were just talking about Fallout, right? How many post-apocalyptic stories out there don't have trade? Is there trade in Fallout? Is there trade in a zombie apocalypse? World War Z had a huge amount of economic significance to the event that happened in that book. Or those books. Well, that book. Okay, hang on. This is what I meant by, you know, when you get in the groove, it's great, and when you lose it, it's terrible. Okay, hang on. But in almost every post-apocalyptic story, in almost every story about the after, there's been something about how society has tried to continue having some kind of economic existence. There we go. But there's nothing. And I just mention that again because it's so unique. Honestly, can anyone else think of a post-apocalyptic or a apocalyptic scenario book, setting, movie, game, television show where the economy has ceased to exist? Now, I say ceased to exist. I will add an asterisk to that. It is entirely possible there are still economics going on around here, just not with us. What I mean by that is we don't know what Combine economics are like, or if they exist at all. I've often theorized that the G-Man is actually basically an economic figure. Someone who is, for all intents and purposes, selling our services in whatever means of trade that they find significant in the alternate dimension or whatever. But the humans? Nothing. Oh, jeez, right in the face. Okay, that didn't do any damage to me. Wow. Once again, just another amazing example of that storytelling in the background thing that Half-Life 2 does all over the place. Ugh, made it. There we go. I raise my eyebrow at you, Chaos. I will trade you one plague. Honestly, that wouldn't surprise me at all, Samurai. Whoops. Looked away for a second. Got out of the groove. See those? Yeah. Almost made it. I have made that before, I just failed today. Yeah. Whoops, uh-oh. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Okay, there we go. Come on, get unstuck. Uh-oh. Get unstuck. There we go. Okay, we're good, we're good. Okay, so we've got one example. An old TV show, which I've never even heard of, admittedly, but I believe that it exists. Holy crap. Feel better, Enigma. So, Omni, you mentioned this game is frickin' awesome. And you're right, of course, because this is a frickin' awesome game. Do you mind giving me some reasoning on why this game particularly is so high on the list for you? In your own words, basically. I mean, I could describe to you why this game is frickin' amazing, but, I mean, duh, right? Okay, so... there. Did I not? Well, I'm curious what exactly its feelings would be, given the circumstances, Kay. God, I hate this sometimes. Ah. There we go. Depends on what you consider canon, Clavium, but there is the implication that there are economics in the real world, yes. It's pretty threadbare. It's basically pure barter, but, you know, that's normal. Most economic systems that have undergone such a severe reset are pure barter. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, Kamek. I'd have to... Yeah. Funnily enough. There we go. Whoa. Crap. Oh, crap. Okay. Nope, we might be able to fix this. Hang on. Okay. We're good. We're good. The game is very lonely. I won't even argue with that. I would actually argue that most of the loneliness sections are done on purpose, especially to contrast the sections where there's plenty of people. I mean, what happens immediately after we have all those people in the first section? We're out on our own. Hang on. We're out on our own, zooming out, you know, not first on foot and then on the hovercraft, right? Well, what's the next thing that happens? We go through the hovercraft section all by ourselves, you know, totally alone, right? But the next thing that happens is we get to the New Mesa facility, and there's tons of people there, and we get exposition and dialogue and people, yay! And then we get all sorts of fun stuff, including the gravity gun. Then, very next thing is Ravenholm. If you notice, the game kind of barrels back and forth between you are alone, you are under gun, and you are alone again. Or, excuse me, I'm saying that wrong. You are... I said that wrong. You are alone, you are under gun, you are around friends, you are alone. That's the cycle it goes through. And that actually makes a degree of logical sense, not just in terms of gameplay design, you know, for the service of the story, but the idea of the fact that every time you get out on your own, it only takes the enemy a little bit of time to find you, and then they find you, and then you're under gun, and then you defeat them or escape them, and then you're with friends. And then you leave again, for whatever reason, then you're alone again. So the cycle actually repeats pretty much through the whole work.
I wouldn't believe it if I couldn't see it with my own eyes. Dr. Gordon Freeman himself.
Hi, guys. Could use some more gas, if you got it.
Just in time, Doc. We gotta move out before the Combine picks us up. We're just getting ready to pull out.
We better hurry. Gotta tear down this camp and get out of here.
Hang on. What do you... Interesting, Souther. The two matrix theory, you're gonna have to elaborate for me, Darkrai. One interesting idea is what Javan just mentioned.
Come on in. I'll show you what you're up against.
I mentioned earlier the wonderful dichotomy of the fact... I need a shard. There we go. Where is he? Go there. Go. Come here. Come on. No, it's okay.
Here, take a look at this.
Yeah, come on. Oh, yep.
This here's the dam. It's just up ahead. Eli's hideout is here, a stone's throw from the apron and nestled in the old hydro plant. But getting there, with that hunter chopper on your ass, next to impossible. Good news is, the Vortigaunt's working his magic on your airboat, so you'll have a little more firepower going forward. I think he's just finishing up now. Go on out.
Hang on, this is now a mission for me. Give me a moment. There we go. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope, nope. No! Whatever. Oh, yeah, Darkrai. That's actually funny you say that. That was actually my theory when Matrix 2 came out, before Matrix 3 came out. It does have a lot of flaws with it, but it also, ironically, in my opinion, is the most logical explanation for everything. Unless you bring space magic into the effect. Words. I was going to talk about something. The one free man. I mentioned earlier the idea of how... Yeah, by the way, the Vortigaunts...
There we are.
Well...
That gun came off one of the same hunter choppers that you're up against. I always like to bring a little irony to a firefight. Take that chopper down, and you should be able to tear on through to Eli's place.
Okay.
The Freeman will accept this weapon or suffer greatly on the road ahead.
No, no. I must be pacifist run. So... One of the other themes that I've mentioned earlier in this game is the idea of freedom. I also mentioned, you know, how the Isaac Asimov effect, aka you are simultaneously free and very limited in what you can do. Hang on a second. Oh, he's taking damage pretty quickly. Anyways, so the idea here is, you know, everything is set in stone. We have no freedom of will. Our freedom of will doesn't matter. I mentioned that earlier, right? As Javan points out, it could be argued that the only person amongst the setting who actually has any degree of freedom is Freeman, perhaps ironically. I also say this as ironic because ultimately he is the player character who is playing a linear single-person game with very little freedom in it. That being said, though, that theme is further reinforced by Episode 1. As in the section where you actually basically flat out, quite literally escape the grip of the G-Man. I shouldn't say you escape. You are broken free of the grip of the Freeman thanks to the Vortigoths. I mention that, though, because the Vortigoths themselves also are the ones who speak so highly and frequently of the idea of freedom. It would be interesting to me that if the Vortigoths did not actually have some big grand scheme planned for you, right? And don't actually have any interest in, like, chess mastering or fighting some big long-term fight against anyone or anything like that. They could literally just be against the idea of the G-Man controlling you because they believe in the concept of freedom. Which makes sense for a formerly slave race, doesn't it? Wait, I'm stupid. Go. But honestly, I agree with what Leander said. There's only one free man in this setting. And that's the G-Man. Although admittedly, even we don't know all the details of, as I already mentioned. Which is another reason why I really wish they would continue this series. Even if they don't innovate. I mean, I want them to innovate, don't mistake me, but could you guys at least finish the story? Please? I am the best, Javan. You know it. I'm the best scout ever. That's why I have a big gun and shoot people with it all the time. Fine. Boring method engaged. Yeah, I would kind of like them to finish this story, admittedly. I was actually one of those weird people who was really hopeful that Portal 2 would actually be continuing the story of Half-Life. Because we know the two are connected. Portal and Half-Life. Same continuity and all that. Hey, there he was! I knew he was here somewhere. I've been looking up like this whole time. That was the G-Man right there. Yet another example of that. By the way, I gotta say, honestly, I never feel bad about killing headcrab zombies because I assure you, that is a mercy. I'm not even sure Star Trek level technology could actually salvage a headcrab zombie. Oh, that hurts a little bit. Ugh. Yes, I know I'm damaged. Thank you for informing me of something incredibly obvious and silly. Or simple. Oh, jeez. Space bus, hoip! Oh god, really? I got killed by the collision damage of running into the tongue. Whoa, whoa. Now the Empire could salvage them. But Star Trek, maybe. So I gotta be honest with you guys. Yeah, pretty much, so we're good. How many of you think, and I'm a genuine question here, How many of you think it would be a good thing if they introduced time travel to the story to help explain the aspects of it? I will not give my opinion yet. I'm asking you guys. Almost, but not quite chaos. Just 2 of these bastards. Like I said, Night Forager, death is probably still a release. Damn it, I missed the entrance. Did I just ram through? Oh, there's the entrance right there, I see it. I can get in here. Ah, let me in. What the hell's? Be able to look around. That being under gun, damn it. You gave me this amazing gun. Again, by the way, once again we have the you use the Combine's own technology in order to defeat them, kind of a thing going on here. So I'm seeing a lot of no's in the chat. But not all no's, which is interesting. The headcrabs themselves, for all intents and purposes, no, Night Forager. The people they take over, they wish they weren't. Ugh. Alright guys, I can make this jump. Ready? Yeah! I bring up the time travel thing because a lot of people, and Samurai just kind of hinted at this, a lot of people believe that time travel is already in the Half-Life series, with regards to the G-Man specifically. In other words, the idea here that the G-Man is already, to some extent or another, and again, we don't know exactly how, is manipulating time. And I mentioned earlier my personal theory on it, that he basically has the ability to pull Gordon out of time, for all intents and purposes, to the point where he is frozen. Not in stasis, per se, so much as, for all intents and purposes, Gordon blinks, and then it's the future. Make sense? Now, of course, that's just my theory. Do I have any grenades? I do have grenades. Valve is debatably a developer. They have been continuing support on TF2 and Dota 2. So that's debatable, if they're a developer or not. Aha, there they are. There we go. I would argue that they're not fully developer, unless they've been working on Half-Life 3 this whole time and just trolling us, which, let's be honest, that is a very Valve thing to do. Valve likes trolling its player base. Anyways, long story short, my personal opinion is I don't think they should bring any more time travel into Half-Life. Like I said, I already feel time travel is in Half-Life, so I don't think they need to add additional time travel to it. I don't want G-Man to be Gordon from the future or the past. You know, I don't want us to go back in time to stop the first invasion or whatever. You know, I don't mind being able to control access to time, like I already mentioned with regards to the G-Man. I really don't want a... And by the way, suddenly there's a DeLorean in Half-Life kind of a thing. That's just my opinion on it. Then again, I've often said that time travel is something to be handled very, 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 very carefully. I also believe that the best way to handle time travel is to do the linear time theory, or whatever it's actually called. In other words, you can't change time. Even if you travel through time and do things in the past and the future, those things always happened. Makes sense? I've talked about that a lot, too. So I would be okay if they pulled off that kind of a thing in Half-Life 2. You know, this always happened because it always happened because it always happened. What the? You dick. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. God, this thing's resilient. Holy crap. That I would be okay with, Night Worker. I've been taking tons of breaks, yeah. Every now and then I'll just stop to talk about the lore or the significance of the game or whatever. The gameplay design. What the hell? Oh, this is fun. Okay, that's not a good idea. You're already on fire. Why are you still attacking me? I thought he'd given up with that assault run. Go. Quick, Omni, go get pizza before it's too late. I don't know, Chaos. You tell me. You're the guys in charge. I'm just the ref. I can only tell you what you can't do. And the consequences of your actions, of course. Love me some attack helicopters. One of the fun things about the Half-Life series has always been their interesting approach to bosses. Half-Life 2 arguably has far less bosses than Half-Life 1 does. But it still does have bosses. Like something spamming mines non-stop around it in a huge area. Look at this. Yeah, I think I will decline as well, Darkrai. There we go. Whew. That would be interesting, Leander. The G-Man's like, no, no, no. You're not done yet, Mr. Freeman. Except I can't do his voice at all. Whoever they got to do the voice of the G-Man is just, wow. Funnily enough, I almost never kill that helicopter. I almost always just try to pull a particular moment in order to get up here and then endure the shots for the last few seconds while I get this thing up. I didn't need those kneecaps anyways. I don't remember where it is, Darkrai. Like, I really don't. I know it's around here somewhere. I know it's around the helicopter. But I must go forward. I must. That's true, Leander. And it would be especially amusing in a game that has a quick save and a quick load. Personally, I tend to prefer it when games don't do that kind of meta thing. Undertale being a rare exception to that rule. Because it wasn't quite meta. I mean, it was, but it also wasn't. I don't want to spoil much for anybody else who played Undertale. Okay. Up the stairs. Physics. Ah. Physics again. Hang on. Let's go up here. Apparently, I'm misreading. Yeah, I've seen a lot of meta for meta's sake things before, as well. So now I gotta wait 30 seconds to confirm if this is what you guys think, because of Twitch delay, so I'm just gonna hang out for a minute. Doing some spins. It's a hover craft or bike or whatever, yeah. Congratulations, Bregman. Correct, Darkrai. Anything that's an actual action... Well, okay. First of all, given the fact that the Plague stuff was undone, I was erasing everything to do with the Plague. That's why that post was deleted. You could go ahead and put that in the WAG. In fact, it actually kind of belongs in the WAG. So, I guess that's acceptable, basically. Okay, there. Ah. There we go. Ah, radioactive sewage. You? Hi. What's up?
Our finest poet describes it thus. Galambakalilaba.
I see. So, you eat head crabs, huh? How do those taste? 'Cause that's frickin' disgusting. I mean, you eat head crabs, dude. That's
Where
just...
to now? And to what end?
I mean... Really, dude? Here. Why don't I add some flavor to your meal there? There you go.
Our cause seems hopeless.
That's because it is hopeless. There is no freedom. There is no life.
We remember the free man. We are coterminous. There is no distance between us. No false veils of time or space may intervene.
No false veil of space or time may intervene. Now, I remember that quote, because some people have argued that that's specifically referring to what the G-Man does, and may indicate that he doesn't have the level of power over reality that we think he does.
Undeserving of consciousness. We see you still in Black Mesa. Clearly we see you in the Nihilist's chamber.
Now, that's another of those time things. The idea that the possibility that the Vortigaunts
Unless spent on freedom.
might not actually be capable of perceiving time in the same way we do. Excuse me.
We bear witness to the bright eternity of the Nihilist's demise. You leap, you fall, we see you flash between the battles.
By the way, they also have been referred to as the Nihilanth. Just food for thought on that one.
For a brief time you joined us, you are one between the worlds.
And that little thing. By the way, I would be huskified any day over being a head crab.
Communion of the vortessence, and that other, a deeper mystery. No deeper than the void itself. We cannot forget those whose cords you cut. Forgiveness is not ours to bestow.
So everything he says here actually makes surprising amount of sense, and again is fairly linear. Happy Halloween, Blue Lucky.
We shall prevail.
The interesting thing to me is everything he says kind of hints at the idea that, without a better way to put it, the G-Man is actually... The impression I often get from everything he talks about with regards to the G-Man and the Vortigaunts in general is that the G-Man is effectively a con artist. Not a complete con artist. But put it to you this way, you know how a lot of people theorize that the Q are not actually omnipotent? That they just have really, really, really advanced technology? Same concept. That the G-Man is not actually this extra-dimensional doom being. That he happens to be a guy who happens to have some decent tech and is using it to whatever his ends are in our reality. I would never wish a head crab upon anyone ever. I am incapable of that kind of cruelty. No. I have not heard of the fallen Vortigaunt. No, I have heard of the Civil War theory, unless those are the same theories, in which case, never mind. But yeah, seriously, head crabbing? No, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. I hope you're feeling better, Enigma. That is true. Virtually everything we know about the G-Man is presumed. It is the same theory. Well, never mind. I've never heard it called the Fallen Vortigaunt theory before. God, no, Night Forger, are you kidding me? Of course, that goes back to that whole reality versus fantasy thing. In reality, no, I would never wish head crabbing upon literally anyone ever. Ever. I mean, it's fun to be like, oh, I hate this guy, or oh, they're terrible, but no, in reality, no. That's just horrible. Okay then. Alright, hands up. How many people screw this jump up all the time? No, Night Forager. Yes, I know that was a bullet. I caught the fact that that was a bullet animation. Just kind of stuck there. Well, they say they debeaked it, but considering it still has the claws and everything else, I don't know. Damn right I did, Titans. Then I chomped the curb like a badass. Hey, I still made it through, Samurai. Counts as a win in my book. Roadhouse. Come on, let me over. There we go. Oh, by the way. Oh, that's gross. Some people have actually asked, why is it that the Combine hasn't started using fake resistance symbols to trap resistance people? A, no. I mean, they might have actually done this. We don't know. We just might have heard of it. But B, that goes back to that whole they just don't care about us thing. Why would they put that kind of effort into it?
You've got something.
Hi.
Okay, it's human.
Hi.
Hello?
Hey.
Take it easy in there. You're safe now.
Hello, Ensign-Ro. Whoa! Wrong button again!
Any chances?
God, that was me
Freeman?
right-clicking again.
Gordon Freeman? Is that you? You've made it here this quickly. Well, Eli is going to be amazed, not to mention relieved. I'm Dr. Mossman, Dr. Judith Mossman. I've been hearing about you
No.
since long before the Black Mesa incident.
Yes, Night Forger, I can.
Oh, Black Mesa. I do so envy you working with Eli and Dr. Kleiner when they were at the top of their field. Ah, there we go. You can come through now.
I was trying to zoom in to look at her face.
Eli right away. He would never forgive me if I kept you waiting.
Personally, I think she's a lot more attractive than Alex, but I do have to say this. She's also a horrible human being. Here's your extra help. This is just for you, Judith, traitors, Twit, McGee. Okay, let's talk about... Yes, this is Michelle Forbes, Rolarin, and the chick from Battlestar Galactica who was hideously evil. And I mean hideously evil. God, I wanted to put a bullet in her head. Anyways, so... What is wrong with this woman? At least Breen has the excuse... Oh, yeah, sorry. Spoilers. Alright, now that I've said that. Breen has the excuse of being a delusional, insane madman. I know that's like damning with faint praise, but really, what is her excuse? She has no insanity. She's not deluding herself. She believes she's doing what's best given the current circumstances. She is, if I were to put it bluntly, what I would call pragmatism taken to its furthest extent. The idea that, well, we can't do anything, so we're just going to go along with it. Now, that being said, I do think she had a change of heart at the end because she's human. And she also serves as kind of an interesting counterpoint to Breen. Breen, the high-minded intellectual fake, who is trying to talk about how we must move beyond our human constraints and do more than simply be blah, 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 blah. And yet she ends up betraying him and effectively saving the world because of nothing more extensive or significant than simple emotion. She cared about Eli. That's it. I mean, I know that's not really an excuse for all that she's done, but it is interesting to note that she is in many ways Breen's opposite. She's also actually a scientist, which I find even funnier, and again throws Breen into more contrast. But all that being said, her motivation for betraying the Alliance, or whatever they're called, it just makes me want to slug her. Nothing more violent than that. Nothing more horrible. It's not like Admiral Kane, who I would ship out an airlock as quickly as possible.
This way, Dr. Freeman.
No, seriously, I would.
We're closing in
without
on
hesitation.
reliable local teleport technology. Something the Combine still hasn't mastered. Eli thinks their portals are string-based, similar to our Calabi-Yau model, but they failed to factor in the dark energy equations.
See, listen to the way she said that, by the way. Michelle Forbes probably practiced that line a lot. Because, again, that's how a scientist talks. They use high-dollar words, but they use them when they mean something. Now, in fairness, this is actually technobabble. But, that being said, it is technobabble that fits within the setting. In fact, I would actually argue it's not technobabble because I define technobabble slightly differently. But the point is, it is made-up science, but it is clearly being presented as actual science, not nonsense. Compare that to what Breen was talking about earlier with just and blah, 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 just trying to pretty up his speech without actually saying anything. Big difference in the way these two talk.
They can tunnel through from their universe, but once they're here, they're dependent on local transportation. If they knew what we were doing with entanglement... Oh. Listen to me. I sound like a postdoc. I'm just so excited to think that we'll finally have the chance to work together.
What I mean, by the way, to explain really quick, my definition of technobabble is actually really simple. You ready for it? Nonsense. Now, that being said, I know that that's kind of an inferior definition because there's basically two types of technobabble. There's made-up science, and then there's nonsense. I've actually talked about that extensively in the past, and we'll probably do a whole thing about that when we get to TNG. Because in TNG, they actually kind of do both, and sometimes they'll actually do made-up science, where it actually makes perfect sense and is fully coherent with the setting. And then sometimes they make up total drivel, which is just pure nonsense, even from Star Trek standard. I usually refer to technobabble by the nonsense thing, because most Star Trek, Voyager, or I shouldn't say most Star Trek, but most modern, most recent Star Trek leans heavily towards the complete nonsense side of things. Voyager and Enterprise are both really bad about that.
Where was I? Oh, yes. Dr. Kleiner compressed the Zen relay far beyond anything he imagined at Black Mesa. We figured out how to use Zen as an unexpressed axis.
I'm sorry, I gotta point out that we see actions happening on the levels we're passing. This is just Valve in a nutshell. We've got Vortigaunts who are crafting, we've got one who is playing chess.
Effectively a dimensional slingshot, so we can swing around the border world and come back in local space without having to...
There's some of them doing repairs. Notice how many Vortigaunts are here, by the way.
All right, good. Keep right on.
Eli, look who I found in the airlock.
Gordon Freeman. Let me get a look at you, man.
Hey, what's up?
My God, you haven't changed one iota. How do you do it?
Vortigaunts.
Now, let's see. The last time I saw you, I sent you up for help after the Resonance Cascade.
Oh, wow, I think I've bugged her out a bit.
It took you this long to get back to me.
Okay, so one of the funny things is the character models will do this actually fairly natural looking thing where they'll look back and forth between the person talking and the player character, Freeman, right? But as you can see, if you get it right...
Anyway. It's not Black Mesa.
Well, she's not doing it anymore, but you know, she was constantly spinning around trying to look between the two of us.
Right you are. MIT graduates are few and far between these days. We'll get you out of that hazard suit and back into your lab coat where you belong.
Thank you, Jovan, for a good explanation of technobabble.
Dr. Freeman, it's been a real honor. I'm looking forward to working together.
Also,
feel free to look around.
What I find interesting about this is actually very close to what real life amputee leg, I forget what they're called, actually use. Just a nice touch there. Speaking of which,
Ozian, don't you?
Of course the graphics are cranked
and
down.
Alex were all I managed to carry out of Black Mesa.
So as we can see, Alex has to be over 20 because she's in the picture, and this picture was before Black Mesa.
We've almost got that portal working again.
Also, Alex was at Black Mesa.
I wouldn't blame you if you didn't volunteer for the next trial run.
Earth surrenders. Portal storm continues. 7-hour war ends in Combine victory. Wallace Breen declared interim administrator.
He ended the 7 hours war by managing Earth's surrender. The Combine rewarded him with power.
I wish the graphics were cranked up a bit here so you could really see just how wonderful this is. 7-hour war. That phrase right there is just terrifying. And again, once again, we finally get back to our main theme here. Implied horror. Think about that for a moment. Think about a war in which aliens conquer the Earth in 7 hours. Now again, that is very much like the Combine, though, isn't it? I can just picture the kind of Combine invasion that would be conducted on a new world. They wouldn't come in subtly or deviously. They wouldn't try to infiltrate us or take us down from the inside, like the Reapers would, for example. Sovereign was doing that. They wouldn't try to, lay in a siege or exterminate us or destroy our planet or anything. What they do is they just came in. At least this is my interpretation. Excuse me. Is they just came in with everything. When I say everything, I want to stress that I mean that quite literally. I like the idea of the Combine. Whenever they conquer a world, whenever they go after a world, they take their whole fleet, their whole army, the whole thing, bam, and just drop it on the planet and say, go. And I love the idea of them just dropping the entire Combine military across the planet Earth and just going. I like that idea because it's very much in the Combine's philosophy, and it also, as weird as this sounds, it helps make the Combine overall weaker. Not only do they not have any concept of strategy or tactics, but furthermore, they also have no other forces. If my theory on this is correct, they have the one force, the one army, which they of course reinforce with slave races and converts, excuse me, from their conquered worlds. But then they go and it's just, and then they build up their force and they spend it somewhere else, and then they conquer there and then they build it up and then they send it somewhere else. That just strikes me as perfectly fitting Combine philosophy. That's just me. I will admit that 7 hours is really, really quick, but I forgive it because it gets across the point. I wonder if I can turn up textures really quick in this. Excuse me. That's because just for this one thing. Is it going to force me to restart? Looks like it isn't. Except, like, the improved textures isn't helping.
Oh, Gordon. The boy said you were here.
Jeez, Alex.
I can't believe you made it so quickly.
Okay, no, textures are up. It's just really hard to read.
Record, honey.
Well, he earned it. I guess you proved you can handle yourself out there.
There's nothing Gordon can't handle, with the possible exception of you.
Dad, please.
I am not interested in Alex. Gordon is not interested in Alex. See, this one has always made me wonder. You see this right here? This article, I bet some people out there have actually pulled these images out of the game and looked at them. But that is the word when, highlighting a single word right there. And I really wonder what the heck he's talking about. Also, several sections of the Breen thing are highlighted too, but obviously there's no text there to read. I might, Darker. I haven't decided yet. In fact, I probably will, actually. If I'm going to do that, I need to chop off this run. So why don't we do Ravenholm? Because Ravenholm kind of is the last point I want to make. I could keep going, but every further part in this game is just reiterating the points I've already made. There we go. Okay, what's up? We need to go to Ravenholm. Like, let's do it. Let's do it! Hey, look, it's one of those. You remember that thing?
Alex, I thought you were on watch.
The Vortigons relieved me so I could come see Gordon. Anyway, I should be in here working on the portal.
I have the repairs well in hand. Someone misjudged the capacity of the Combine Thyristor.
Are you blaming me?
No, not at all. It was a calculation error, not a mechanical problem.
Then maybe you should let me do the calculations next time, as well as installing it.
Alex, really? Sometimes I think you deliberately misunderstand me.
Alex, why don't you take Gordon along and give him some practice with the gravity gun?
Sure. Come on, Gordon. Let's go have some fun.
The zero-point energy field manipulator is not a toy, Alex.
Ugh, let's get out of here.
By the way, wonderful, wonderful presentation of the old versus the new thing right there between those two characters.
So I see you've met Dr. Mothman. She's one of the main reasons I spend so much time outside. You should
actually,
hear her
yes,
drone
I
on
agree,
about how
Night
it should
Dawn.
have been her in the Black Mesa test chamber that day. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking behind her back. It just gets a bit claustrophobic down here. That's the old passage to Ravenholm. We don't go there anymore.
That right there. God, that's freaking brilliant. That's how you do implied horror. Now, as I said before, Ravenholm is not implied horror. It is terrifyingly in-your-face Type 1 horror, right? It's just gore, death, violence, oh my god, screaming, tension, run! However, the lead-up to it is brilliant. All they say is, that's the way to Ravenholm. And the actress says it brilliantly. We don't go there anymore. And that's all she says. That's all she says. And so it's like, okay, got it. It's immediately right there. You know that there's nothing, whatever is there, we don't want to go there. And as we will see, the Combine will soon attack, and we will be forced to go to Ravenholm. It's brilliant because they never actually, they never actually explain prior to you going there why you don't go there. So it's like, imagine walking through a place and it's like, hey, what's going on? And remember, this is the light moment of the game where we have lots of people and lots of interactions with others, and it's okay, everything's great and wonderful, and hey, here's the cafeteria if you want to get a bite to eat, and there's where your quarters are going to be, and never ever go into room C. And just sliding that in there, and then continuing on. Imagine like a few hours later, someone goes, oh god, you need to go into room C right now! As an aside, one thing I've always loved about the Half-Lives, 1 especially, but 2 does this as well, the name of the chapters is brilliant, and in many cases actually just gives me goosebumps, you know?
So, here we are. The scrapyard.
So
this is a gravity gun my father was talking about. You can call it the zero-point energy field manipulator if you really want to.
I just want to point this out. Some people argue that Half-Life 2 didn't actually, it wasn't innovative. I firmly disagree with that. And one of the biggest ways is the gravity gun itself. We are given a weapon whose biggest benefit is the fact that it works with the physics engine that was pretty much brand new for this game. Here's a physics engine. Have fun with it. That's pretty much what this gun is. Physics engine, the gun. Seriously. It's physics engine, the gun. And you couldn't have done this in a previous game because they didn't have this kind of physics engine. This is just ruddy brilliant if you actually think about it. The idea of using something like this as an offensive firepower, I don't even know how to explain that, how brilliant it is. Now that being said, the gravity gun isn't that amazing yet. We'll explain when it's amazing soon. One nice touch. Note the grabbers on the arm. They're not flexed out because nothing here can I grab until I go over something I can grab. And immediately shunk, shunk, shunk. See? It's a nice little indicator of what you can grab and what you can't. Also, in Ravenholm, this weapon will be extremely useful. Like, extremely useful. Whoops. Because there will be buzzsaw blades all over the place, and a gun that grabs and throws things very quickly. I really should not actually have to tell you how that ends up being beneficial. Screw it. Do this the old-fashioned way. I was going to do it with barrels, but whatever.
Come on, Gordon. Build a stack and get up here. All right.
I have done that before, Omni. I could try it this time. We're on easy difficulty, so it's probably pretty easy to do.
Now let me call Dog. He loves to play fetch. Dog! Come!
I could actually talk for a while about Dog. Let's just say I find it interesting that this basically secondary character is a major technological advancement. Like a huge technological advancement. He is durable, strong, surprisingly intelligent, and expressive with tremendous amount of precision control over his body.
Go ahead, Dog. Throw!
I have never actually gotten that to happen, Omni. Like, literally ever. I have never succeeded. Honestly, I think the Great War was technically worse. The consequences of the Combine invasion were worse, though. Oh shoot, you know, there's one other thing I really wish I could showcase. Does anyone remember how much further past Ravenholm the ocean is? So seriously, I've never made this shot. You jackass. Give me that. I might go all the way through Ravenholm then, just so I could show off that, because in my opinion, that's actually the single best moment in all of this game, and I mean that sincerely. Seriously, I've never made this. Today is apparently no exception. I don't even know what angle to go for. I'm just guessing. Trying different angles and different shots here.
When I told you Dog liked to play fetch, I didn't tell you who'd be fetching, did I?
Jeez Louise. I should, Samurai, theoretically? Ironically, I'm pretty good at basketball in real life. Oh, by the way, this is another wonderful example of tutorialization. These are mines. Later on, these things will be a thing in the game. They will just home in on you, like that one does. And then they explode.
What is it, Dog? What's that? Scanners!
And that's right, they're shelling us with head crabs. Because of course they are. Also, guys, who's better? Dog or Loaderbot?
Where are you, Alex?
We're in the scrapyard airlock, stuck in a full auto cycle.
Is Gordon still with you?
He's right here.
Good. I want you to take Gordon out of here. Head for the coast. Do not go through Raven.
Dad?
By the way, that's the second point. She's like, we don't go there anymore. And he's like, do not go through Raven.
Damn it! Dog, open the airlock. Get us out of here.
I don't mean who would win in a fight, because Dog would beat the crap out of Loaderbot. Just who's more awesome.
That's enough, Dog. Come on, Gordon.
Oh, thanks, Dog. I appreciate that you take into account my excessive girth. Whoa.
Gordon, you need to get out of here. I can't leave my father.
Okay.
Dog, take Gordon to the Ravenholm tunnel and circle around and try to meet up with me. Hurry!
By the way, speaking of great sound design, Dog in general, everything about him, the sound of him moving, the sound he makes while he's roaring and all that fun stuff. Bye, Dog. Remember me, my friend. If ever there was a moment that needed to be quiet, with no music, this is it. Stop sign. Lots of debris in the way. Do not enter. I even know what's coming and I don't want to go to Ravenholm. Oh, right. Shoot, I don't remember where there it is. Excuse me. Nice, Omni. Yeah, I've never seen that. If you insist, Baronessa. Yep, we don't go to Ravenhall. God, this section is brilliant. So, what's the first thing we see? Head crab missiles. The second thing we see. Yeah. This, oh. This whole section. Whoa, God! Okay, that actually creeped me out. That is like the best kind of jump scare, by the way. Half-Life 2 does that a lot. It's not the only game that does that. It's an unintentional jump scare. It's the kind of jump scare that only happens when the enemy is just simply not loud enough to be immediately detectable. So they're just wandering around, and you're just going around, and then you turn, and they're there, like what just happened. That actually got me. I mean, I didn't jump, but, you know, that's the kind of jump scare I enjoy. The unintentional jump scare. If you all of a sudden have someone go, blah, 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 boogity, boogity, boo, that's just boring. So, like I said, this section is built for this gun. We have explosive things, I forget what, like tanks of oxygen or whatever, and of course, saw blades. So this is kind of what their faces look like underneath, by the way. Oh, and by the way, just to encourage you to use the saw blades, they show what happens when you saw blade a zombie, right there. And yes, they actually made it so you can split them in half. Oh, yes, like that! That is exactly what I'm talking about! God damn it! I even knew the ones in this room aren't all dead. In case you missed that, a lot of them were just lying on the ground, you know, idle. And then they get up when you get close, because they detect that someone's nearby. Which actually makes a surprising amount of sense. Yeah, it's almost like they planned this, huh? Where'd it go? Ah, Jiva! Not me to do that. That's a good question, Cashel. However, given the fact that this was actually a
For it was said they had become like these peculiar demons which dwell in matter, but in whom no light may be found.
oh yeah, Gregor, I think is his name. He's awesome. Just saying. So you see a lot of what you would call typical zombie stuff here. I don't mean that as a derogatory. What I mean is, one of the things you see most in zombie works is the idea of certain types of traps that only work against zombies. You know, so damn it. The kind of thing I didn't even notice my Gregory, that was his name. The kind of thing that a human would, at least theoretically, not get caught by, right? Like that thing. It's really easy to dodge, actually, but as you can see, the zombies just don't have the ability to deal with it. Alright, apparently, yeah, I just noticed my health is actually a lot lower than I thought it was. Come on. Okay. Good question, Night Forger. I've heard several theories on that. The most common one is that they are, in fact, fully blind. But the other one I hear fairly frequently is the idea that they're not blind so much as they can't see. Now, I know that sounds like a weird thing, but in other words, that the other senses that the head crab has basically replaces their ability to see. Oh, god damn it. I gotta be honest. While I love going through here with the gravity gun and have done so multiple times, most often I go through here with the frickin' assault rifle and just destroy everything I see. Because, oh god, headcrab zombie things. Actually, I have addressed that, Cashel, fully. I have actually already talked about how freaking horrible headcrab zombies are. Something like that, probably, Night Forger. Either that or they have some kind of extra-dimensional senses, being aliens and all that. Oh god, no kidding, Silver Dragoon. No, Night Forger. I don't even have to click that to know that the answer is no. Now I know how I've been defending this entire time the absence of music for this game. In my opinion, even if the rest of the game had music... Oh, this is great, by the way. It's also the first time we see Gregory. In my opinion, even if the rest of the game had music, this game should not. Absolutely. This section being silent is just horrifying. Brilliantly, beautifully horrifying. You know what else is horrifying? These guys! Seriously. Freaking... God. Ugh. This is the other thing about headcrab zombies, by the way. Unless you kill the headcrab zombie in a certain way, the headcrab could just find another host. So, that's a thing. So, do you think those people... Well, I'm being disingenuous. We know those people were actually zombies. See, we can see based on their hands. God! Frickin'... Hey, there's one that's been split. Look at this section. It's literally a headcrab zombie which is missing its bottom half, which is crawling after you. And, well, yeah. We're not going to talk about the fast zombies just yet. Where the hell is my saw blade? Where's my saw blade? It should be in here. Yeah, where's the saw blade? Gah. I throw health at you. There you are. Oh, I missed you, my sweet. In all honesty, the concept of something like a gravity gun is pretty horrifying. Not horrifying, I'm saying the wrong words, but like it's something that would be very dangerous. Sure. There are a couple, Night Forger. Not many. The Sarlacc in Star Wars is pretty far up there too. I don't know, most body horror is what tends to get to me in general. Okay. Now let's put this down for a moment. Okay. Well, shoot. Can I choose neither Darkrai? Is that an option? Yeah, I think I'll go with that. I take shooting myself in the head. What is worse? Define worse, Chaos. Because Half-Life setting is really screwed up, and more horrifying. The surface is dangerous, terrifying, and doom. I wouldn't call the surface horrifying. Just incredibly deadly. Damnation. Come on. There we go. Got my weapon ready, guys. One of the most personally horrifying things? I gotta be honest, the head crabs are really, really horrifying. Like, all joking, all... everything aside, head crabs are just, what the crap, levels of horrifying for me. I can't tie the frickin'... This is an interesting situation to have here. There we go. I should be able to get out. Okay. Tell me about it, Deacon. That's true, Chaos. Which, of course, you don't know yet. I know, don't worry. I have already thought it through. In Resistance? They're okay, Night Forger. I mean, they're fine. You know, they just want what do the rest of us want. Okay. Welcome back, Grey Wolf. Can I just cut the power? Is that a thing I can do? Nope! And I just lost my saw blade against the invisible ceiling of the world. Okay. Aha! Interesting barricade that he has set up here. Ah! Yeah, those are pretty horrifying, but not in a gory kind of a way, because they never really show, like, any of that personally. No, I have not, Bandit. I was not aware you could do that. That's kind of horrible, really. Whatever. Honestly, I don't know Resistance well enough to really answer that question. Oh, geez, it's the big guys. It's the big guys. So, okay. That's right, there's more than one type of head crab. Isn't that fun?
Medical systems engaged. Morphine administered.
I don't like the poison crabs. So yeah, there's multiple types of head crabs. Honestly, what else is there to add to that other than the fact that there's multiple freaking types of head crabs? Come on. Damn it, really? Come on through. I don't like poison head crabs. I don't like head crabs in general. Damn, I didn't even kill it. Okay, I think I got it. God, frickin'. Okay, that was a traditional jump scare. Not that I'm aware, Dragoon. If you want to let everyone, all the other nations know about that openly, you can. That's on you, dude. Part of the reason I don't like the poison head crabs is they sound and act a lot more like spiders than everything else does. And I don't like spiders. We've already covered that. So, how many of you out there have actually read the Froman comic, Concerned Citizen?
Well done, brother. Make free use of my traps, but take care not to fall in them yourself. Behind you!
I'm weaponless at the moment, so...
Ravenholm, you do well to be vigilant.
I mention it because there's probably one section of the entire comic that's serious, and it's after the head crabs have shelled the crap out of Ravenholm. He's the reason they shell Ravenholm, by the way, I'm just saying. And that's funny, and that's silly. And then they shell Ravenholm, and then it just stops being funny very, very quickly. And there's a section where he's up on the platform waiting for Grigori to send the platform over so you can travel to the exit. And he's like, I will take a few seconds, and he turns around, and Froman is there because he jumped, because he was so terrified of the fast zombies, which we haven't even seen yet. I don't remember where to go now. There's like nowhere. Oh, there's something. Okay, I see it now. I feel like I'm up here for a reason, but I am. Oh, normal head crabs are absolutely more horrifying because of those things. Yeah, I'm going... I was thinking about just playing a little bit of Ravenholm, but I want to at least show off the fast zombies, and that means I basically have to finish all of Ravenholm, so... That's what I'm going to do. Oh, gee. You can make it, the other guy. You can make it. We can all make it. Hopefully. Careful. I've got a thing. Oh, that was it. Whoops. I thought this was the other one. Here. Try this again. Well, that was wonderful. I need a weapon, like, now. Excuse me, excuse me. Ah, jeez, ow, ow.
Minor lacerations detected.
Yeah. Aha! I have a weapon. There, we got one of them with it. Just the one. So, I'm trying to do a gravity gun only run. Just for fun, really. I got one with the car. I am that amazing. Okay. Ah, what the... Oh, fire. Fire is bad, guys. Did you know that? So, let's talk about Ravenholm a bit. I've actually heard a lot of theory crafting about this place, believe it or not. It all boils down to the simple idea. Ravenholm was a screwed up place even before the missiles fell. We do know this is a location that the Resistance actually supported. Or was supported by the Resistance was supporting, or so was supporting the Resistance. One of the two.
I am Father Grigori. You have already met my congregation.
That's true, Samurai. We do also know that this place was artillery shelled into oblivion by the headcrabs, and we also know there was only one survivor, that being Father Grigori himself. What the hell? Am I just blind? Oh, it's one of the usable doors. Damn it! So, one of the things that I love to think about is what Ravenholm was about. You know, was it just another town that happened to be found to be supporting the rebels or whatever? But as we've already explained, and as we've already demonstrated several times, the Combine really doesn't give a damn about the rebels, and therefore is generally totally okay with letting them do whatever. So, given that, why would they bother to pause the game? I mean, that's just crazy, pausing the game like that. Getting stabbed in the face. Hey, I'm back. Sorry. I just got shipping confirmation. Yay.
No harm done. Liable to the least of your concerns.
What the... Oh my god, really? A Half-Life style game. What couple, Enigma? Bragwin and Baronessa, of course. Ah, god damn it. Really? Excuse me. Okay, fine. We'll go out this window. Ah, come on. Duck! Duck! God, I hate those freaking things so freaking much. God, yeah. What was I saying? Oh my god, why are there zombies? Do you not understand? I am busy. Busy! I have a paint can. I'm not afraid to use it. I do hate poison head crabs. That's definitely the truth. Ah! God damn it. Let me through the window. God, there we go. Jeez Louise. Let me out of the window, God. I've got an armoire. I've got a paint can. I've got cinder blocks. Anyways, what I was actually talking about. I don't really know what the heck is up with Ravenholm, but I would love to hear your guys' theory on what Ravenholm was prior to the bombing. Because we know that the bombing is at least somewhat recent. So, and we also know that the Combine just does not give a damn about the rebels. They really don't. The only time they've ever cared is when Freeman showed up. And, of course, at the end of the game. And, again, that's logical, because they're actually doing stuff at that point in time. So, why? Why bomb Ravenholm? It's something that is always stuck in the back of my mind as curious. And I think I need to backtrack now. Because I need to be over there, I think. I'm not even sure where I am now. Took 14 months for a train to come. Yep. We'll see. It's interesting you say that, Samurai. My theory is that Ravenholm was bombed specifically because they thought this was the rebel stronghold, and indeed, it may actually have been the rebel stronghold. And so they bombed, they shelled the crap out of it. And again, very Combine. In other words, screw it. So they just kind of dropped the things. Now that being said, I've seen several of you mention they were testing out the head crab artillery theory, or idea, or whatever. And that's actually a fairly valid possibility itself, since we don't see that many places that have been head crab artilleried. Most of the head crab artillery comes in response to Gordon, or here, and those are basically the two locations. So it's quite feasible.
Although they call me crazy, I care not, for thou art my helper, my strength.
That's exactly what this was. This was just a test run. And of course, why not hit someplace that at least is where your enemy is? I mean, which again kind of emphasizes how much they just do not give a damn about the resistance. Yeah, I guess we'll bomb them to test if our bombs work. We don't want to destroy them? No, just test the bombs. Oh, jeez, oh, jeez. Yes, thank you, God! Hello, Razorblade, my old friend. Or Sawblade, I suppose I should say. Okay. Oh almost there. Hey, Bragwin, I'm not in charge of that sort of thing. I'm not the Lich King in charge of shipping. Those! Oh, that noise. That noise. So, I mentioned audio and visual storytelling. These are fast zombies. Their skin is gone. And they're fast. Honestly, though, this is the System Shock 2 effect right here in a nutshell. Because I gotta be blunt, the fast headcrab zombies really wouldn't be that horrifying if not for the audio attached to them. And there's two. There's two types of audio attached to them. One is, of course, the that you've just heard. And the other, well, you'll hear that in a second. Okay, fine. Whatever. By the way, first time I played this game on hard, this is where I died. Not this specific room, but in Ravenholm in general. This is the first part of the game where I was just like, yeah! And yeah, I died. Now, there is one other interesting thing about the fast zombies. And that's the fact that they show slightly more control over themselves. What I mean by that is regular zombies are basically just, there's something near me, attack it. And that's kind of it. There's not even really an animal sense to the headcrab zombies. I would say the headcrab zombies are more like plants in terms of instincts and whatnot, but the fast zombies demonstrate the ability to actually function, again, a little more like an animal, putting them one step up.
Come closer.
Which brings a very, very horrible question. Are the fast zombies an evolution or a mutation or an advanced version of the headcrabs, and is it entirely possible that there's even more advanced headcrab zombies?
Stirred up hell. Man after my own heart.
Let's quick save really quick. See if I... Whoa, no! Let's see if I get to that first. What's quick save? F6.
Here I have a more suitable gun for you. You'll need it. Catch.
Oh, and this is when you get the shotgun.
Now, keep it close. My advice to you is aim for the head. Hush. They come. There is no rest in Ravenholm. Move on and I will meet you at the church.
So you hear that noise? That's the other noise associated with the fast zombies. And I officially have no weapons. And I don't know where I'm going. Blind jump! God, the fast zombies are freaking fast zombies. I suppose that sounds redundant, doesn't it? Ah, they're still here. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. And I can't move. Screw it! Oh yeah, there's another type of zombie we see here. The multiple poison zombies, or multiple poison headcrabs on a single body. God damn it. I don't know where I'm going. Well, whatever. So anyways, let's not lose the saw blade this time.
Hush. They come. There is no rest in Ravenholm. Move on and I will meet you at the church. The grave holds nothing worse for you.
Oh, there's a door here. And I lost the saw blade. I lost the saw blade. Oh, there's more coming. Oh, really? Really? God, I hate fast zombies. Come on, catch on fire. Yes! Hey, my elevator's here. Go, 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 go! Where's the button? So, this isn't tense at all. And there's those guys who fling head crabs at you. And there's no weapons in sight. Whatever, run! Shoot. Oh god, oh god. This way, like this. Like this. Okay. Ah, you ass. Where are you? God damn it. God damn it, shoot! So, what's up, guys? How are things? So, yeah, they kind of do, don't they, Silver Dragoon? I've often felt that was done deliberately. Damn it, Bragwin, no. No. Bad Bragwin. Terrible. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I can make that work. Or I could if I still had the blade. Where'd the blade go? You'll do. Probably Night Forager. Well, at least make it someone... I don't know. Someone, Dragon. Why, Bandit? Let me get a save in here. For no reason. I am filled with... The sight of all these dead people fills me with determination. Hold on to this. For no reason. Okay, nothing up here. Yeah, seriously. If I was ever in a Ravenholm situation, bullet, head, done. It's the biggest argument I've ever heard for why people should be allowed to own guns. If Ravenholm ever happens. What? Where's the blade? It's gone, Chemic. Gone forever. I gotta be honest, I never remember my way through Ravenholm at all. I mentioned that earlier, my lack of remembering how this game goes. I am pro-gun in the case of a zombie apocalypse, yes. But only in the case of a zombie apocalypse. We all need to have the power to kill ourselves.
is.
Okay. A little fast. There it is. Where'd it go? There it is. Shy. Oh, God damn it! I hate poison. Head crab death things. God damn it! Also, no politics questions, I forgot. The rule is back in effect. As it always will be, until next Halloween. Then you can ask me questions. Like what, Night Forager? You ever tried stabbing yourself to death? It's not pleasant. And it's really hard to do. Oh, there it is. Okay, what'd that do? Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Okay. Okay, whatever. Oh, this is looking... I just used a crowbar. God damn, I wasn't even thinking. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I could quick load. You're right. I didn't even think about that. I was just like, damn it. It's the urge to try and crowbar the door. It was too great. That's the funniest thing, too. It wasn't an enemy, it was just the door. Like, oh, no, I should have realized I didn't need it. Nice, Dios. Okay, now I need to get up. By the way, fun fact, zombies just spawn around here the longer you wait. So, you can actually have a more or less infinite supply. I say more or less because I don't know if it's literally infinite or not. Those who know this game more than me, feel free to correct me. Excuse me. Okay, that does nothing. Yeah, another good example of sound design. The gravity gun. So, I have no idea what to do. I really don't remember this section, like, at all. Okay. Wait, who's shipping me? What's going on here? Do I have to destroy people again? Yeah, I know I have to get up. I'm trying to figure out how to get up, but I'll backtrack a bit. Is there anything? No. This does not seem right. I think I went too far. If I hit a load screen, I probably went too far. Yeah, no kidding. I was actually just thinking, you know, this is like the worst place to get lost in, is Raven Home. You know, oh, god damn it. I would not be surprised if that was done completely deliberately. If you don't understand what I mean, this is pretty much the only section in the entire game which is effectively a maze. It's a fairly small contained area, but throughout this area, there's only... Oh, god damn it, come back, come back! No! You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Within this relatively small area, there's not a whole lot. Oh, God. It's basically all figuring out where to go next and whatnot. And this is the one area in the entire game where you are undergunned from horrible, nightmarish monstrosities that you're trying to get away from. Where you're supposed to be thinking about, you know, where to go next and trying to find the path forward and all that fun stuff. You cannot tell me that's accidental. God damn it!
Fracture detected.
Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. I, got rid of the fast zombie. Oh, you freaking...
Blood toxin levels detected.
Hi. Did I just lose my weapon? I just lost my weapon. Get up here, get up here, get up here! Where'd they go? Oh my god. Yeah, exactly, Bandit. This is actually some really great game design, level design. Pretty much for exactly that reason. Here's the nightmarish, hellish level of doom. By the way, here's a bunch of puzzles. Damn it, Brigwin. What? Who's shipping over there? How dare you ship on my stream? It's totally not our stream. Anything like that. Box? No. I do wonder why there's so many saw blades and oxygen tanks here. Night Forger. Oh, I guess I'm okay with that, because that means I can kill her immediately. This is true, Samurai. Excuse me. You know, I wouldn't ship me to the chair considering what happened recently. Oh, jeez. Shoot! Shoot! Ah! Shoot! Ah! Well, thank God for that Night Forger. I'm still gonna kill her, though. Just let you know. Oh, jeez, we're almost to the big, horrible, fast zombie section. I need a saw blade. Ah, god damn it. Oh my god! He followed me. He followed me into the freaking room. Well, since I don't get a saw blade, I will live with a box. falling at certain sections of this area really sucks, too. Hi. Cause of death? Box. Do I go this way, or...? I keep forgetting to quick save. It's a really useful tool. And there's a bridge. It feels like it's my destiny to be in the box. Oh, god damn it. Oh, god damn it. Really? Fine. Hi. Excuse me. I'd rather not interact with you right now. If I could avoid it. God!
Blood toxin levels detected.
Wait, are we shipping nations? Seriously? Is this it? This is the section, isn't it? Oh god, this is the section. And I have no weapons at all.
Ah, there you are.
I have nothing.
I will send the cart for you, brother. It will be but a moment.
I have nothing.
Patience, brother.
There's no patience here. I'm just gonna die.
Yourself, self.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. So this is the other thing. That chikung. God, there's so little maneuverability here. Damn it, is the thing at least moving? I can't even tell. Crap, I let him corner me. Are you serious, Gregory? Come on. Wrong way. Wrong way. Don't mind me. Please don't fling poison at me. Thank you. Almost there. Where'd you go? Well, I got attacked by the minions of hell themselves. Now, brother, step on the cart. Now? Really? Now's when you're ready? Ah, let's go, let's go.
The handbrake, brother. Release it and come down.
I'm trying to. Oh my god. That was fun.
For the dead know no sleep in their graves, nor dost thou remember them until they are destroyed through thy hand. Greetings, brother. And so we meet at last. You are to be commended for avoiding my traps. The work of a man who once had too much time on his hands and now finds time for nothing but the work of salvation. I suspect you have little wish to remain in Ravenholm, so I will show you to the mines. As for me, a shepherd must tend to his flock, especially when they have grown unruly.
So what do you
Follow me,
guys
brother,
think?
And tread lightly, for this is hallowed ground.
Do you think Gregory is insane? In other words, he was unhinged by the events that happened in his town? Or do you think he is fully cognizant and sane and aware of the events that happened in his town? He just is dealing with it the only way he can. He's basically making fun of himself and his own profession and all that fun stuff by all his actions here. Come on. Right here, Gregory.
Stay close to me, brother.
That's true. One does not exclude the other. I mention it, though, because some people have postulated the theory that he is just completely nuts. There is no sanity, no cognizance left in him. He is just gone. But, I don't think that's true personally. I think there is something of the person Gregory left in there. And he is, again, just dealing with it the only way he knows how to. I mean, how would you deal with this kind of a situation? Imagine everyone you know and love, all your neighbors, all your friends, and this happens. I know it's kind of a cliche because it's been done so many times, but it is worth noting that in real life, again, you know, that would be horrible. If I dare say, that would be basically beyond comprehension unless you've actually been through something like that. I can confirm it uses lower meshes, Jasper. I'm not sure about all the details, though.
Come to the light.
Yeah, exactly, Enigma. Even if these all people were all dead, this would be horrible. They're not all dead. They're a lot worse than dead. So this is even worse than your typical lone survivor's guild kind of situation, which is already bad.
Balm for your affliction, child.
Oops.
It is not me you want, but the light that shines through me. Follow me. Quickly, brother.
If you insist. Oh no, I'm not trying to nitpick Enigma, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to highlight just how ridiculously horrible this situation is for Gregory. I mean, I'm not exactly on hugely good terms with my neighbors, but I mean, if this happened to them, I cannot possibly pretend that wouldn't get to me in a bad way. Oh my god! Oh, that's a big one. Where's my freaking blade? Where's the blade? Where's the blade? There it is. I got your back! Okay.
Hurry while I hold the gate.
Oh, right.
Go quickly.
Thanks, bro. Bro.
Farewell, brother. I fear I deliver you to a darker place. May the light of lights illuminate your path. Look to your own salvation.
I also wouldn't be surprised if Gregory does deliberately stay because of that guilt and because of that, for lack of a better term, madness. Because of how unhinged he has become. Please give me the achievement. Hey, War Wager. What's up? So, okay. How many people did this the first time they saw this? And had that happen to them? I'm raising my hand here, by the way. I was like, oh, okay, something will catch me, right? Nope, you're supposed to actually do this. Which honestly I only remember because, well, of what I just mentioned. My memories of going, whee! Crud. Well, I'm still just using the thing. God! Possibly to my own detriment. Oh, jeez. heights is one of those rare fears I do not have. Okay. God damn it. Do not want. Oh, whatever. What are you doing, game? I think it was an autosave, actually. Yes, you got here just in time for me to leave Ravenholm. Ah, crud! Whatever, it works. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap! I can't use another weapon. No! Seriously, is there anything I can grab? Aha! Nothing? Quick! No! And my head was eaten alive. Yeah, damn it. Whatever. I'm not actually sure, Omni. But, yeah, obviously. Funny thing is, I saw the thing, and I was like, oh, shoot. And then, yeah, I was just a little too slow on that. No, not my head. Not my head. I need that. Okay. I thought it would move faster. That's got to be the best death yet. Alright, go. I thought it would take off immediately, so I was just going in to fall behind it. Ew. This is fun. Seriously, this is actually pretty fun. Man, ducking. That's what real people with real gamer skills do. Okay, give me my friggin' achievement. And then we're gonna finally stop playing this game. Although at this point, maybe I should just keep going. I mean, shoot. We're actually quite close to the end. No achievement for me. Oh, there it is! Yay! Zombie chopper! I'm sorry, Fragtagger. It's Half-Life 2, man. What do you want? Oh, the C is definitely the... Oh, hey, I can finally use another weapon. See, that's actually something I was about to ask. I find myself wondering if Gregory is the one who set up that last trap, or that was someone else. Oh, by the way, this is when snipers start being a thing. Snipers are fun. And by snipers being fun, I mean, oh god, please kill me, God. I gotta be honest. Yes, Omni, I am not usually good enough to make this happen. Managed it this time. I'm actually really bad with grenades, have been in like every game ever. But the sniper section, well, this is horrible. Now again, they demonstrate the snipers well in advance, so you know they're coming. And they give them targets. The thing about the snipers is they're really good shots. Oh, I'm absolutely going to show off the ocean. I might show off the Citadel. It depends on if I have a save up there. Okay, I'm pretty sure these snipers are a better shot in hard difficulty, because I remember these guys just freaking psyching it right on you. I say as they shoot me several times. In my defense, I was stuck on the logs then. Yeah, I'm not good with these. Oh, what? Suddenly head crab. God dang it. Hey, I finally made it. Watch. Yes! Got him! So, anyways. Oh, right, I'm supposed to. Also notice the first sniper, god damn it, is in a position where it's advantageous for you to take him out, not him take you out. Again, some good game design there. Later on, as you can already see, most of the snipers will be more positioned to take you out. I gotta be honest, this section was a huge relief for me. Oh, thank God, people who are shooting at me. Nice, Kemek. I'd believe it. That's why they were probably taking out the boxes earlier. Notice they specifically targeted that thing just to get rid of some of the cover that lumber might have given me. So watch, if I hang out over here... No, snipers have different AI because they're not actually MOBs in the traditional sense of the word. They basically have... Oh, hey. They basically have a completely separate script and AI setup for themselves. That's one of the main reasons why... You know, I've never done this. I've never crawled into the train before. That's one of the main reasons why they're unique to take out. In fact, if I were to turn on some kind of, like, I can just shoot forever cheat, infinite ammo or whatever, and just stand out there and shoot them, it wouldn't do anything. I have to get a grenade in there. I suppose I can go in. What do we got? Dead guy, bunch of grenades. Person who can see me. Gotcha, Kemek. So you'll notice these are basically armored Combine soldiers, which I only point out to emphasize that escalation concept again. These are basically actual Combine soldiers as opposed to the police initiative, whatever they called themselves earlier. I can't actually remember their names right now. Oh yeah, this is actually my favorite gun in the game, by the way. I've always had a thing for rapid-fire assault rifles and that kind of a thing. That's always just been my preferred style of gun, and this thing is just amazing. Oh, wow, War Rager. So what is that, 4? No, that's 6? Oh, it's 3-2. That's right, 3-2. Seriously, though, this gun is awesome. Love this thing. As an aside, the pulse rifle was also my favorite weapon in Doom, the original Doom. And in Quake 2, I think? No. There's another game that has a gun, an energy rifle. I also really like this thing because it has an incredibly quick reload rate, and you tend to get a lot of ammo for it because of the Combine soldiers here. Oh, by the way, we won't be playing episode 1 and 2 today, so I just want to point out, these wonderful Combine soldiers can get infected by... Infected, that's not a good word. Affected?
It's incredible you made it.
By,
We've been getting communications from Alex. I'll see if I can reach her again.
Yeah, sure. By headcrabs. Headcrab Combines. And even while headcrabbed, they're still trying to communicate and failing. And that's just something kind of sad when you think about it.
Clear. And I've got Gordon Freeman.
Like, if you don't understand what I mean by this, remember that a person who is headcrabbed
I've been on the line with Alex.
still is still cognizant, except
Over here, Dr. Freeman.
we know that they've basically been lobotomized.
Indispensable
So
collaboration.
it's people who have been lobotomized who are already barely shells of people relying on external orders in order to function, and then they are headcrabbed, getting rid of their higher brain functions. I mean, that's like the opposite of a person at that point.
Thank God. I need your help. They've taken my father. He's been taken to Nova Prospect. The Vortigaunts tracked the ship that made off with him and Judith Mossman. While the trains are still running, I'm gonna hitch a ride. Here's where you come in, Gordon.
Wait, I'm gonna hitch a
Make
ride.
your way along the coast until you get to Nova Prospect. It used to be a high-security prison. It's something much worse than that now. But I think it's still easier to sneak in than to break out.
You wanted to take the coast road? You won't last 5 minutes on foot. It's spawning season for the antlions.
That's why I called you, Leon. I was hoping you still had the scout car we left with you last summer.
By the way, that's our second mention of Nova Prospect, and the first mention of it being a horrible place. Right on the heels of Ravenholm. I don't know about you, but my first reaction was, oh, I think I'm ready for anything after Ravenholm. Admittedly,
Okay, Alex, we're all set.
Nova Prospect is a different type of horror than Ravenholm. Much more implied, and a lot less gory and in your face, but God, it's just...
Bye, Alex.
In my opinion, Nova
Before you hit
Prospect
the
is
road, you
the
might wanna
second
grab some
most
med
horrifying
kits.
moment in this
Restock on
game.
ammo, maybe check the map, see where you're headed. There's an ammo supply crate.
The
on
most
back of
horrifying
car.
is what we're actually going to showcase next.
Stay with the car, make use of the thumpers. You'll stand a fair chance against the antlions.
Oh, as an aside, I mentioned earlier that I'm still net positive, even though I acknowledge there's flaws to the hovercraft section. All of those flaws pretty much go away with the dune buggy section. This section's just awesome, in my opinion.
Short point to New Little Odessa. We're in Odessa. Reed.
Hello, Dr. Freeman. Car's all ready for you.
So,
Hop in and I'll lower you down.
I'm going to find the exact spot before I showcase it, although that's certainly part of it, but we'll talk about that in a moment. So the antlions, right? The antlions are, well, I like it because it's one of like 5 implications. Because of the events of Half-Life 1, certain alien races have basically just been transplanted here into Earth, and they've just kind of adapted to the new environment here.
Your magnet's failing. Hold on. Sorry, Doc.
It's okay, I'll just die. These are antlions. Alien creatures that have adapted to our environment. They can be pretty mean. So yeah. You see this?
Get that car up, right? Get the hell out of here.
That's the ship. Now, I gotta be honest, this is not the first moment this really hit me. I've talked about this moment in my streams, and I talked about it during my Half-Life 2 rumination. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, right.
Get that car up. Get the hell out of here.
But I'll show you the exact moment that I remember just really, when the coast thing really struck me. Because I know exactly the view it is and exactly where it is. This is apparently not the way to go. Oh well. Where is it? I thought you could still see the Citadel from here. Guess I'm wrong. Oh crap. Oh crap. The good news is, we can actually get the buggy free in a ways we couldn't get the hovercraft free. Because we have the gravity gun, and this is actually unaffected by it. Pretty much for that reason. I thought that this was literally the last time we could see the Citadel, but I guess not. Oh well. They're adapting! Oh, jeez. Almost lost that there. Whoa, 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 whoa. No! Wrong direction. Oh, whatever, fine. Down.
Major fracture detected.
Hey, I'm a lot better passenger driver in real life and in every other driving game ever. Especially Grand Theft Auto. I also like how the music fires up for this section. I almost wish the music had played through most of the buggy section. Because this just feels like a very high-paced section in general, and I don't just mean because of the fact that you're in the frickin' buggy. Although I do mean that as well. PC controls, Omni. If you don't understand the difference there, it's basically analog versus digital. Or, in other words, imagine if you're driving your car in real life, and you can only ever turn all the way left or all the way right. That's the best way I've always figured to explain the difference between PC and analog, or analog and digital control. No, I'm not there yet, Enigma. So I may be fully stuck here. Nope, we're good. We're good. But yeah, with so in other words, when you're turning left, the only thing you can do is turn all the way left. And really, just try to picture that in real life. It's pretty obvious why it's harder to control a lot of games like this in PC with that kind of thing. So these are a nice thing. They'll actually explain these a little bit later, but this is a wonderful little bit of technology whose only purpose is keeping the antlions away. Hey, we aim to please, Omni. I also don't know where I'm going. But you'll notice the antlions will literally not approach. So even if you don't know what's going on, you can understand a little bit of why the of what's going on with this thing. No? Okay, I don't remember where to go. Which I suppose shouldn't surprise anyone. Should I just go down there? That looks like it. Okay. And I can't knock down the wood in my way for some reason. Yeah, basically, Illyria. There we go. Pretty much, Omni. I'm not going too much farther. I do like how the collision damage of the car actually damages the enemies. That's a nice touch. I also have one last thing to talk about coming up here. Pretty soonish. Not quite yet, though. Yeah, I know, there was a G-Man spot back there. There's another one up ahead, if memory serves. Unless that's the one I'm thinking of, in which case, never mind. He's watching you. Quite literally.
Gordon Freeman!
Hey, what's up?
Hurry, get in the basement. We're expecting gunships at any moment. Colonel Cubbage will be glad to see you made it.
So you remember I mentioned earlier the fact that I like the theme of the Combine having the brute force technology and lack of precision and humans being more precise with it? One of the things I like most about that theme is, if you'll notice, Freeman is far deadlier with these weapons than the soldiers who are trained to use them are. I feel that actually works really well, thematically speaking, as weird as that sounds. Because the whole idea is the Combine comes up with this doom tech, and then someone with the precision of Freeman, not necessarily humans in general, but Freeman in specific, picks it up and says, well, why don't you do it like this? And is just better at it. He, in other words, applies better skill to the brute force that the Combine brings, which is why Freeman is able to basically overpower all the Combine here.
Now, who's going to be the lucky one to carry it into combat?
That'd be me.
Ah, yes. Gordon Freeman.
Give it. Give it.
Couldn't have asked for
Give
a
it.
finer volunteer.
Give me the rocket.
Colonel
Oh, thank you.
Odessa Cubbage, at your service.
When I used to play Counter-Strike, Half-Life 1, pretty sure it was 1, the rocket launcher like this, I was damned good with this thing. Let's go ahead and get a save in. Goodbye. One of my favorite tricks was on certain maps, like where they're up there, I would shoot out like this, and then do this kind of shunk right into the doorway, and they would never see it coming, and it was awesome. I used to be good at games, guys. Then I took an arrow to... Wait. No, I didn't. Braegwin hasn't done that yet.
I gather you've disposed of that gunship, Dr. Freeman.
Of course.
Your reputation, sir, is well deserved.
Thanks.
I'll have someone open the gate for you immediately, so that you can drive on. I understand that Dr. Vance is in great need.
Honestly, Omni, I do think that, absolutely, yes. I don't think Cubbage is a G-Man agent. I just think he was someone who the G-Man happened to interact with for this purpose.
Drive safely.
A little bit further. Actually, I am the G-Man, as you can tell, because I warp space and time regularly. Come on, out you get. Out you get. Come on. Oh, it does not want to get unstuck. Look at that. Look at that. Look at its resistance. Jeez. So, as I was saying, just call me the glitch man. Whoa, crap. Wasn't ready for that. So is this the one where I have to do the one puzzle? Oh, crap. I don't think I've ever done that before. That's right, I'm laying down some Arshian guy in beats here. Hey guys. You know what? I actually have a better gun than this. I also like how fast this gun reloads, by the way. It's one of the things I like most about it, actually. Dubsteppin' Gaia? I don't know. Getting off the ladder! My greatest nemesis. Yeah, I agree. I should have actually mentioned that. They actually add ammo to the back of the cart, which you can then use to reload on the fly, which is great. Both for gameplay and for just the obvious, I don't know, story gameplay integration there. Come on. Okay, so full disclosure, when I very first played this game, I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was a bug, I don't know what, but the controls for this didn't work at all. So I was stuck, unable to pick up this thing, and I basically couldn't complete the game. I actually ended up putting the game down for a while as a result of that. I'm trying to remember where I'm supposed to put this thing. So I'm supposed to get up there eventually. That's my goal. It's over there. I think I need the car to be over here. There we go. Took me forever to figure that out too, by the way, knocking the bridge over to progress. I mean, literally, it just took forever for me to figure that out. Oh, I'm almost out of ammo. Oh, I guess you're gonna get your wish, Omni. It's time to use the Magnum. I should have thought about dropping the box on them. Oh well. Sorry, guys. Go. Ammo. Now, whatever. Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me. God. Whoa there. Honestly, yeah, if I was trying to get stuck, I probably wouldn't be nearly stuck. Notice all the cars on the road, by the way. Just notice the sheer amount of them, like, everywhere. Now, there's two possibilities for these cars being everywhere. One, they were placed here specifically as like a blockade kind of a situation. The other, and I personally feel this to be more likely, they were quite literally abandoned. Come on, come back. Oh wow, that's right. They have AA. Forgot about that. Oh well. me get in the... But anyways, the other idea is that they were literally abandoned as a result of, you know, the 7-Year War and the fact that everything was abandoned, as we've already discussed. Just think, guys, Fallout 4 and Legacy of the Void are very soon. So those mines, I hate those mines. I mentioned those a while ago during the dog section. Also, note how the roads are basically unkept, but not that damaged. I mention that because that actually makes a surprising amount of sense. Excuse me. That makes a surprising amount of sense when you think about it. The idea that, I mean, there's not really anything. There's two reasons roads have wear and tear, right? One is the elements, literally going from hot to cold, causes them to shrink and contract over several weeks and months and whatnot, and that causes the first thing. The second is people driving on it, you know? And no one are driving on it. No one are driving on it, man. My grammar is fantastic. No one's driving on the roads. It's a wonderfully subtle touch, in my opinion, because most of the time you see broken roads like this, you see, to put it bluntly, what happens in Fallout, where there's just this massive wreck of barely broken terrain, you know, barely navigable terrain. In this, jackasses. In this, you've got the situation where, oh, you're up there. In this, you've got the situation where, instead of feeling destroyed, it feels desolate. It goes back to that lonely thing we were talking about earlier. These roads have not had anyone drive on them for years. And years. About 2 decades, I'd say, actually, with the occasional exception. Oh my god. Alright. Go away. Okay, got rid of those. Who needs the crossbow? It's a piece of crap anyways. Hates it. Literally about to load a save in a moment here. Okay, where's the pipe? I also like how you can follow the cables, by the way. That's a nice touch. A, it makes sense. B, it again, and I hate to keep re-emphasizing this, is like the 50 billionth time in which the low-tech nature, the brute force nature of the Combine is present. They actually require physical power lines in order to power everything, whereas a lot of sci-fi things have mobile power sources or whatnot. In this case, they actually needed a truck to power it. This is my favorite way to do this puzzle, by the way. Snap. Still not at the moment, by the way. And I have 2 more things to talk about, and then we're gonna briefly go over the something in the Citadel. That would be horrifying, Deacon, because she actually has a brain. And ingenuity, for that matter. You can't yet, Titans. Oh, sorry, Samurai answered your question. My bad. Couldn't tell if that was an enemy or not, so I dodged him. Are we there yet? No. Is it after the bridge? God, we have further to go than I thought. Alright, whatever. No, we're not playing through the whole game. I didn't realize it was as far as it is. Maybe I'm misremembering the scene, except I'm not. I know I'm not. I know the exact area. I'll go ahead and tell you, for those of you who know this game, I'm looking for the car battery puzzle. Is that past this, or did I miss it? You can always tell there's going to be a gunship battle soon when missiles are nearby. So I mentioned audio design. That's going to come up in a moment here, rather significantly. Okay, so we still are not yet at the battery puzzle. Excellent. Whatever. Yeah, it's about a 10-hour game. I think it's one of the longer FPSs I've played, not counting Metroid Prime, or Metroid Prime 2, or Metroid Prime 3. So, I've talked about this section. See you around, Blue Lucky. Have fun with it. I talked about this section in the rumination, for those of you who remember. I don't actually have a problem with heights, not really. What I do have a problem with is every now and again when I get high up, I just look down and there's this feeling of I don't know what. It's not fear, it's just, whoa. Now, that usually only happens to me in real life. There are very, 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 very few video games that invoke that feeling in me. This is one of them. This is a section where I feel genuinely tense. So, of course the walkway is broken. Of course the walkway is broken. I mean, this is Half-Life, right? So, we have to go across the hard way. Whoops, I think I need to start up here. So yeah, the bridge. I guess it's a bit of vertigo. It's not like real vertigo, which is when you actually start losing balance and the ability to function properly. Yeah, so this right here. This again is the sound design thing in a nutshell. Just brilliant sound design for this area because you can actually hear the wind whistling. It's pretty quiet. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it. But I get really tense going across here. And again, I don't even have a good reason why. It's just freaking amazing. And yeah, music plays for this section. Again, being significant because it's the freaking bridge. The bridge. And they pretty much force you to go the bad route every time. Now, I don't know how many of you out there are male. And you might be like, well, how does that matter, Arsh? Well, I don't know about you, but my balls tighten every time I barely fall off in this section. Like, just happened. Like, I was like, and it's like... And of course, a train goes overhead, and the whole bridge starts shaking, and you hear the train, and it's like, oh god, 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 oh god! Really dark, interesting. God, this section. For those of you wondering, if you fall, you just plain die. You just die. There's nothing for it. And the funny thing is, this is why Half-Life 2 is amazing right here. This is one of the 50 reasons why. There's really not a lot of penalty for failure here. If you fall, you reload your autosave, which is like at the other end of the bridge. You just have to start over. That's it. That's all. But it's just so well crafted with the audio design, with the visual design. They specifically made it foggy. Not just so they wouldn't have to render as much, so that all you see is the bridge and down. And that's all you have to look at is the bridge and down. This is your world right now, is the bridge. And there's the crossbow, just for you guys. So, I will admit, actually, the crossbow's a really neat weapon. It's not one of my favorites, but one of the reasons it's neat is because what it shoots, whoops, if you see there, is superheated metal rods. Which, on the one hand, you're like, okay, so... And then think about a metal rod that's superheated that's being propelled at high velocity towards someone, and tell me again about how unimpressive that is. It doesn't help that you've got the ice skate effect going on here. So, ugh. You kind of have to have a sense for where your feet are. No, Javin. Oh yeah, there is one thing I don't like about this gun. It only has a 90 round capacity. So I try to use that a lot more, yeah. Yeah, we're past Black Mesa, the new Black Mesa. Where's the... Hang on, let me just find the crossbow again really quick here. I don't remember which number the crossbow is, because I almost never use it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you see the battery pack that's powering the thing that heats the rod up? In fact, I'll go ahead and waste a round. Watch the rod as it's being inserted. See, it's normal, and then you put it in, and then it goes hot. And there's even the sound of the burning metal to indicate, which is kind of nice. Oh, Black Mesa Source. No, I haven't gotten around to that yet. I do plan to. No mistake. But I haven't done it yet. That's a good question. Do you need to buy it? I'm not sure about that. See, I didn't think so. I mean, I own Half-Life 1 anyways, so, yeah. Actually, no, because I don't think there's a lot of... I mean, I guess kind of yes, Night Forager. So I think I see where you're going with that, yeah. So this puzzle. I remember being stuck on this puzzle. Because, you know, I have to get to that. How do I do this? Oh my god, what do I do? I'm so stupid that I forget that I have a gravity gun. Yeah, I was stuck on this puzzle for an embarrassingly long period of time. I personally think this is a better big game, Fat Squeak, but then again, I don't actually like Bioshock that much. Let's be honest with ourselves, Zen in the original Half-Life was not good. I'm sorry, it wasn't. There were a lot of gameplay design flaws with it, and even the developers have admitted that it just was kind of something they were throwing together because they were running out of time. I love Half-Life 1, but Zen was not that well designed. So those are the organic gun shifts then. This is probably the first time we've really gotten to see one up close. And, yeah. Does anyone know if there's cheats for this game? Because I was thinking about going ahead and cheating up to Nova Prospect. Just to show it off. And you go. Zen is the border world, aka all of a sudden complete gameplay style shift and different rules and basically just out of nowhere, hey! And it really didn't gel well with the rest of the game, and there was no, unlike pretty much the entire rest of the game, there was no lead up to it, there was no proper in-gameplay tutorialization, it was just fling you into the fire, make it work. And a lot of the puzzle designs were frankly not that good, and a little too reliant on the saves coming. Well, I noticed I could turn on the dev console in this version, so I don't know. But I want to get at least to the one section, the car battery puzzle, before I... There we go. Whew. I always relax just a little bit when I get past a section. I should be saving more often. No, and that's why! But yeah, there were a lot of low-gravity jumping puzzles. A lot of it was clearly unfinished, which, you know, is always a problem. I just saved, that's hilarious. We're gonna do the rest of this one no saving. Hardcore mode. I've actually seen people do no pausing runs of the bridge. In other words, you know how I stop every now and again to orient myself to make sure I don't fall? Don't do that, just go. Made it. I'm not gonna pretend that didn't make me clench just now, but hey, you know, we did it. First person play, yeah. Hey, I didn't fall, Bandit. Well, I mean, I did, but just the one time. I'm gonna let the antlions deal with that for the moment. I love the sound of this gun, too, the pulse cannon. It just has a good sound to it. Honestly, the Metroid Primes had so little platforming, I'm not sure they really qualify. Oh, shoot. I do find it interesting that the antlions are against the head crabs. It just goes to show that they might be, you know, they might all be aliens, but they're not all on the same side, and I kind of like that. Magnum. Oh, shoot. Okay. So, I'm going to do a save because I actually had a stuck save once here where I had to rewind back to the beginning of the bridge. And I had to do the whole bridge over again. Basically, I was in a really bad way on the train section, and like the save, the quick save, and autosave, the autosave like screwed up or something. I forget exactly what happened. And the quick save was right as the train was about to hit me, so I had no time to react. Yeah, made it. Alright, let's go. Leroy. You might be like, well, what train? Well... Come on, come on. Ugh! I want it. I want it on record that I made that. I'm underwater. Do you see this? I'm actually underwater. Okay, take two. Come on. Damn it, come on, I totally made that. Come on. I can do this. I need to use my sprint a little more decisively. Yeah, exactly, Dios. I was burning it early, but the train doesn't even spawn until a certain point, and that's when you want to use the turbo. Like, the train's not there right now. Now the train's there. Oh, shoot, I hit it too early. Still! Yep, I was still too early. Hang on. Major fracture detected. I gotta be honest, this is not the intended method of doing this, in case you're wondering. Head grabs, I don't think the head crabs have anything to do with the Combine, really. Especially since the Combine and the head crab faction, for lack of a better term, are basically opponents. So yeah, there's another strategy for dealing with this, which is actually what you're kind of supposed to do, in all honesty. Doing that thing that I just did is actually a lot harder to do than it looks, and that's, considering I failed several times, that should, Major fracture detected. What are we up to? Take 8 here? I'm gonna go for it one more time. One more time. I'm gonna play chicken with a train. Right there. Ugh! Oh, bull! I totally made that. I totally made that. Yeah, you're actually not supposed to play chicken with the train. That is actually not the intended... Well, I mean, you can do it, obviously, but it's not the intended way. You're supposed to be like, oh crap, there's a train! And then do this. Or, that being said, you may also be supposed to turn around and try to scramble a 3-point turn on the railway as quickly as you can. Because the train's actually faster than you, even while backing up. Or while backing up, rather. Also, once again, the train design of the Combine is very indicative of their overall mentality. Very brusque, very blunt, very disinteresting. So. I'm back. Wait, hang on. I hear a voice. Sorry about that. Didn't realize it was 7, and, you know, dinner is this weird thing. You like my streams, Darkrai? Well, thank you. Whoop, no, I actually am going this way, aren't I? Oh, God, I used to actually be pretty good at this trick. Ah, whatever. Is it this one? I'm not sure, Frag Tagger. I might cheat just to zoom through the rest of the game quicker. Although I'm not sure cheats would help zooming through the game. I guess they would make it easier for me to just open fire without having to do anything at all, so that's a thing. Oh, I know, Baronessa. Well, guys, I'm up on the... Guys, the new name of this buggy is the Hydra. The Stringent Hydra. Whoa! Them Duke Bulls better learn how to fly. Or flap their arms. Or grow some wings. Red Bull! Wow. I have been streaming, like, for so long, my Canada Dry has gone flat, because I've been forgetting to drink it. Mercy. Ah. The Doom Buggy Hydra's back. God, screw those things. Just go, just go, just go, just go! So, implied horror. It depends on us, right? So here's some implied horror for you. Why are there headcrab zombies just here or there? Well, I'll give you my answer for that. Because one of the things that Compine probably did in order to, you know, win the war is just kind of shell random places with the headcrabs. I don't know if that's true or not, but it is in my book, damn it. Damn it, I even knew that was coming. Well, they're affected by gravity, which means you can and arguably should do it with the gravity gun, but if you hit them with enough force... I did not actually know that, Kevin, no. Ah, we're here! We're here, guys! This is the area. I recognize this place. This is the battery puzzle. Funny thing is, she even specifically mentions this gun is good at getting out of mines earlier in the game, if you're paying attention. Hey, I did kill him at least. Why would a trick-or-treater not wear costumes? That kind of defeats the point, doesn't it? I want candy, so go to the grocery store. If you're having fun with the event, and let's make this clear, I have no judgment or negativity towards people who just want to have fun with the event, then go have fun with the event. Don't just ask for candy. Anyways, so, there's actually 3 batteries for this thing, but we're not going to talk about that first. I'm gonna do one thing first. So, all up till this point in the game, you've just seen... honestly, that first shot was probably the best shot, but I kind of... I was kind of under attack by antlions. This whole part of the game, you've seen all of these, just... the lowered water level. And... I honestly don't even know how to explain how horrifying this is. This is, in my opinion, the single best thing in Half-Life 2. The best aspect of implied horror across the entire game. It's not, you know, what they do with the suppression field. It's not what they're putting in the water. It's not the implication of the fact that all the people currently around were children when the war began. No. It's this. The ocean is several dozen feet lower. I want you guys to think about how much water would have to be removed from the ocean to lower the ocean level by only a dozen feet. That is an insane thing to happen. Now, we find out through some of the ancillary works and things not in this game that they are literally draining the ocean because this amount of water is very valuable. It's the V thing all over again. You know, this kind of the water itself is a valuable resource, and simply having this vast resources of it is a huge boon to the Combine. But just picture for 20 years draining the water from about, from about there to about there. God, I don't even have words to explain how much that horrifies me. And I talked about that in the rumination, too. Really, honestly, the first shot you see of the ocean is probably the best shot, now that I've re-watched it all, where you get to see the ship that is just sitting there in what used to be a dock, and you can see the wood still has, like, some bits of green going up, like, 15 feet from the ground, where the ocean used to be. God. So that's my favorite implied horror in all of Half-Life 2, of all of its things. That just gets to me. I don't even know how to explain that properly. But I want to talk about one other thing. This is the car battery puzzle, okay? Now, for those of you who don't know, you have to have a battery in all 3 slots, okay? So it's like, well, there's a battery right here. Fan-freaking-tastic. You have to find a third battery. Now, like I said, there's actually several third batteries here. But the one that always gets me, now let's see if I remember where it is. No. Oh, come on, where is it? Yeah, exactly. It's so quietly subtle that just the ocean's water is... The water level is so much lower. There it is. There it is. In the car, okay? This is what I'm talking about. There's a car battery. In the car hood of the car. Now I know what you're saying. Well, duh. I mean, it's a car battery. This is probably one of the best examples of gamer logic I've ever encountered. I actually talked about this during the rumination, if you'll remember, and I know this has been brought up recently as someone else was doing a commentary on gamer logic as well. Gamer logic is, I'm playing a video game, and I understand the rules of the video game. Okay? I understand how the video game works and functions, so I exist within those rules. In real life, I need a car battery, why don't I check the nearby cars, is logical. It's the kind of thing you would come up with immediately. It would probably take you 5 seconds to come to that solution. But we have never actually seen a car where we can go into it, where we can interact with it before. Right? And so the idea of a battery being in a car would never even occur to a gamer. And that is what gamer logic is in a nutshell. Logic that only really applies when it comes to video games. So, I gotta admit, when I first was here, I ended up actually looking this up. I was like, where the hell? How do I find a car battery? Where the hell? You know? This is one of the reasons why in-game tutorialization is such an important thing. Because in-game tutorialization is pretty much required for the player to understand the concepts of the game. Otherwise, they will be stuck at stupid things like this. Admittedly, a lot of the times when I get stuck at stupid things, it is exactly that. I'm like, oh crap, I can't do A, B, C, because in my mind, in the game so far, all I've been able to do is E, F, and G. So I'm thinking within the confines of E, F, and G, and not thinking past that. I am artificially limiting my own puzzles, puzzle-solving significance or ability. I'm limiting what I can do to solve the puzzle because I think I can't do anything else. And so I don't think of the solution, which is, just go here or just do this or whatever. It's usually something simple, like finding a car battery in a car. Oh, hang on, Kamek. Give me a moment. I'll actually look it up for you. Okay, so where are they? One battery's in its place, the other's on the bed, one's on the tower, and one's under the bathtub. Here, I'll go back and show you. Tower and bathtub. And the funny thing is, the tower and bathtub ones make more sense for gamer logic, because as Samurai pointed out earlier jokingly, the gamer is going to think, oh, well, it's going to be some weird esoteric place, so I just gotta find wherever it is. In fact, I can see it right there. See it? So, aha! If I could just get it over the edge there. Come on. There we go. See? Here's one of them. And let's see, where's the bathtub one? Ah, here it is. There's the other one. So again, both of these make perfect sense for gamer logic. Hidden in nooks and crannies in places you can explore. The one in the car is the one that makes sense for real life logic, which again just makes my point earlier. So what happened, Omni, if you don't mind my asking? So there you go, Kamek. So how do you cheat in this game? Okay, I'm with it, Omni. The bridge was awesome, by the way, just like it always is. And as ever, I had stuff to talk about there, because it's me. I could talk about the ocean, and I have, actually. Okay, so your pizza's done. Awesome. They forgot the dunkers, those bastards. No mercy. Okay, hang on. I noticed there was an option to turn on developer console. So we'll enable the developer console. And we'll type in dramatic pause. Actually, yes, Leslins. If you ever read or watch the developer commentary for any Valve game, Portal 2 is actually one of my favorite dev commentaries, but any Valve game, they playtest to a fault. I mean, they playtest the hell out of everything. And so, yeah, it is actually very likely they specifically put the non-gamer logic battery there for people who would, not know where it is. Okay, so... right, thank you. You didn't add a tip, did you? I'll do it. I'll do that then. I usually just do it online. There. I'm with it. Really, Omni? God, that's ridiculous. Idiots. Okay, God mode, apparently. Is that infinite ammo? Let's find out. That is not infinite ammo. That's what I really want, is infinite ammo. Because then I could just unleash on things without having to try. And speed up this whole section.
Okay,
Hey, buddy.
Doc.
You'll have to go on foot from here.
Okay.
There's a secret path along the cliffside, but no one's going anywhere until we fight off this attack. Having you here to fight alongside us is going to make a big difference for morale.
Yeah, but I don't care about not dying. I care about killing things. There's no infinite ammo cheat? Oh, that sucks. Oh well. Whatever. So does anybody have any commentary they want to add about the organic technology of the Combine? Because I do. Which probably doesn't surprise you. In Half-Life 1, people would call me a camper for that. I'll agree with the horrifyingness.
Need some ammo.
Oh, thanks, buddy. So, interesting concept about the Combine. And I really am not trying to compare them to the Borg, I swear. But they're kind of similar to the Borg. Cybernetic technology being their main thing. What is the main thing they do with those Combine soldiers they convert, after all? They don't use droids, right? They don't use purely robots or whatever like that. They use people with cybernetic parts added and implanted, right? Hey, I feel ya, Omni. I've worked in food service too. That's just ridiculous. So they specifically use cybernetic parts, even though there's not any real big benefit for doing so, which makes you think that's just the technological line they have moved down. It's probably very logical that the Combine themselves, the advisors and whoever's above them, are also cybernetic organisms. You know, biological parts, cybernetic augments. Kind of the Deus Ex thing taken to a logical extreme, really, if you think about it. Go ahead, Darkrai. I might not answer, but if I don't, I'll at least tell you I'll answer. Yeah, exactly. In fact, the similarities between the huskified Cerberus and the Combine has been, well, let's just say I've heard people accuse Mass Effect 3 of stealing, or not stealing, what's the word? Aping? Imitating? Mimicking? Whatever. The Combine, because, I mean, there's actually a fairly large number of similarities between the two. Appropriating? That's still not the word I was going for, but whatever. Where is my freaking... There you are. Gotcha! Almost didn't get that last one because I fell down the stairway. Do it, Omni. Do it. Give in to the complaining side. But anyway, seriously, the Combine have this whole technological, biological thing going. And it could be that they just... I know this sounds weird, but it could be, with all their indifference,
This way, Dr. Freeman.
we could effectively have a Cyberman situation here. In other words, they genuinely think this is good, that what they are doing is good, that these cattle... you know, the humans and other races that they have taken are being, for lack of a better way to put it, uplifted by the augmentations they're giving them the ability to, you know, be better and stronger and tougher. And I mean, look at all these things we're giving them. I mean, that's the best little things like them could hope for, right?
Along there. And watch your step.
That being said, I don't think the Combine aren't evil, as weird as that sounds. I just think that they're inclined towards that sort of mentality. Also, they took our buggy. Bastards. I've fallen here a lot because it's really easy to bounce off of the wall due to the way the physics work. So anyways, that's my point, is I feel like the biological technology just makes sense based on the way the Combine functions. Ironically, it also makes sense for that whole brute force technology thing I mentioned again. We could invent AI, we could invent, you know, proper robots and proper cybernetic organisms and guns that don't require the thing and ships that are, you know, not grown. Or we could just cheat and shortcut our way to that by using biological organisms which already have those features in them. Make sense? I used to be able to do this trick.
You there! Stop where you are! Stay on the rocks! Don't step on the sand! It makes the antlions crazy! Laszlo, don't move! No. Help!
No! I tried, Laszlo. I tried.
Poor Laszlo! The finest mind of his generation had come to such an end. We were heading for the Vortigaunt camp, hoping to pick up some bug baits so these damn things would leave us alone. But without Laszlo, what's the point? I know you tried to help. I'll stay with him a while. There's something I have to do.
So, does anyone know the story behind Laszlo? Because I actually don't. I mean, it feels like it's just a joke.
Remember to stay off the sand. The antlions are edgy right now.
Oh, by the way, you can be a dick here and, notice they all go after him. I'm using the wrong gun for these guys. That's also the wrong gun. I want this sucker. There are not many things I enjoy in video games more than a frickin' shotgun. I don't remember, Zed. See, the thing is, I remember researching this Laszlo thing when I did the rumination, and I don't remember what I came up with. That was like a... by the way, as Omni pointed out, my rumination on Half-Life 2 is almost 3 years old now. How's that for a trip? That was the first rumination I did where I played the game right before I did the rumination. All the rest was off of memory. I don't remember what I came up with for that. Anyways. So... this is basically, you know, the carpet is lava, the game. Now, I gotta be honest, this is kind of silly. In fact, it's ludicrous that you can avoid the sand by just stepping on a chunk of box. That's kind of ridiculous. This is one of the few times where I think this is primarily a gameplay element and not a story element, this whole section here. This is my story, and you're not a part of it. Wow. Interesting, Zed. I was rather proud of that rumination. I put a lot of heart into that one. It was very well received, too, which is why I started the policy of playing the game right before the rumination. It takes a lot more time, but damn, it's a lot more interesting, and I feel like the results are a lot better. Feel free to correct me if you think that's incorrect. Oh crap. Oh crap. I totally misread that at first, Ed. I thought you said pretentiousness, and I'm like, wait, shoot, I've been pretentious? I need to fix that. That's not cool. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Screw it. Screw it. Mode engaged! Yes, my Half-Life stuff is still live. On YouTube.
Ah!
Well, I'd raise my hand, Sigma, but I've been around since before Mass Effect 3. Oh yeah, I turned on invincibility. I forgot about that. Really wish I had infinite ammo, but whatever. I haven't decided, Darkrai. By the way, I like the implication here. Crates of ammo right next to one of the turned off anti-antlion pulse whatever devices. Why do I like that? Because that's the perfect trap. I mean, seriously, it's a kind of a cruel trap, actually, if you think about it. In other words, hey look, you can totally take on, you can get all this ammunition, and it's even safe, except the frickin' device isn't on, so by the time you get to it to turn it on, all the antlions are attacking, and as we've seen, normal people just get mauled by the antlions. This is another one of those NPCs have 1 HP situations. So this is fun. How many people have successfully gotten across this without hitting the sand? My hand is not being raised, by the way. Yeah. Whoa. I know you're not supposed to. I'm just saying. Actually, can you? Like, is that a possibility to do? Damn it, Gimmick. What are you linking me, man? Someone else go watch that and tell me what he's linking. Yeah, I guess safe's coming my way across would be a way to do that. Apparently you can just cross this. Wow, yeah. Hey, what's up?
The free man must follow.
Oh, sorry. By the way, fun fact, in the Gordon Froman thing, there was he keeps trying to shoot the Vortigons like every time he sees them.
The free man will do wise to heed our extraction of the Myrmidon's aromatic pheropods. The process is not entirely hygienic, therefore stand aside.
Oh, of course. Ew. So of course you can't.
The free man will have need of
But of
these
course you
pheropods ahead. Gather them now.
Okay, yeah, I got
The
that.
free man must follow.
Okay. Because, yeah, in Half-Life 1 you were fighting them, so that's the first joke. And the second joke is he can never hurt them, because, you know, you can't actually hurt the Vortigons in this one. Wow. Yeah, there's an achievement for doing it. Nice. I, of course, did not get that. Wow, Kimmick. Whoops.
The free man must excuse us. It is rude of us to commune by flux shifting in front of those whose photo inputs are in band. Yes, we will vocalize in auditory language as a matter of courtesy.
Thank you.
Unless we wish to say unflattering things about you. Just so.
And the first thing they do is they start talking in non-English. So, ham. I sometimes wonder if they're joking or if they are just, you know, being weird. I'm trying to speed it up, Vista. I'm trying to beat the game quicker, basically. What I really wanted was infinite ammo, but whatever.
The free man honors us by his presence.
You're welcome. Now get the hell out of my way. Seriously, the other M is much worse than Tidus. Oh, hey, look, there's stuff in there. I should go get it. Oh, it's just paint.
The freemen will now be instructed in the use of theropods. Attend now and learn to shepherd ant lions with the so-called drug bait.
Okay.
The freeman has done well.
Fair enough, Darkrai.
The freeman can also coax his ant lions to attack specific targets. Observe the training mannequin and mark its bird with a better pheromone. The freeman again excels in all tasks.
Well, yeah. I am the free man. Ooh, infinite muffins. Oh god, must keep eating. Must keep eating muffins. You know what I love about this thing? It twitches every now and again. Because, you know, it's not gross enough that I'm literally carrying a pheromone pod from a matriarch.
Apply pressure to your pheromone to signal the ant lions in your command to follow you. The freeman shows his excellence in all.
I've heard that complaint too, Omni. That doesn't bother me at all, though.
And now this one must bid the freeman farewell.
Not just because I'm English, but because it's that whole interpretive thing again. It's actually quite possible everyone here does not speak English, but we've got the Metal Gear Solid 3 thing going on again. Infinite chocolate muffins. Yeah, I remember that, Zed. Must get to Nova Prospect. I don't even have infinite sprint. Worst cheats ever. They're like, no, we can't go near that, master. Fear not, my minions. I will take care of you. There you go. Come, my minions.
Priority warning. Outland stabilization force 6 Nova Prospect. Perimeter restricted. Disengaged.
I like the idea of the fact that they just something about the idea that they would set up all this stuff out here just to cover the approach to Nova Prospect appeals to me for some reason. Kill them, my minions. Kill them all. Oh, fine. I'll do it. Actually, I don't have to kill these guys, do I? Yeah, okay. So this is the Normandy Beach section. In all honesty, when I'm playing on hard difficulty, and obviously without cheats, this section's rough. I die here a lot. Like, a lot. Because they're well in... This is pretty much the first time, by the way, and this is some great game and story integration as well. This is the first time the enemy is actually well entrenched. Like, literally well entrenched, in addition to the figurative storytelling things. Wait, in that order break? Look at that. They're in a turret that they can shoot through, and of course they're using their pulse cannon gun, whatever they're actually called. So your job is basically to get through here and just be like, ah! In addition to the fact that they have troops down on the ground. In addition to the fact that there's multiple turrets. This section is awesome. I have never, while playing this on hard difficulty, I have never ever actually been able to do what I'm doing now. I basically just push through here. And yes, you can see Nova Prospect. It's right over there. See? I've never been able to just rush this ever. I have always had to be like, careful, okay, and then this, okay, and then move, and get this guy, and use the outlines here, and just, yeah. Love this section. Very wonderfully challenging. As you can see, shooting up there just nothing. I also don't remember where I'm going right now. Good thing I'm invincible. Here? Ha! Maybe. Manhax! Oh, Manhax. Sorry, Antlion. Sorry. Please, excuse me, Antlion things. You're in my way. Also, I love how the radios of the Combine soldiers keep working after they're dead, which makes sense, obviously. And is just another aspect of good sound design and flavor. Up, maybe? No. Oh, I didn't even see the left. It'll teach me to not have my flashlight on. One of the things I loved about Half-Life 1, right at the beginning, was they made a point of emphasizing how you were this incredibly high-end scientist, and you were basically just an assistant in the actual lab. And if you don't know what I mean by that, that actually has happened in real life in many cases, where you've had a situation where a lot of brilliant scientists have gotten together and worked in the same room. The people who, in other circumstances, would be top of their field, wonderful, amazing, high-end people, when they get together with all the other people like that, are basically just another of the guys, you know? And all of a sudden, someone with 12 PhDs becomes average, and not exceptional. Good aliens. I'm going to call that one Daisy, and that one Bandit, and that one Sigma. And why are you shipping me again? Stop shipping me. You're probably shipping me with Deutsch again. Damn it, guys. He's taken. And I'm not into guys, so it doesn't work. Shipping must be logical. It must adhere to logic.